controls.
One, two, yeah, there. And then we'll run the level.
Sego Sewa Guego. Morning. Really appreciate everybody that made it out here bright and early on this Wednesday morning. And really appreciate the opportunity to do the opening for the 30th annual River Symposium. 30 years this has been going on, and I have had the pleasure of being a part of the last 4. And you know, actually the first piece that I ever submitted to the River Symposium was about our relationships across time. It was a meditation on grief after I had recently lost my father and my grandmother, and it was this piece that I just wanted to pour myself onto a piece of paper and think about the river and think about what it means to me and how it's meant so much to my family across time. And I think that falls really in line with this year's theme, a river through time. And I really appreciate the opportunity to open. So let me introduce myself first. Sego sewa gwego, dehluhiate yungyats, akwazasne ganagale, wagania tshlono. So hi, my name is Abraham Francis. I'm Deer Clan from Akwesasne, a Mohawk community just right there across the river. And I've been working with the River Institute for quite some time. And I really appreciate the opportunity to do the opening address, or the Ohandakaliwadekwa, where we take some time to acknowledge all of creation for fulfilling their roles and responsibilities. And that we keep them in mind at the beginning of this symposium. And one of my favorite expressions of this was by Satdiogwakol Bucktooth. I was at the St. Regis Mohawk tribe, and she did an opening for us, and how she talked about how the opening is supposed to bring our minds into this space, for us to stop thinking about everything else and to be present in this time, to not worry about the extra emails and worry about what's going on after this. It's to be present. And so in this speech, I will say Tony Otohagne Guatnigula, and after that, you say To, and that's you agreeing, and we'll work our way through the different aspects of creation. So I will hop right into it. Ona, or Gyungyukwa Swaduhusi Oscatni Galiwesa, Danchi Dunu Haladone Suguayatizo Negadi Ohanta Galiwadekwa, Unguano Hetsto, Tony Otohak Niguanigula, To. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Unguet Suma, Tony Otohak Niguanigula, To. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Yeketni Staha Hunja, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Onegatsuma, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Gadjetsuma, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Ohundetsuma, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Ohtela Suma, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Anunqua Suma, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Gayen Tusala, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Gahisuma, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Gondilio, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Ojinua Suma, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Ugulet Suma, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Ojida Agua, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Aguegoaska de Wahwet Nuni ne Guanigula Danodetano Lado ne Gaeli Nagawalage, Tony Otohak Niguanigula. Agoego aska de the wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tinoladone. Sungwaji Ladiwelas. Tony otohog ni guatni gula. Agoego aska de the wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano danchi dunu poladone. Sungwaji agyoke neka galakwa. Tony otohog ni guatni gula. Agoego aska de the wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tinoladone. Asotaneka galakwa. Tony otohog ni guatni gula. Agoego aska de the wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tinoladone. Ojistokwa sun'a. Tony otohog ni guatni gula. Agoego aska de the wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano de tinoladone. Gaeli ni ungwedage. Tony otohog ni guatni gula. Agoego aska de the wahwet nuni ne guatni gula dano danchi dunu huladone sogaya dizo. Tony otohog ni guatni gula. Ona. Wadeli wan hodungo, nuwa wanizalade, doga, oteno, sayung guatni gulha. Izegine, yazet wadu sodelo, egadi. Tony otohog ne swatni gula. So with that, I've opened this meeting, and just to kind of give you a quick reference for what we're talking about here. I started with the people. I went to Mother Earth. I talked about the waters, the fishes, the grasses, the roots, the medicines, the fruit, the food plants, the animals, the fruits, insects, the trees, the birds, the thunderers, the four winds, the sun, the moon, the stars, the four beings, and creator. And I like to think about creator as like creation. And so this was just to bring our minds together to acknowledge all of our relatives, again, affirming that we see them, we acknowledge them for fulfilling their roles and responsibilities. And so I really appreciate this time to spend with you and excited for these days of presentations. And so now I will invite up Jeff Rideout. Now.
Sego, good morning, bonjour. Thanks, Abe, so much. It's so important to me to hear those words to open this meeting, as it's done pretty much for every meeting that I've attended, and I've almost been to all of them. And to have those ancient words on this ancient river and to sort of set the stage. So thank you so much, and for starting and as, you know, opening the council fire. So my name is Jeff Rideout. I'm the Executive Director of the River Institute, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you today here at the 30th Annual Symposium here at the Civic Complex, where certainly the very first meeting I went to, annual meeting, was actually here back in, I think, 1995. So it's a bit of an early start for most people, because you probably had to travel to get here, so thank you. We appreciate your efforts in getting here. So this year's theme for this symposium is River Through Time, and it's a fitting title for our 30th symposium. Over the past 30 years, the River Symposium has provided a platform to share our knowledge and our stories, and to discuss, debate, and consider how to best address the environmental challenges that threaten the integrity of this incredible river and ecosystem, including all of its tributaries and its watersheds and all of the lands associated with it. The meeting brings together representatives of 3 nations which share this responsibility for this great river and its ecosystem. It's a unique gathering and a unique opportunity to share our finest thoughts about the work that we do and the waters and the life within it. I'd like to take a few minutes to also thank a few of the people, a few of the sponsors that have made this happen. You see it inside this wonderful, hopefully you have a copy of this, the meeting pamphlet. And so we thank Rogers Marina, the St. Lawrence Seaway Management Corp., the Seaway Development Corporation, International Joint Commission, Ducks Unlimited, EVB Engineering, Ingredient, Ontario Power Generation, Walmart, and Minimax Express. So really that support helps us make this available to everyone free of charge and allows people to come and attend. I'd like to also thank as well the City of Cornwall for its generous support for this event through the Tourism Development Fund. And we've provided in this pamphlet a list of businesses and attractions in the event program, and encourage everyone to check them out while they're here. And I'd like to also just mention, and before, this often gets sort of wait till the end of the symposium, right? And, but really I think it's important to recognize the people who've worked really, really hard to bring this together. So we'll start right off the top to thank the committee members, our co-chairs, Georgia Bock, Emily DeRoche, Lee McGaughy, Stephanie Hildebrand, who put together, I'm sure, a big hand in putting together this pamphlet, this conference brochure, as well with Elsie Lewison, Zach Swanenberg, Aaron Smith, Lexi Harkwell, Mackenzie, Jennifer, JJ, we call her, Jennifer Jarvis, Emma Rydell, and Christina Collard. So thanks for all of those people. That's lots of work to get this and make this happen. So we appreciate your efforts. There's a little bit of housekeeping before we start, just to say that there are booths in the halls. Please check them out. There's a river strategy room next door that we're going to encourage you to participate and to be part of. And the following room, there's a collaborative art project coordinated by Dr. Kathleen Vaughan and her students. A map of the St. Lawrence River, where everyone's encouraged to take a look at and leave some information about your organization in that room. And then in my notes say there's another room where there's a fish tank, so we'll probably be indicating and telling people where that is during the course of the meeting. During the breaks, we will share slides that artists have submitted of their work and nature-based work. And we will have snacks and coffee and tea in the back of the room, which is over there, as you can probably see. And for those, very important, for those looking for the bathrooms, if you don't know this building, they're just across the hall. So you walk out and go across the hall and you'll see them there. There's a lunch that's going to be served at noon, and those who have tickets will be able to receive to join us there. And other people who haven't, for whatever reason, you've opted not to, or whatever, allergies, that sort of thing, there's lots of local places across the street. For example, there's the Cornwall Square, and there's a food court in there. So I guess with that, I'm looking at Georgia, making sure that I haven't forgotten anything. So I'd like to thank everyone for coming. And so we're very excited to have you here and to looking forward to the presentations. So I'd like to, without further ado, introduce our first guest speaker, Tony David. Tony is the director of the Environmental Division of the the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe, and is a member of the International Lake Ontario St. Regis Board, St. River Board of Control. So Tony's a familiar face to many of us in this area, and he has garnered recognition for his environmental leadership in his role with the tribe, as well as his ability, and I think that's certainly my impression, to communicate, to speak, and to foster dialogue on often divisive issues, including the subject that he's going to speak today, water levels and their regulations. So without further ado, Tony David.
Thank you, Jeff, for the introduction. And so, yeah, so my role is a bit dual in its purpose, both as an employee of the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe, which is the governing system of the southern portion of the Mohawk territory of Akwesasne, but I also serve on the United States section of the International Lake Ontario St. Lawrence River Board. And I don't participate on the board as representing a tribal interest per se. I'm just what they call a competent professional who is interested in water resources. So before I even start, just have to acknowledge, of course, my ancestors. At the top of the slide, you see a picture of one of my surviving great-grandparents who survived the industrial boarding school in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. But also, I just wanted to give you a sense of representation of like little snapshots of my life and where I come from. And really, a lot of that is centered around the river. And I think all of you in this room are here because the river's important to you. It's important to me as well. And essentially, it's why I live here, but it's also why the Mohawks of Akwesasne settled here hundreds of years ago, right? But just a little overview of the topics I hope to discuss today. Want to give an overview of water regulation and what we call water regulation, which is really the regulation of outflows from Lake Ontario via the Moses Saunders Dam. But we should also talk about managing expectations. And there is the design criteria of that system, but there's also, oftentimes there can be a gap between the outcomes that we observe versus the outcomes that we expect, right? And so that we really need to have that productive discussion about identifying those things and closing that gap. And ultimately, that conversation is a great opportunity to discuss adaptive management. So a picture of the Moses Saunders Dam. Of course, many of you are familiar with this structure. Half of it is operated by the Ontario Power Generation, and the other half operated by the New York Power Authority. And this picture represents complex emotions. You know, it is at the same time represents the power of engineering. This is an engineering marvel, but it also represents some of the destructive nature of that power, right? It also represents great benefit, economic benefit, but at the same time, it also represents great costs, social, environmental costs. So for me, this image is bittersweet, right? Now, this structure is made possible because of the Boundary Waters Treaty between the United States and Canada, which was an agreement which was struck in 1909, and basically says that both countries agree for no further diversions of water along their common frontier. And it also established the International Joint Commission to administer this responsibility, and no diversions can happen without the approval from the IJC. And the role of the IJC is pretty basic. There are two functions. One is to approve or disapprove the diversions of water, and also to write reports. Right? And they're very good at writing reports. So at any time, the United States and Canada may request the IJC to study a particular topic, and they may generate reports on those topics, like water quality. But ultimately, the actions of the IJC are best illustrated by the construction of the Moses Saunders Dam and the orders of approval, which put in place Plan 2014, which is the document that guides the operation of that dam. So under the IJC, so their jurisdiction covers 3,000 miles, right? It's the entirety of the US-Canada border. And under the IJC are several committees and boards, which include the International Lake Ontario St. Lawrence River Board. So I'm a member of the United States section, so there are 3 members in the US section, 3 in the Canadian section. And we're supported by various committees, including the Great Lakes Adaptive Management Committee, or GLAM, and a communications committee, but we're also supported by groups of advisors, which include former board members and experts in certain areas, as well as representatives from the operations group, so hydro and navigation and things like that. Just a map of the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River basins, just to show the proximity and the size. So the upper Great Lakes are shown in orange. The Lake Ontario watershed is shown in blue. The St. Lawrence watershed shown in green. And the formidable Ottawa River watershed is highlighted in yellow. And I say that because the impact of the Ottawa River watershed, especially during the spring freshet, when the snowpack is melting, can impact the capacity of the system with water levels downstream, particularly near the Montreal archipelago. if we zoom in on the upper St. Lawrence River, we'll show that the distance from the head of the St. Lawrence to the Moses Saunders Dam is roughly 100 miles, and the distance from the Moses Saunders Dam to Montreal to Beauharnois Compensating Works, which is another dam system which is downstream, about 60 miles. And then the distance beyond that is 70 miles to Lake St. Pierre. So this roughly 230 miles is the length of the river which is directly impacted by the regulation of outflows from the Moses Saunders Dam. Zoom in further to another point. This is upstream near Iroquois or Cardinal, Ontario. Now this is really the point at which the river makes its downstream descent, so what we call a hydraulic break. And it's no coincidence that this is also the location of the Iroquois Dam and the Iroquois Lock. Now, during the construction of the facility, well, to put it in perspective, in total, roughly 210 million cubic yards of material were dredged from the St. Lawrence River. If you were to put that into load that material onto a train, into rail cars, right? That train would be 24,000 miles long, right? It would be, that train would be long enough to circumnavigate the globe, right? So that's how much material was removed from this river and how altered the St. Lawrence River was in order to construct the system. Yeah, it's immense. Oops, sorry. So, oh boy, is there back? There's a back button. I just shared the punchline to all my jokes. So but also, I talked about the head of the forebay, Lake St. Lawrence, where the Iroquois Dam was constructed. So this would be the toe of the forebay. So you can see the construction of the locks, the Moses Saunders Dam, and the Long Sault Dam. But I would also want to mention the traditional use areas of the Mohawk people. So this is the Treaty of 1796, which designates these areas as set aside for the Mohawks of Akwesasne, a treaty which, of course, had been violated. And also want to acknowledge the lost villages upstream within the impoundment. Like I said at the outset, great social and environmental costs for the construction of this facility. And if we look at the forebay of Lake in particular, so this is pre-construction, pre-project, you can see the narrow nature of the river channel with the dredged areas highlighted in yellow. And you can see an intense amount of dredging near the head of the forebay and also downstream for the regulation structures. And if we toggle back and forth between current project and pre-project, oops, you can see just the extent of the inundation as a result of creating the forebay. And I use the term forebay purposefully because, you know, we call this body of water Lake St. Lawrence, you know, which is a bit of maybe perhaps a poetic license, but it is in fact a forebay, right? It is the infrastructure that was constructed for the operation of the Moses Saunders Dam. And, you know, it is at times controversial topic, but I think it's important that we not lose sight of the fact that this is a forebay, the forebay for the system. Now, the design criteria for the construction of the seaway and the hydro dams is based in criteria that were set aside in the Boundary Waters Treaty. And so there are two categories. One are the users on the left-hand side, and then there are the interests on the right-hand side. So the difference is thou shall provide for users and versus thou may provide for the interests. And that's a very careful distinction, right? Because, you know, to be perfectly honest, when it comes to water regulation, the users eat first, okay? The primary function of the system is to provide for the users. And the secondary system, the secondary criteria is for the interests. So this is most important during extreme conditions, and we have had very extreme conditions over the last 6 years. People say to me sometimes, you know, they want to follow the money, and I think that's a good guideline, because the construction of this system was funded mostly by hydropower development, $650 million split by Ontario and New York authorities. And the construction portion of the system was funded by the Seaway interest, which came from federal appropriations. The lion's share of the Seaway interest was funded by Canada, and a smaller portion funded by the United States. And just to give you a sense for how vast this system is, because this is the gateway for the entire Great Lakes. There are ports of call in the far reaches in the upper Great Lakes that are of vast economic importance to the people of the United States and to the people of Canada. And in essence, commercial navigation is an obligation, right? What is happening with that obligation right now? We've seen some in the news about a labor strike. That's a very good question. I don't have the answer to that. It's not my area of expertise. But in essence, at its base, Canada and the United States have an obligation to provide for safe navigation within the season. Now, the outflows from the Moses Saunders Dam are regulated by what's called Plan 2014. And Plan 2014 is broken up into two basic parts. The first part looks at water levels on Lake Ontario, from which it calculates an outflow. The second part is it takes that outflow and then checks it against the limits within the St. Lawrence River. So at any given time, the conditions on Lake Ontario may call for a very high outflow, but it can't achieve that because of the agreed upon limits within the St. Lawrence River. Okay. Perhaps there's a third part of this conversation. We could talk about our deviations. So when under very, very extreme conditions, either very high or very low, there are opportunities where the board may find ways to deviate from planned flows. But having the deviation authority does not require the board to use it, right? Deviations require consensus among the 6 members. So at any given time, we may try to find ways to increase or decrease outflow, but we can't, because either it's infeasible, or perhaps the board members can't come to agreement on what to do, or the agreement on accepting the impacts of a deviation. Prior to the construction of the Moses Saunders Dam, the outflows from Lake Ontario were a pretty direct relationship between the elevation on Lake Ontario on the bottom with the flow at the top. So we showed that picture of the location of Iroquois Dam, right? That was, in effect, a natural dam that held back water on Lake Ontario. And the construction of this system cut a notch within that natural dam, okay? And that, it's no accident, it's not a coincidence. The size of that notch was optimized based on the criteria established by the users. So it was the power potential and ships of a very specific size. If the notch were smaller, it would have impacts on the ability to generate power or the types of ships that would be able to go through there. If the notch was bigger, it may take away from potential power production. So it's a very important distinction to make. Now, with the construction of the system, we are able to make adjustments. We can adjust outflows higher during wet conditions, or we can adjust outflows down during very dry conditions. But it's not an absolute, right? We are still beholden to this stage-discharge relationship. So when the water levels are at their lowest, which is typically in winter, is also a time when we have the least flow capacity within the St. Lawrence River. So people often say to me, it's during the winter time, why don't you just crank it up and get the water down, right? Well, we're restricted by how much capacity. That's the lowest time of the year for us to have that kind of capacity. Now, the impact of changing outflows has different impacts in different parts of the system. So if the goal were to get just 1 centimeter off of Lake Ontario, we'd have to increase outflows by 320 cubic meters per second for a full week, just for 1 centimeter. Now, the impact of that is that water levels here within the forebay would drop 10 centimeters or more. And water levels between here and Beauharnois would be negligible in change, but the water levels downstream would result in an increase. roughly, I can't see that, 8 to 10 centimeters. So Lac Saint-Louis and the Port of Montreal. So we have to be ensure of when we change outflows that we are cognizant of all the impacts across the entirety of the system. Sorry, I can't read that. But you know, I think it's important to talk about how we measure the power of the system, its greatest influence, and the stated goal of the construction of the system is not to prevent flooding. It's impossible, right? Remember that size of the notch that was cut in that natural dam, right? It was a very specific size. So when the system is used appropriately and performing well, it can reduce the severity of a flood, but it can't eliminate it. But the system is perhaps most powerful at speeding the recovery. So one of the issues that we don't talk a lot about is how the flood of 2018 that never happened, right? Or the flood of 2022 or 2020 that never happened. So on this graph, we see the pre-project levels, what would have occurred if Moses Saunders and the Seaway were not constructed. And then the black and the yellow are the actuals. And then blue is the long-term average, right? So talked about outcomes that are expected versus outcomes observed. You know, we talk about long-term average as being normal, right? The average is normal. But in an extreme condition, these outcomes are well outside of that range. But you know, this is nobody thanks the board for prevent the floods that never happened in 2018 and 2020 on Lake Ontario. But that is perhaps one of the strongest illustrations of the use of this system. And this is probably a scene that is all too familiar to us who live on the river, particularly in this area. So this is in the forebay. I believe 2020. So what would have happened prior to the construction of the system is that the flood event from, like, say, for example, 2017 would have put a surplus of water on Lake Ontario. That surplus of water would have carried over to the following year, right? And what the system does following a high water event is it continues with high outflows. And so we talked about how the impact, so this is in the forebay. Plan 2014 is using the influence of this system to push water off Lake Ontario, to convey it down the 230 miles that is within its direct influence. And so this is one area. So usually, normally, under average conditions, I'm falling into that trap too, there'd be roughly about knee-height water on this, right? But with the high outflows, it's a sandbar, right? Those are impacts. And for other parts of the system, you know, expectations are important, right? Very important to understand what those impacts are and to plan accordingly. So, you know, this is the part in the talk where I sort of like switch gears because this was about water regulation overview. But, you know, I sort of the thing that motivates me to get up and to talk about these issues is that I still believe that we are capable of having a civil and productive discussion about complex issues, right? There's been a lot of controversy surrounding the Moses Saunders Dam. There continues to be, right? But we have to have these conversations because we need to share information, and with more information, we can make better decisions. And the fact that you guys are here, you know, that just says to me that you're critical thinkers, that you're looking for objective information. But ultimately, I think we're all talking about the same goal, right? We want to reduce impacts, whatever those are. And having difficult conversations like this is one way to do that. But I wanted to sort of identify some of the pitfalls, some of the traps that are barriers to us to understand, having an objective understanding, a reliable understanding. And one of the great celebrity communicators, Dr. Tyson, talks about the 3 truths, right? And so there are personal truths. There's something that is true to the individual because the individual needs it to be true. I met someone who said that you know, the IGC could drop water levels on Lake Ontario by a foot in 24 hours if they just wanted to. Right? That's a personal truth. He said he believes that because he needs it to be true, right? I could show them the math, right? I could do the math. It's just not possible. Not even close. But political truths, right? Believe it or not, our politicians say things that are stretch the truth, right? But why do they do this? For votes, right? To score points. Lots of examples. I have more experience than I care to mention in this realm. But our elected officials use political truths because we let them get away with it, okay? So how do we prevent that? We become educated, right? We learn about the subjects. We find the facts, okay? And in Dr. Tyson's perspective, the best truths are the objective truths. You know, and those of us who are in the applied sciences, this is what we live and breathe, right? Collect objective information, do an analysis, write a conclusion, and then get it peer reviewed. You hand your results over to someone who may be a critic, and if they get the same result, then that's powerful. But there are other kinds of barriers that we encounter, and in my area of communication, we run into these a lot. We create narratives, we create stories. We skip past the facts and the observation, we go right to stories, right? And in truth, it's a mental shortcut. We use this a lot in everyday life. Labels, it's characterization, may be very restrictive, most of the time is not correct, right? But it is a mental shortcut. Normal, we talked about normal. Oh, this is above normal, this is below normal. What's normal? Right? If a flood event happens, is it abnormal? It still happens, right? Do we need to plan for the inevitability of extreme events? I would say yes. Bias, personal bias, right? My football team's the best football team, right? Their record may say otherwise, but you know, people are very defensive when it comes to personal bias. And blame. Blame is a good one, right? Because if someone else is at fault, then that insulates me from analyzing the impacts of my own decisions. It insulates me from taking responsibility for my actions or changing my behavior. So this is near the head of Lake St. Pierre, and for many people in Lake Ontario, when they talk about Plan 2014, they think, oh, it's just about protecting Montreal. It's just about protecting Montreal. So during the Ottawa River freshet, in the province of Quebec in 2017, 6,000 people were displaced from their homes. Over 3,000 homes were impacted, and roughly 1,000 of those homes were damaged to the point that they had to be demolished. That does not sound like flood protection to me, right? But that was the narrative, that was the story that was told, okay? How do we address that, right? If this isn't French news, I don't speak French. Most people in Lake Ontario, particularly in New York, don't speak French, right? So how do they get access and understand these type of events? Because they're real. This was just last November, I believe, Oswego. Actually, Lake Ontario was just below the long-term average, but we had like 60-mile-an-hour winds on the lake, and producing. Is it catching up? Yeah, producing 20-foot waves on Lake Ontario. Incredible. Is this normal? Doesn't matter. It happened, right? Do we still need to prepare for events like this? I'd say yes. So we asked this question, what's normal? So this is just focused on Lake Ontario, but with the blue line being the seasonally adjusted long-term average, average across 6 stations around Lake Ontario. You know, so if this is the expectation, what does that mean? Because this does not exist, right? There's no such thing as as average. It's just a statistic. The reality is something more like this, right? So if your expectation is the average, your reality is represented by this, there's probably a number of times where you're going to fall short, right? Lake St. Lawrence. Again, long-term average. Does this exist? No, it doesn't. This is the reality, right? Tremendous amount of variability. The good news is, I mean, on the high side, there appears to be somewhat of a hard limit at 74.1 meters, okay? Very few violations of that ceiling. But on the low end, the 72.6 meter elevation, that is the limit for safe navigation. So we actually have a pretty good constrained top and bottom during the summer months, during the navigation months. Now during the winter, you can see that is a lot wider. Okay. But downstream, so this is Somerstown. And levels here are, for all intents and purposes, flat as a pancake. And it just goes to show you the pattern here is decreasing variability. Lake Ontario, the widest range, the forebay, Lake St. Lawrence, narrower range, and then immediately downstream Moses Saunders, the most level. I'd like to talk a little bit about the Great Lakes Adaptive Management Committee, and our speaker, Abe, is a participant in the public advisory group, so thanks for your work on that committee. But the Great Lakes Adaptive Management Committee is tasked with the expedited review of Plan 2014. Their scope is the entire Great Lakes, but they have specific tasks which are tied to Lake Superior and Lake Ontario St. Lawrence. And they're collecting a lot of information and looking at various performance indicators to see if Plan 2014 is in fact performing as it's expected. And so some of you in this room may have participated in providing data, or you may have scientific data, or you may have provided public information through various surveys. I have a postcard up here on the table if anyone is interested in participating. We're still collecting, the GLAM committee is still collecting data on impacts, and we want to know about all sorts of impacts from the top to the bottom of the basin. And so if you have a chance and you want to pick one of those up, please do. But the criteria for evaluation in GLAM, and if you're paying attention, you might say, well, this looks like the first one of the earlier slides. And that's true, it is. The criteria for evaluating the success of Plan 2014 starts with ensuring that the elements within the treaty, the Boundary Waters Treaty, are not affected, but looking for areas where modification could improve performance for various stakeholder groups, the interests, okay? So do I expect the outcome of the GLAM committee to say a complete rewrite of Plan 2014? It's possible, but it's not very likely. Are there ways to change the rules within the algorithm to improve performance? Absolutely. Is that important information to gather? Yes. The GLAM committee looks at various impact zones, impact locations, and so this is just a representation of some of those locations, but they're also looking at specific information local to here as well. And near the head of the forebay, this is near Cardinal, and they have other locations within the forebay as well. And one of the outcomes is looking at these different impact ranges. And so I have a lot of other examples for the other locations, but this one is specific to someplace closer to here. So there are extreme, severe, and major and moderate impacts, and then there's a threshold at which there's very little or low concern. So this is, I believe, just upstream of the Iroquois Dam. And then within Lake St. Lawrence itself, it's a very different system, very different types of impacts. And so you have impacts associated with winter operations versus impacts with some of the summer operations. And again, the range is much greater within winter operations. Now, when we talk about adaptive management, it is a process of looking at these impacts and asking questions and trying to find ways to improve performance. And one of the suggestions that I pose in talks like this is to look at these impacts and how do we define and set goals for improvement. So if we know that there are major moderate impacts at an elevation of 73.2 meters below that level, then how do we make improvements to change that elevation, right? What's required? And this process of adaptive management is something that is not new. It's been around for a number of years, and it's used in a lot of different disciplines. But adapted for coastal impacts is in this slide. You define some of the key outcomes. What are your performance indicators of whether or not that's working or not? Adapting management, creating new management strategies, and improving or adapting policies, because development is a regulated outcome, so policies are an important part of that. Recover and rebuild, and then evaluate the efficacy of that. How does it perform, and under what scenarios? Making adjustments and improvements, and then re-implementing, periodic review. History has shown that we typically jump right into rebuild and recovery without first asking these critical questions. And unfortunately, and that is a common theme across the United States. I'm assuming it may be common in Canada as well. But how do we know if we are rebuilding areas that are impacted? How do we know that we're not just rebuilding failure, right? And this is where Jeff usually asks me the question, well, whose responsibility is resilience, right? I can tell you flatly that it is not within the mandate of the IJC. They have no authority to address resilience at all. The governments may ask them to study it and to develop some criteria, but ultimately it is the responsibility of local jurisdictions, state, provincial, and local jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of us as individuals. So really the answer is us. And just as an example of a solution, you know, we should be talking about solutions. We should talk about the things that work. This is a great example of infrastructure which is helping to reduce the impact of extreme water levels. And, you know, I get to see both sides of the equation, both sides of the US and Canada governing system and how they develop different approaches to deal with these impacts, okay? On Lake Ontario, Canada appears to be much more progressive with actively regulating development to prevent damages. You know, I'm saying that as a member of the US section. However, within the forebay, how the governments regulate hydropower development and its impacts is very different. It's very different. So when the Moses half of the dam was relicensed about 15 years ago, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission required NYPA to make significant investment in recreation and the environment. And some of those, this is the outcome of some of those investments. So in addition to developing a professionally engineered access point, right? So when water is low, boaters will have the ability to access the channel, right? So during low waters, no issues with getting to the channel, right? I don't know if that's if OPG is required to do the same in a similar regulatory context. I don't know. I just don't know that. But NYPA was also required to invest $24 million in a fisheries fund and to invest in habitat improvement projects. Across the river, there's the Wilson Hill Wildlife Management Unit, and the department staff of biologists are there funded by NYPA, right? You know, that's kind of how governments have decided to deal with the impact of hydropower on the U.S. side. So, you know, forgive me, but I don't know what's required on the Canadian side. And I'm almost toward the end of the talk, and time's up. This is a forecast of what we're expecting for Lake Ontario. You can find it on the board's website. Right now, there's really not much to write home about. It's just below average, but this will depend 100% on future conditions, which are unknown. So those are events that have yet to develop. And we also have a forecast for water levels on the forebay, Lake St. Lawrence. So this becomes an issue in May. So really, I would disregard this until next spring. But and that's it. Have any questions?
So we do have a few moments for questions, and we also, there's potentially some questions. We are doing hybrid, so there might be potentially questions as well from our, so starting off over here.
Hello. My name is Elaine Kennedy. In the study, water level study from 2005, one of the problems was the flooding on the shorelines, and of course that's continuing now too. Has there been any improvement on either, whether Ontario, Quebec, or state, has there been any improvement by local jurisdictions to make better rules about building on floodplains? Because back then it was a big
So that's a great question. So I'll just repeat for anyone who's online the question was about improving coastal resilience through regulation, and I think the answer is progress is slow. And in the state of New York, there was a significant investment, hundreds of millions of dollars into recovery, but we really don't know what the criteria were for the recover and rebuild phase within the state of New York. But I can say that in the jurisdictions that I've talked to across Lake Ontario, that there are progressive movements within local jurisdictions to improve development, especially for new development. And one of the tough parts becomes, well, what do you do about the houses that are already there? And really that discussion, there's a lot of resources from organizations that deal with this a lot, like the FEMA. And they have guides for retrofitting homes, flood-proofing homes, and things of that nature. But really those, oftentimes what we see is that those federal resources are available, but at the local level, they still need to make those tough decisions about managing their own floodplain. And it's a checkerboard of the communities that see this situation as a solution that they need to develop and improve. But others seem to be stuck in, well, that was a one-off situation, we don't need to worry about that anymore, or it's their problem to fix, not ours, right? So I think there would be a really good opportunity to discuss what a Lake Ontario, Upper St. Lawrence resilience plan would look like. But again, that crosses so many jurisdictions, it's a matter of sovereignty and governance. But at the local level, all of you in this room are empowered to work with your local elected officials and to take on these matters and to push for improvement. Because ultimately, who pays for this? The taxpayer does, right? So even if you don't own property on the water, your taxes are funding this recovery.
Do we have any other questions? Lee.
Specific question on the GLAM. I know you're collecting a lot of data, but can you talk to the environmental indicators that were built into 2014's development and how the adaptive management review is looking at the performances there?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thanks, Lee. So part of the environmental performance indicators include improvement for fish, migratory fish, improvement for wetlands and wetland species. And they've developed various indicators like the prevalence of muskrat huts. Muskrat are important for cutting channels and consuming a lot of the vegetation, the monoculture that is impeding the health of the upper river and the Lake Ontario. And I think that from my perspective, I understand there's a need to expedite the review of Plan 2014, but I think we have to also consider basically that this is going to be a long-term recovery. And from 2017 to present, we've been dealing with nothing but high supplies. These are above average years. And really, to measure the performance of this plan and of the system and the changes, we need to experience both high and low supplies. So that may take a decade or more, right? And so I would hate for the analysis to be biased solely on high supplies without also looking at plant performance under low conditions. So those have yet to come. We seem to be stuck in a very high supply scenario right now for the last 6 years. But eventually that's going to change. And then we'll be able to test, those outcomes as well. But I'm really interested. They're doing really good work. They have some incredible scientists working on evaluating wetlands and fisheries. And so I think they're going to have some great data to share in the future.
Great, thank you. I think what we'll do is we'll cut it there. I'm sure, Tony will be here, so you probably have your own questions, and he'll be, I'm sure, pleased to answer them. And so we're going to take a 10-minute break, but please join me in thanking Tony for his fantastic talk.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
All right. Hi, everyone. Can you start to take your seats, please? We're going to get started with our next session. Okay. All right. So that was a wonderful talk, Tony. So thank you very much for starting us off with that. So next up, we have Kathleen Vaughan. So she's presenting her presentation entitled Stitches and Stories, Honoring the St. Lawrence River with a Sustainable Community Stitch Collaboration. And so Kathleen Vaughan is an artist researcher who integrates visual art and storytelling in studio and community-based projects on social and environmental themes related to the dynamic ecosystems of rivers, forests, and skies. Kathleen leads the interdisciplinary multi-year arts science research project, Learning with the St. Lawrence, which explores the river as environmental entity and imaginary via artists' works and community outreach. Initially trained as an artist in painting, drawing, and photography, she's increasingly promoting sustainable art making and earth-friendly material choices. Her own practices now emphasize textiles both to explore diverse cultural and industrial histories and to create art that can eventually rot, subside into the earth, and have a limited environmental footprint. A lifelong knitter, Kathleen is also exploring wool as a sustainable, beautiful material that can improve our lives and our world. She holds the Concordia University Research Chair in Art and Education for Sustainable and Just Futures. She is a professor of art education and feels happiest with her hands and materials, walking wildish pathways with her standard poodle, and collaborating with others for the love of our beautiful planet. Please welcome Kathleen, and she's got some students along with her, Sharmista, Jackie, and Emily. So welcome, Kathleen.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you very much, everybody. And my wonderful team is here with me. I'm Kathleen, of course, and here are some folks.
I'm Jackie. Hi.
I'm Sharmista. I'm a PhD student working under Kathleen Vaughan.
And I'm Emily. I'm a master's student working with Kathleen.
And they've all been instrumental in this project, which I'll tell you about, show you pictures, and wonderfully, we're so delighted to have the actual work next door in the River Strategy Room, so we will be inviting you to turn your hands to it if you're at all keen. We'll be encouraging you through the next couple of days as well. We so much appreciate the opportunity to be part of the 30th edition of the River Symposium and to tell you a little bit about our project, The River's Threads. As our title suggests, The River's Threads is a project that brings together stitching and storytelling with specific reference to St. Lawrence River ecosystems and creatures. Our goal with this project is to bring people together to collaborate on a textile artwork that honors the St. Lawrence River's creatures and ecosystems using sustainable art materials, and also to tell us their stories of connection with the river. So Tony was really interested in, kind of like the objective scientific stories. We're more interested in the personal stories that collectively weave together to make a different version of truth that's as important, I would argue. We choose to work with textile practices for multiple reasons. First, they're border crossers. Textile practices have thousands of years of history of communal making in literally every culture. Everyone has had to clothe themselves and look after life's basics, and textiles have been our means, humans' means. This means that textiles are vernacular, and many people have some experience of stitching, whether by themselves or by friends or family members. This familiarity reduces any sense of intimidation in taking part in art activities, and I hope you'll feel that reduced intimidation as well. And people then feel freer to join. Plus, textile practices naturally lend themselves to sharing stories. After all, there you are, sitting side by side with your hands and materials, usually watching your work more than you're looking at your neighbor. That's an ideal setup for conversation with people you may not know well, but who share at least your interest in what you're doing at the moment. And over time, the time that the stitching takes, out come the stories. We have previously set up our embroidery frame at 2 drop-in sessions, one at Concordia University in Montreal, the other Riverside in the Montreal community of Verdun. You can see the poster promoting the Verdun event at the right side of this slide. So far, I'd say that about 100 people have contributed to the textile work. Along the way, they've learned a little about the St. Lawrence from the arts team, meaning us, and as well as from our collaborators, who are environmental scientists from the Université du Québec à Trois-Rivières. We talked about sustainable making practices with a low environmental footprint. For instance, choosing to work with natural materials such as cotton, linen, and silk that someday will completely biodegrade without adding plastics to our environment. Our work also includes other natural processes that I'll tell you about shortly. And my team and I have learned a lot about the meaning of the river to the people who've joined us. A very diverse assembly, some longtime Riverside residents, some visitors to the city, some school kids, some older adults, some family groups. Academics and artists have joined us, as have scientists and anthropologists, and so many others, many with little or no embroidery experience, but all with a desire to sit and stitch and talk with us for a bit. The River's Threads, is one of the projects of the multi-year Learning with the St. Lawrence initiative that Erin mentioned. I lead that in collaboration with others from the arts and science and many important graduate students along the way. The guiding question for our inquiry is, how can interdisciplinary research creation, meaning research through art making, generate new knowledge about and raise Montrealers' awareness of the environmental, cultural, and social issues of the St. Lawrence River? We're now in the 5th and final year of this project, which has been funded by the Social Sciences and Humanities Council of Canada. Some of the work we've done is profiled on the project's website, whose homepage you see here on the screen. We've created multiple public outreach activities, of which the River Threads is one, and commissioned several artists' field guides, which use the arts to interpret geolocated areas along the river at the points you see highlighted here on the map. The little circles identify different areas where projects are sited. You can find the site at learningwiththestlawrence.ca if you'd like to have a look when you've got the chance. This audience in particular will of course know that the St. Lawrence flows 1,200 kilometers from Lake Ontario to the Gulf and provides residents within its watershed to 80% of the Quebec population, while half the province's human population relies on the St. Lawrence or its tributaries for drinking water. River otters, belugas, hundreds of species of fish call the St. Lawrence home. Thousands of migratory birds pass through it, connecting us to a broader world of animal mobility. The St. Lawrence is foundational to this and other parts of the world for Indigenous and then colonial cultures and economies, and is an important element of our imaginary, meaning about how we think about ourselves and the places to which we're connected. My own work on the St. Lawrence goes back almost 6 years and was very significantly influenced by the opportunity I had in the summer of 2018 to spend 10 days aboard the Lampsilis research vessel as it traveled between Montreal and Trois-Rivières. Like many Montrealers, I had never previously had the chance to spend so much time on the river. This precious time allowed me to observe the scientists at work, and on a profound personal level, to begin to experience the long horizontals of the panorama at the top of this slide. So different from our experience amid the city's tall buildings, which block our views and tend to orient us to the vertical and to what's immediately ahead rather than the long view out. Thankfully, the city does include some areas where the river is very present and accessible, such as here in this image, the Shoreline Park of Verdun. This park became a citizen refuge during the COVID-19 pandemic as people turned to nature for solace. It's still highly used today by visitors enjoying the naturescape, checking out gardens of Indigenous plants, riding bikes along the bike path, surfing at the Standing Wave, visiting the bird sanctuary near the Lachine Rapids, fishing, boating, and swimming. It was during some of my own winter walks along this part of the river that I began to plan a new collaborative artwork that explored the shoreline, engaged with riverside plants, and brought people together to tell stories. As an artist, you've heard I've often myself worked with textiles, photography, oral histories, and more. I began getting interested in the warm, neutral tones of the winter's residue of plants I'd see as I walked, and wondered how we might use those relics, not even the full juiciness of the summer's growth, which we'll see in a moment, to connect to the place. And so I worked with textile technician Jen Moisson at Concordia to do some eco-printing using plants, and so this is part of what you see here on this slide. I'd collected a miscellaneous gathering, including multiple Phragmites. I wanted to learn about these plants, their ecosystem specificity, as well as their metaphoric and historic resonances. I decided to work with eco-printing in which the plant is used as a positive to create an image on paper or cloth. Via this technique, the plant becomes a collaborating artist whose form and, in some cases, chemistry contribute to the art making. So you can see here on the left some of the plants that I had collected that have been dipped in water for some time that contains rust that will bring the rusty tone, like basically a solution from nails essentially, into the leaves that get saturated, and then the cloth that's underneath is made ready. It's mordanted, given the capacity to bite, mordre in French, with gallnut. And so between the iron and the gallnut, if you roll up the plants and steam them for a couple of hours, you get imprints like the panels on the right, that where the plants become, as I say, the mark makers, the artists. Eco-printing is a relatively natural process and is extremely low toxicity. So part of the orientation of this project was educative, to let people who joined us know more about natural ways of making images, so they'd also begin to understand the environmental challenges of many artisanal and industrial textile processes. Textile industries are some of the most polluting that we have and leave long histories of contamination in places, as people in Cornwall will know well. When spring returned, my team and I foraged small amounts of plant matter riverside in order to work next with cyanotype, an early low toxicity photographic process by which a negative of an object is made when it is placed on sensitized paper or cloth. Now, this should be a video. If I press click again, will it go? Here we go. Just a short video showing the process working at the university. So light-sensitive cloth is prepared with a solution of ferrous cyanide, and then we expose that to ultraviolet light here within the confines of a room that has no other light, no other UV light source. And then it's fixed with water, as Sharmishta is doing here, that creates a silhouette of an image in ways that you'll see in a second when she holds up the outcome. Here we go. Ooh. Okay, I don't know, all right, there we are. That other was a bonus. So some cyanotype work was done out of doors with the sun as the UV source. Oops. As you can see here in the image on the left panel. Last April, in one of the early sunny days of the season, we exposed this piece of linen outdoors using the Phragmites and some early willow branches that had come down in the ice storm that we had last spring. Once exposed, set, and dried, this panel was stitched onto the larger cyanotype background. You can see it in the larger image at left, where Jackie is working with Sharmishta and Emily in the background as well. Once we had everything prepared and dried, we laid out our various pieces of cloth, almost like a quilt, with the eco-printing, as you can see, a panel on the left with some cyanotype pieces stitched onto it, and started to think about, what are we going to do with this cloth and how will we create an artwork of it. This particular image is taken in the Textiles and Materiality Research Cluster at Concordia, where a lot of our indoor work is done. And so this is a mock-up of the textile pieces pre-embroidery, where you can see the blue cyanotype, the cream-toned eco-printing with the imprint of the plants on it, working positives and negatives. We created some stencils of various different river creatures. You'll recognize, of course, squirrels. We have some herons. We tried for some sturgeon. These are based on our drawings and silhouettes that we cut out and then used as part of the exposure process of these two large panels onto which we stitch some of the other panels that you've seen us make. So this piece will ultimately be completed by adding about a border of naturally dyed linen and cotton, dyed using plants that are either our riverside or adjacent to the river, and can include some of the Phragmites, which actually give a lovely warm beige color, or they can do a beautiful, that's the winter Phragmites. The summer Phragmites give this vibrant green. So even though they're terrible invasive plants, there are opportunities to reclaim a relationship with them, perhaps through the arts. So meanwhile, so this past June, here we are in partnership with the Borough of Verdun, setting up our art science collaboration using the raw material of the work that we showed you in preparation. So this is, again, part of the larger research project on the St. Lawrence. You can see our two tents here. On the right, we have our embroidery frame and some of the information about eco-printing and natural dyeing and samples for people to look at. And on the left, some of our collaborators from the Université du Québec à Trois-Rivières, who had some water games, water samples, and different information on the science side to share with people who came. And at this point, I'll just show you briefly some pictures of us at work in the arts tent, and some of the information and discussions in the science tent, including a game where people were asked to pair up water samples with what they thought was the origin of that water. So it was always edifying. We found that the kids almost invariably got it right, adults less so. So, and then here we go, over to Sharmishta for the next bit.
Thank you, Kathleen, and I'm very happy to be here to share my experience to be at Verdun and be connected with this project. And the next few slides, I'll be talking and sharing our experience as a team, mainly to communicate with the community partners and who became part of this project when they came and stitched with us in that site. So as a continuation to this presentation, the next few slides will discuss building relationship with the local community to share and create knowledge aiming sustainability through participation. Our participants included individuals from local schools as well as families who engage with the river in diverse ways, such as observation, walking, biking, and swimming. The image shows a segment of our data collection process and the consent obtained from community members who willingly participated in this collaborative project. Those who were interested were invited to provide specific details, allowing us to include and acknowledge their valuable contributions through active participation. So this individual were very happy, and she just was there for a walk, and she saw our camp or tent with the amazing project, and she came, interacted, and she was very willing to even take her photo. So that's like a beginning of one of our day on that spot. Moving to the next slide, this image was actually captured when enthusiastic local school kids came to interact. And generally they're in a very large group with definitely with the supervision of their school teachers. And in that image where Dr. Kathleen Vaughan was describing the community stitch project with individual drawings on the fabric that participants could embroider. So she was talking about giving the details of the whole project and the details of individual images, which was done by cyanotype and some of the already member who made those embroidery on that surface of the cloth. There was always room for drawing and reflecting on one's own experience with the river as well. So participants were invited even to draw with a pencil if they needed to include in the surface beyond whatever is already existing. So that was kind of interesting to see what new images were popping and adding into the project. This image definitely looks very crowded and active. So these students, they were a really special group of kids who reflected on their prior knowledge on embroidery and showed interest in learning the technique, even if they hadn't known it earlier. So they were very keen and reached out to each of us, actually, whoever were present, and they learned briefly and they kind of delved into what they could do at that moment. Due to the large number of students, at some point, they shared these small embroidery hoops among themselves to work on a single piece. So those small embroidery hoops were kind of giving another layer to the larger project. When the larger project was busy with the interaction, those smaller pieces we were sharing with the others, and they were contributing in a different way. So that was definitely interesting to see. Okay, the next image, this was truly unique as it captured another moment of community engagement. The father, who had come from swimming in the river, joined his family to the community stitch project related to the same river, the St. Lawrence, establishing both a direct and a reflexive connection. I found it to be a wonderful way to witness the various ways in which we interact with the water and the river, as our project offered a glimpse into these connections. So he was really wait, and he just came and he just joined his family, and I felt like it was like a cycle, that how we can connect with the water in different ways through land and directly in the water. When I revisited this particular image, the word bond came to my mind. And I still can remember when they were working on it and Kathleen was there and guiding them with a lot of information. And that moment, they kind of stayed longer than the time that we were present. They wanted to do particular part of that embroidery, and that was kind of very inspiring me to observe as a part of this project. So both the father and daughter were new to stitching, and I recall Dr. Kathleen Vaughan sharing information to guide them in their stitching endeavor. Both the father and daughter displayed a great amount of patience as they embarked on learning something new through this project. Their dedication to learn this skill demonstrate how community stitching project provided a comforting space for interaction, reflection, and learning about the river.
Thank you, Sharmi. I'm Emily, and I'm going to stay on the banks of the Verdun River and just tell you a little bit about where my practice as an artist researcher crosses over with this wonderful project that I've been a part of. Here on the banks of the Verdun River, we had lots of conversations with community members about their pride, actually, and their sense of connectedness to the river and to the ecosystem around the river. There was lots of birds nesting in the tall grasses, and there were many, many beautiful wild plants growing along the riverbank. And as we walked along, I was very excited to see many medicinal plants growing there. Part of my research in my master's is that I'm a student of Western herbalism. And so it was really exciting for me to see how many medicinal plants were growing there. And I was curious if folks that live in the area were aware of them. I definitely had conversations with people about that. And in fact, there wasn't a lot of awareness about the medicine in the plants that was growing. So I wanted to, this is a very short video, but is it possible to play it? Thank you. One of the plants that I'm focusing on in my research is motherwort, which is also known as Leonordus cardiaca. It's part of the mint family, and it is not native to North America. It was brought over, in my understanding, with the European settlers, but it has become naturalized, and it's a wonderful plant ally. This was growing wild all along the banks where we walked, and it grows wild throughout Montreal, and I grow it in my community garden. One of the learnings that I've had in Western or through Western herbalism is that it's much better to know one plant very well than a list of 100 plants, just slightly. So I've spent many years working with motherwort as a medicine for myself, for my family, and in my art practice. Motherwort is called motherwort. Wort means herb because it's used for women in particular. It's a specific herb for women, for the endocrine system, for menstrual, pregnancy, and menopause situations. It's also a beautiful, nourishing heart tonic, and it's known for palpitations, anxiety, stress. It's famous for calming nerves, as I said, and it has a long history of traditional use here in North America, as well as in Eastern countries. I have been creating cyanotypes with motherwort, also very large cyanotypes with motherwort that I grow in my garden, and with motherwort that I forage wild through the city. There's a saying that a plant will grow where it is most needed. And so motherwort, a beautiful support for women, is growing all through Montreal. So I am creating these large cyanotypes and experimenting with inserting bodies into the plant, but in a way that honors the plant as a collaborator. So these are some of the works that I'm creating, and I call them mother flags. Just to bring it back to the project that we're doing, I think it's so important to recognize that what we're talking about or working on through our project is relationships. And we're working on relationships with each other about the river. And the river is really so much, as we all know, it's more than just the water and the life that's in the water, but it's the river that's supported, or the ecosystem that's supported all around it. So I just thought it would be fun to share a story about one of the plants that grows along the river and the amazing support ally that this plant is. And that's it. Thank you very much.
So I'll add a little bit about my research. As you mentioned, that this project is, it tells a lot of stories and connections. So part of my research, as I mentioned, talks a lot about intercultural learning and thinking and approach. So it's the idea of learning of cultures and the similarities and differences with the prospect of peace between each culture. So for this slide here, the Rivers Project and this workshop I did is a similar example of this kind of thinking. In this workshop, I ran about the material considerations of silk and needlework. This workshop explores silk fibers and the lost potential of the silk moth in conjunction to my Chinese and Canadian heritage and identities. So throughout this workshop, participants are encouraged to play with the material, learn about silk, its history, production, and connection to itself. Like the river threads, this project acts as a collaboration and community stitching for a space of expressing awareness and perspectives of environmental, cultural, and social issues. This work is a work I'm going to briefly talk about. it adds with the intercultural thinking approach that I have. And this specific work focuses on the land. So in connection to Silk, so the Silk Road, the identity and the heritage and the route of my parents, and they immigrated to Canada in this research. I like this work. This is a very personal story, and so many of the participants shared their personal experiences with the river, as we all kind of talked about. So many talked a lot about the climate change that they're feeling around the river, like especially growing up from 10 to 15 years ago. And so this one, I just wanted to talk just really quick about sustainable materials that we use in this project. And for this project specifically, there was the usage of rice paper, the cotton embroidery, and the idea of biodegrade with a collaboration of time, the elements, and nature. So this is reminding us that everything ties back to the river, ties back to the land. Yeah.
Thank you all. Give you a sense of some of my students' work and connections as well. I'll just wrap up by taking us back to the river. There we are. We moved our frame at one point so that we were stitching as close to the river as we could get in that particular location. So you can see the St. Lawrence there and us at work. Similar weather system to what we're experiencing now. And thank you. I'd like to acknowledge all the many students and professionals who've helped me along the way with my St. Lawrence River work, and I guess invite any questions you might have.
All right. Good? Oh, there we go. Okay. Thank you so much, Kathleen, Sharmista, Jackie, and Emily for that. So we've got a little bit of time for some questions. Yep.
We have an unbelievable art form here on the Upper St. Lawrence, and it's called, from the point of view of the Haudenosaunee, the black ash basket and other forms of art. But the black ash, of course, they're plants. And I'm very fortunate to have in my possession what's called the Eastern Ontario Black Ash Basket, made by an artist, Mary Adams from Akwesasne. I think that this would be a wonderful art form from plants that are found near the St. Lawrence River. And the artists are there at Akwesasne, at the North American Indian Traveling College, for example. But they're absolutely beautiful beyond belief. And the ones I own are black ash and sweetgrass. And I wondered if you've ever thought of that as an art form that has come directly from the Haudenosaunee.
Thank you. It's a lovely tribute to the work that I do know the work, and it is remarkable. Of course, it's one of the things that's, as the climate warms, the trees are migrating, and there may be fewer black ash available for this work, which is an astonishing thing to contemplate. That work is really done by specialists as a tribute historically and culturally. So I see that as parallel to what we're doing, which is done by generalists and total non-specialists. As you can see, we're inviting people with no knowledge to participate in what we're doing. That kind of basket work requires real knowledge and cultural heritage specificity and sensitivities that we don't have, but I could certainly see some type of collaboration with practitioners being really fruitful and interesting in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we're out of time now, but Kathleen and her students will be here. They're actually set up in the room next door in the River Strategy room with their textiles, so I encourage you all to go check it out, contribute, and ask them any other questions that you might have. So we're going to take a break. We've got about a 20-minute break, so again, we've got, you're welcome to go into the River Strategy room and check out everything that we have going on there. And thank you again, Kathleen.
Hello, and welcome back. We're going to start in this section of our session. It's called River Connections, Collaboration for Environmental Conservation. It's really our first, I guess, joint sort of coming out party, really related to what we call the River Strategy, which is a brand new initiative here, and the goal is to become a hub from the Great Lakes down through the St. Lawrence to connect people from all different cultures and interests and knowledge and disciplines, but who have in common that they care about the river. And we need to connect to each other. So not just, we're used to as individuals connecting to nature or connecting to the river, and which is what we've talked about, but it's how do we connect to each other knowing that we're doing different things along the river. And we feel alone oftentimes, right? So this initiative is, I find, really special that way. And we've got a room right next door dedicated to the River Strategy. And so come and visit us tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. We have a whole session on what is possible, and it's a joint effort, right? It's going to take everybody to figure out what is that? How do we communicate? What do we want? So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Emily DeRoshi. She's my co-chair for this.
Hi, everyone. So I'm the River Strategy Coordinator. If you have questions about the room or the meeting tomorrow, you can come see me, and I'd be happy to help you.
So you can introduce the first two.
Oh, excellent. So we are ready to get this session started. Our first speaker of the day is Christine Beaudoin, and she is speaking about the collaboration to help improve conservation and stewardship support for land owners in Ontario, the case of Northumberland and Prince Edward counties. So we can welcome Christine to the stage.
Thanks, everyone. So I'll be talking a bit more about the collaboration for environmental conservation than the river strategy today, but very glad to be here. Clicker, yes. So I'm an assistant professor at the Université de l'Ontario Français, and I'll be speaking about some of the work that we're doing in central Ontario on landowner engagement to conserve biodiversity on privately owned land. So just to provide a bit of context of how this work came to be, I've been trained as a social scientist, and in the context of the many social ecological crises that we're encountering, I've come to collaborate with natural scientists to try to contribute to the sustainability transitions. And that's in the sense of improving environmental conditions for the waters, all the species, but also for humans, and to make environmental conservation more fair, inclusive of the diverse stakeholders and actors involved and concerned by the decisions that we make to conserve the environment. Oh, do I have to point there? Yes. So we're also in a very collaborative context, as this session shows, but also the two plenary sessions from this morning have shown. So there are repeated calls for collaboration to address social ecological crises in research, but also in government and practice and management. So this project kind of is part of that call for collaboration to address these issues. More specifically, I started this project as a postdoctoral fellow for Professor Joseph Bennett at Carleton University as part of a grant to prioritize resources for conservation decision making in Canada. And as a social scientist, I was tasked with Objective 3, which looks at citizen science and opportunities to improve conservation stewardship for non-scientists and non-practitioners. So the objectives of the grant were looking at conservation of privately owned land and also incentives and barriers and motivations to participate in such initiatives. So for this part of the project, I'm involved. We also have Lucas Hadaway, who's our co-author, but couldn't be here today in person, so he's online. Hi, Lucas. We also have Joseph Bennett, who's leading the grant, and we've partnered with the Nature Conservancy of Canada, who's a key player of land trust and conservation in Canada, specifically Arlen Leeming, who's a project manager for landowner engagement and stewardship in the Ontario branch. So the main question that we're asking, and this is where collaboration comes in, is how we can co-design strategies that incentivize private landowners to participate in landowner stewardship and conservation of biodiversity. Our study area, given our partnership with Nature Conservancy of Canada, has been southern central Ontario. So it's situated in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin, which is why I'm here today. And on the broader map, it's in the red area that's outlined there. The two specific cases that we're looking at is Rice Lake Plains, which has some prairie-like ecosystems, and has the Rice Lake Plain Partners, which is a network that we'll be leveraging to engage landowners in this area. We're also going to do some work in Prince Edward County, which is a slightly different ecosystem. It's situated on the coast of Lake Ontario, but we'll also be engaging landowners in those two areas, which are quite close in proximity for our case study. And some of our research activities will be province-wide as well. So how did this idea of co-design come about? Well, what we found is that biodiversity, despite all the efforts of conservation, is still kind of struggling, eh? So some of our traditional methods for conservation aren't necessarily super effective or helping us attain the objectives that we want to attain. And also some of the traditional conservation strategies like protected areas can be very difficult to apply in southern central Ontario because there's a very high density of private properties. So if we compare to northern Ontario that has a lot of crown land, it's easier to create a protected area, restrict access, and then conserve the species in that lot. But how do we do this in southern Ontario where there's lots of different property owners who have different values, priorities, and the answer is that we need to engage them in the process so that we can create initiatives, programs with them that take into account their interests, capacities, and improve the chances of uptake and having a meaningful impact on conservation. And so essentially the goal is to include a variety of voices and actors in the process at the onset, not just to deliver a program and hope that people will participate out of good faith. We want to see, okay, can we tailor this program to local needs? There's two types of collaboration as part of this project. The first is the researchers collaborating with practitioners with Nature Conservancy of Canada. And even within the researchers, we're an interdisciplinary team. I come from the social sciences, my colleagues from ecology. And through this collaboration with NCC, we're really leveraging existing relationships with landowners that NCC has and strengthening those relationships as well as building new ones. And we're establishing mutual goals so that we can both achieve our goals. So when we met with the Ontario branch at NCC, we saw they were already involved in a study to better understand how to do landowner engagement, how to take account local needs. So our objectives aligned, we built mutual trust and are having a successful collaboration. The second element is the collaboration with landowners. So this is still ongoing, but the idea here is really, to leverage the relationships NCC has and to make space to create new relationship between the researchers, the universities, and landowners and rights holders, and to empower these people to be part of the process. And really to take a bottom-up approach to conservation. So the literature has shown that bottom-up and community conservation are more effective in terms of uptake of the programs and initiatives. So that's kind of where we're going with the project. Here are some of the research activities that we have planned or that are ongoing. I'll be sharing some preliminary results of our survey today that we just launched about a month ago, less than a month ago, and it's still open, so I'll show you guys the link after if you want to participate. But we're also doing, at the end of November, a first set of participatory workshop. So in this workshop, our goal will be to do community asset mapping with landowners and conservation partners of the Rice Lake Plains area for one workshop, and Prince Edward County for the other workshop. And with this community asset mapping, we're hoping to see what the capacities, knowledge, resources that landowners already have so that we can build on those to be more effective in conserving privately owned land. The second part of the workshop will be mapping key barriers and motivators to participate. So kind of identifying the key trends in participation. In the winter, we're hoping to do a second participatory workshops with the same groups, so landowners and key conservation partners in the study areas. And that will include some social network analysis to kind of map who are the key actors, are there people acting as bridges that we could really leverage to help pass information about conservation of biodiversity. And then on the other end, are there gaps in the networks that we could fill? Or do we need a new type of actor in the network? So that's what the network analysis will reveal. And on the other end, we'll do a co-design activity where we'll ask landowners and conservation partners, if you had to design a landowner engagement program, what would that look like? What do you need? What would you actually be willing to participate and engage with? And then long term, what we're hoping to do is that these research activities will help Nature Conservancy of Canada develop some programs that will be able to evaluate. Like Tony was saying earlier, for adaptive management, we need to evaluate if our strategies are actually working and having an impact. So that's kind of in the long-term plans. Once programs are developed, that we can evaluate if they're effective. In parallel to this process, we're also preparing conversations with Indigenous communities in the case study area, like the Alderville First Nations, who has the Black Oak Savanna Conservation Area. All of this project as a social scientist has brought me to really question the notion of private property. So the research sets to look at conservation on privately owned land, but I think it's really important to question this notion when we talk about conservation. So that's also part of the reflections of the project. Now just some key preliminary findings from our results. As a Francophone, I was curious to see if we had any Francophone representation, mostly Anglophone speakers so far. Gender representation was balanced between men and women. In terms of income, it was pretty well distributed, though the higher income people are a bit overrepresented compared to the general population. In terms of age, our average age of respondents was 57 years old, which is kind of in line with what we see in conservation, with people who are maybe a bit older, don't have young families, who have more time and resources to participate in conservation. As we can see in the employment status as well, there's many full-time employees, but about half were retired folks. In terms of distribution for geography of participants, Eastern Ontario, so Cornwall included, had about 40% respondents so far, but we also had 20 for Northern Ontario, for Western Ontario, and around 12 for Central. 95% of our respondents were landowners. We also had a shorter version for non-landowners, sorry, with an average of 2 properties, but we had one person responding with 34 properties, so it'll be interesting to see the findings and trends that evolve. I will skip one slide because I'm out of time. Most interesting result is that only about 35% of landowners who took the survey had participated in previous initiatives, but out of those 35%, 80% were still participating. So our next steps are really to delve into the results, see what those motivation and barriers are, why are people still participating, and those who are not, why are they not participating? And here's our link to the survey. If you're a landowner or you know landowners, feel free to share widely, and thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Christine. And just to note for everyone that we'll take questions for the entire session at the end. So our next talk is actually about data stream, and we're very excited to present data stream today at the symposium as the Great River Report project, which you can learn more about in that river strategy room, actually uploads water quality data too. So it's very exciting. You'll hear more about it. So welcoming to the stage will be Charlotte Hagelstam-Renshaw, and the title of her presentation is Great Lakes Data Stream, Connecting People and Data from the Great Lakes to the St. Lawrence River.
Thanks, Emily. Sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Charlotte. I am a data specialist at DataStream. I'm really happy to be here. And today I'm going to talk about Great Lakes Data Stream and how it's connecting people and data from the Great Lakes to the St. Lawrence River. So I'm going to start by talking about what DataStream is and why we built it and who we work with. I'm then going to give you a bit of a guided tour of how the platform works, and I'm going to end with some use cases. So DataStream is an open access water quality portal. It's free for anyone to use. So the idea is really to minimize barriers to sharing and accessing water quality in Canada. And we're really committed to the continuous improvement of DataStream. We really want to make something that works well for people and is useful. Sorry. Oh. Is it? Thanks. Sorry about that. So just for some context, DataStream is designed by the Gordon Foundation. The Gordon Foundation is a 55-year-old nonprofit organization that has generally had a long-standing commitment to protecting fresh water in Canada. So today, DataStream has 5 different hubs. So Pacific, Atlantic, Mackenzie River Basin, Lake Winnipeg, and obviously the Great Lakes Hub. There are over 250 groups that are monitoring groups that are currently contributing data to DataStream. Over 36 million observations, which are represented by 50,000 monitoring sites. So as you can see, the Great Lakes Hub is not just the Great Lakes, it's also the St. Lawrence and its tributaries. So the Great Lakes DataStream Hub was launched a year ago in 2022 and has seen a lot of growth since. There are currently 65 monitoring groups that are sharing water quality data on DataStream. So who's sharing data on DataStream? DataStream was initially developed to support community monitoring initiatives and watershed organizations by giving them a place to share their water quality data that they've collected. But today, a lot of different types of groups use DataStream, including academics, Indigenous organizations and governments, and other levels of government, so provincial, federal, municipal, and so on. And data contributors always maintain ownership of their data when they're sharing it through DataStream, so they can certainly decide what they'd like to share and what they might not want to share. So what kind of data is on DataStream? Our main focus is surface water quality, so lakes, streams, rivers, estuaries. We accept both field parameters, so pH, conductivity, and so on, as well as lab analysis results, so that could be metals, nutrients. We have over 1,000 parameters that are accepted in DataStream, and we can always add more if needed. However, we do accept other types of water data, including sediment quality, marine water quality, and we're currently developing infrastructure to also be able to accept groundwater quality. So all in all, data can come from a lot of different types of groups, can come in all shapes and sizes. And in an ideal world, we would just be able to kind of combine all of this data and very quickly understand what it all means. But in reality, data can be really messy, so it comes from all different sources and can be in different formats, which can change over time. So for data to really be usable now and in the long run, it really needs to be in a very consistent format. And this is part of my job. So to address this issue of formatting, DataStream uses a standardized format for water quality data that was developed by the Water Quality Exchange, which is part of the US EPA. I won't go into too much detail about how this works, but basically it requires a lot of metadata, both at the observation and dataset level. So things like geographic coordinates, analysis methods, sampling equipment, detection limits, and so on. So all in all, DataStream is a place for communities to share and access data, and other groups, any groups who are sampling water quality. And when data is shared openly in a standardized format, it makes it more discoverable, and it makes sure it can be used in the long run for things like education, planning, policy, and obviously research as well. So now that I've told you a little bit about what DataStream is, how it works, who we work with, I'm going to give you kind of a guided tour of how our platform works. So if you go to the main page of Great Lakes DataStream, this is what it looks like. And if you just click Map Search in the top menu,
you'll get to this page, and this is what we call the Explore map. So from here, you can zoom into areas that you're interested in to see what kind of monitoring initiatives and data exist in different parts of Canada. Here we're looking at the Great Lakes Hub, obviously. And if you zoom in, you're going to see little blue dots, and so these blue dots represent individual monitoring sites. You can also search for data in the search bar, so you can put in some keywords, and there are also different ways you can filter. So you can filter by organization, by the most common parameters like pH, temperature, conductivity, mercury, and you can also filter by province, territory, and by watershed. So if you zoom in, you can see the different monitoring locations, and if you click on one of the monitoring sites, you're going to see the name of that site as well as the name of the data set that it's associated with. So here it's the Great River Rapport Water Quality Data Set, which was uploaded by the River Institute. So if you click on this link, you'll go to the data set page, which looks like this. So on the left here, you can see all of the different monitoring sites that are associated with this data set. And on the right is a graph representing the parameter that you're viewing over time. So here you can see that all the locations are color-coded, and you can select to either view all of them or just the ones that you're interested in. And if you toggle back to the map, you'll see, as I said, the locations are color-coded, and you can also select and deselect locations by clicking on the monitoring sites. And on the graph, you can see so basically you can hover over any of the dots, and you'll get the exact value of the parameter, the date, as well as the name of the monitoring site. So that's a nice feature for looking at data. And if you want to view other characteristics, you can click the characteristics drop-down menu. You'll see all the different characteristics that are associated with this data set. So say we choose pH. You'll see that here we're looking at pH over time, and you'll see these dotted lines. So these are guidelines. These are the guidelines from the Canadian Council of Ministers of Environment. They're guidelines for the protection of freshwater health or freshwater life. So this is an interesting feature to have. But one of our very favorite features at DataStream are what we call our science explainers. So if you click the explainer tab at the top here, you'll get to this page, which is basically, it's basically a plain language summary of the most common characteristics. So here we're looking at pH, and this will tell you what pH is, why it's important for aquatic life, and how it's measured. And there are these fun little illustrations here for kind of more visual learners. So this is really meant as an educational tool. You can access this in the explainer tab in association with the data set. You can also find it in a standalone format, so we have it on our website as a PDF. We have it in both English and French, actually. So that's a really nice resource. And finally, all data sets on DataStream are associated with a certain amount of metadata. So these are things like an abstract, where you can provide context on your data set, any acknowledgements, any background information. There's also a citation. There's data collection information, and all data sets on DataStream are associated with a DOI, which is nice. And you can download a data set directly by clicking the download button, either the entire data set or just the locations that you've selected on the left. So it's pretty easy to download data. So this is a way you can look for data by using the map. But if you have kind of a more general question you'd like to answer, say, for example, you want pH data for rivers in Ontario between 1980 and 2000, we have a custom download tool where you can do this. So it looks sort of like this, and you can make your selection, and it'll basically automatically generate a data set for you of all the data that's shared through DataStream that fits your criteria, and you can download it directly as a CSV file. So this is another way of accessing data through DataStream. So now that I've told you about how DataStream works, I'm just going to end with a couple examples of use cases. So DataStream is used in a lot of really exciting ways in education and research and policy. These are just a few examples. One way that data stream is used is to design monitoring programs, water quality monitoring programs. So Passamaquoddy Recognition Group is an Indigenous organization in New Brunswick, and they use data stream to see where data on their territory already existed and what efforts were already in place so that they could design a program that would avoid duplication of effort and fill known data gaps. And this project was in part to address barriers to fish passage in the rivers. Also, data stream has been used most recently in a number of modeling and machine learning tools. So Poseidon is a project in development at the University of Waterloo. It's a water portal. It's going to be open access where they're basically pulling nutrient data from data stream to model nutrient loading in the Great Lakes. So this obviously has ties to things like algae blooms and is important for conservation. So basically, all in all, data stream broadens the reach and impact of water quality data by giving communities a place to share their findings. And when data is shared openly in accessible format, this fosters collaboration, knowledge sharing, which in turn can contribute to advances in scientific knowledge and inform decision making. And before I go, I'd just like to say that a big part of my job is to help people share their data. We offer a lot of one-on-one sessions where we can help with uploading, formatting, troubleshooting. So if you do collect water quality data and you're interested in sharing it openly through DataStream, I'd be really happy to talk to you, learn about your projects and ways I might be able to support you. So with that, I'd like to say thank you very much for listening. And thank you.
Thanks, Charlotte. That was fascinating, and as Emily said, we'll take questions at the end, the last group. So next section, the next session is by John Pineau with the Ontario Woodlot Association, and he's going to talk about connecting forests and wetlands. And thank you, John.
Thank you, Phil. Make sure I get the buttons right here. Okay. Just say thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to speak today. I'm just coming up about 4 years as executive director of the Ontario Woodlot Association, and it's exciting times. We've done a lot of really interesting work and grown our programs and projects to the point where it's pretty exciting and I think beneficial work we're doing that can help in a lot of different ways. We're just about ready. Okay. This doesn't count against my time, right? I'll be quick. So I put this presentation together with the idea of making it relevant to the theme of the conference and what we're trying to accomplish. But I did want to get a little context sort of happening and what we're all about at the Ontario Woodlot Association. And I think a lot of people think right away, well, wood fiber and people managing their privately owned forests for sustainable economic benefit. That's certainly part of it. But there's a heck of a lot more to it. And we recently underwent, I guess about a year and a half ago, a full review of our vision, mission, goals, objectives, all that really important strategic information, and came up with something that is a little bit more comprehensive, I think a lot more comprehensive actually, and it talks to forests in a fully holistic sense. So we're all about sustainability, good stewardship being practiced in our woodlots, in our privately owned forests, and that includes not just the trees, it includes the hydrology, the water, the wetlands, it includes wildlife, birds, and now it includes carbon and all those important attributes that make for a healthy forest ecosystem or a woodlands ecosystem. And that's what we try to do. We share knowledge amongst ourselves. We bring in experts when we can. We make sure that our members are going to be the best possible stewards of the lands that they're entrusted to for many, many generations to come. So our value, we really are all about getting good information out to our membership. There's about 3,000 members now, and we're growing rather rapidly, and we're connected to probably about 22,000 more people through the Managed Forest Tax Incentive Program. Our primary sort of value is the Ontario Woodlander magazine. There's 4 issues a year. We're very proud of it. And if you visit Dorothy from our Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry chapter at our booth at the back of the room here, you can get a complimentary copy or two and see what else we have to offer. There's just a lot of good exchange of knowledge, extension, tech transfer, whatever you want to call it, all in good language that everyone can understand and everyone can apply and implement to make their forests healthier and the ecosystems healthier, sustainable, productive. So that's what we're all about. And we're using traditional media, modern media, and all kinds of events, hundreds of events annually across our chapters. And we have 22 chapters in southern and central Ontario. And again, 3,000 members. We're expanding into northern Ontario. There's a lot of privately owned forests, surprisingly, a lot more than you'd think, particularly on the highway corridors and associated municipalities. And we're planning to grow up there. But that's really what we cover right now. And we have an office not too far from here in Kemptville, over to the east, or to the west, sorry. My distance is kind of screwed up there. But privately owned forests are significant in Ontario. There's about 15 million hectares, 180,000 owners, so it's huge potential for us to grow with only 3,000 members. We're about 14% of the harvest area and the harvest volume in Ontario, so it's not just Crown land. And I think that, we're getting better at harvesting that wood fiber in a sustainable and much more ecologically sound way. There have been a lot of landowners in the past that high graded, that wanted a quick buck. We're totally against that. We don't want members like that if that's what you're about. We want members who want sustainable forests in every sense of the word. So that's really us in a nutshell. And I'm kind of interspersed each slide with a recent copy of our Woodlander magazine. So I'm going to just get into some detail, not a heck of a lot, but focus on some of our key programs and projects. And some of these are very new and some are old. I should also point out we've merged with the Eastern Ontario Model Forest, and for all intents and purposes are joined at the hip with the Eastern Ontario Model Forest, or EOMF, as the charitable side of the organization, and the OWA, the Woodlot Association, as the nonprofit. And that's working out quite well. The Model Forest brought a legacy of excellent programs and educational materials, events, and a strong volunteer base and spirit. So it's really strengthened the OWA and EOMF value proposition collectively in the last couple of years since we've come together. But the 3 projects I really want to focus on today quickly are the private land forest inventory and silvicultural history database we're developing. There's a new project we've started, 30 by 30 conservation, and community forest owners cooperatives. There's other programs we're doing, but time won't permit me to get into them. Uh-oh. There we go, thank you. So recently, I guess about 2 years ago, we had a University of Toronto intern, a Master of Forest Conservation student, who started a project in the United Counties of Prescott and Russell for us, and used existing LiDAR data to create forest inventory. So those that aren't familiar with LiDAR, it's just 3-dimensional point clouds created by lasers shot from a sensor in a plane usually. It can be taken on the ground and in other ways, but it creates millions, if not billions, probably trillions of points in space that give you the structure and whatnot of not only the land, the terrain, but the vegetation that's there. And many conservation authorities, municipalities, all sorts of organizations get LiDAR, and they don't use it to its full potential. So we basically took that sort of concept, this LiDAR sitting there and being used for, say, floodplain mapping or terrain modeling, and we said, you know, we could take a lot of that LiDAR and make forest inventory out of it, or use it with, you know, say, high resolution imagery from satellites, and give you a good forest inventory. And we did that in Prescott and Russell with this master's student, and also now in South Nation Conservation's watershed. And it allowed us to produce a really good quality forest inventory in addition to what the data was already being used for, at no cost to these municipalities, organizations as well. So this individual did that. We managed to get some funding to make it happen, and it served in essence as a pilot project. And what happened was a whole bunch of different organizations were very interested, and we put proposals in, and we were able to proceed with getting more done. So the initial sort of pilot projects were hugely successful and allowed us to produce almost 1 million hectares, just shy of 1 million hectares of inventory for those areas. And we proved the theory. We did data collection to calibrate and validate the LiDAR. You always need boots on the ground. And we're able to produce a really high quality forest inventory with base features that were higher resolution and better quality. And we could provide that to forest owners, to forest service providers, certainly the conservation authorities, municipalities, totally public domain, and they could use it in their geographic information systems to implement better forest management practices. And that's starting to happen. It'll gain momentum, and more that'll be done. I might need you to advance again. Thanks. So this is what it produces, and we're scratching the surface on how we use it in a lot of sense, because a lot of this stuff has been around for decades. It's nothing really new. What is new is that it's a higher quality now, and the technology that we're using, like LiDAR, has, you know, far greater resolution and can produce far greater derivations in terms of the products. And it's an enhanced inventory. It's more accurate. It has extra attributes. Your digital terrain model with, you know, slope, elevation aspect is much more accurate than the old base maps for Ontario. Oh boy, 2 minutes. You didn't count the beginning though, right? And we get better hydrology. You know, we can predict streams, intermittent streams. We can, you know, determine what with imagery again what wetland classification we go with. We can identify all sorts of areas of natural and scientific interest and unique features. And of course, the base features are much better and enhanced. And that gives you an idea. And again, the biomass, the carbon, you know, what's sequestered, what's captured, very important in climate change. So we're able to, again, in terms of relevance to this conference and what we're on about, really get a much better handle on hydrology and wetlands and whatnot. And although, you know, private land is parceled, in terms of a watershed, in terms of, you know, what's going on, in terms of trying to be connective with what's privately owned, it's a great advantage to be able to do this sort of thing and have more and more landowners into the best or better management practices. So just to kind of get into the collaborative side of things, Environment and Climate Change Canada loved what we did with these pilots. We applied, got $1.2 million for 5 years, leveraged that into about a $3 million project, and we're doing private land inventory for the whole province. And we're about 2 years into that. And all sorts of people are helping out with this, with cash and in kind, and they're all reaping the benefits as well. And I don't have them all up there. It keeps growing, but everyone is involved in one way or another. And again, this data is open source. The data is not useful to me unless it's available for people to use it, to manage things and to make things better on their private lands. That's really important, and we're making that happen. So my time's up. Environment and Climate Change Canada also came to us and said, let's do a further analysis, and we started a survey of our members, great interest and uptake, but we're going to see, based on response, what kind of potential is available to include this as, protected area, as per the United Nations sort of mandate that we protect more area and conserve more areas, and private land can play a key role in that. So we're evaluating that. We've got cooperatives where we're getting all sorts of forest, privately owned forest managed based on a collective, where it wasn't possible in the past because a lot of these were disconnected and too small. But if you get a whole bunch within a reasonable vicinity of each other, we can do best practices. We can get them thinned and harvested, managed, control invasives, make sure that they're healthy for the greater landscape level sort of need. Just some final thoughts. Lots of opportunities for us to, maintain and rejuvenate ecosystems with what we're doing. Biodiversity conservation and mitigation of climate change is really important. There's still a lot of, issues and things we're dealing with land clearing and trying to stop the unbridled sort of clearing of land for different purposes. But collaboration is the key, and it's made us really successful with the OWA. And that's it. Sorry, I was about 2 minutes over. So.
Thank you, John. The next presenter is Tara Mascarenhas, and she's talking about Students on Ice. That's the SOI acronym, Blue Futures Pathways Program, inspiring future stewards of the sustainable blue economy. Welcome, Tara.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I am a newcomer and a settler, currently on the traditional territory of the Mohawk, Haudenosaunee, Haudenosaunee, and Huron-Wendat. And I'm very grateful to have been invited to speak here today. I'm going to be talking about a program that is essentially all about engaging youth in environmental conservation, youth and early career professionals. But I will start just by explaining what Students on Ice, or the SOI Foundation, is for those that don't know. It's a pretty cool origin story. If I can get this to work. There we go. So the Students on Ice journey began in 2000 when our founder and current president, Jeff Green, was guiding adults in Antarctica. And he saw the impact that this awe-inspiring place had on adults and thought, what if I could offer this opportunity to youth? What if I could inspire them to become future stewards of the planet? And so that's how SOI's mission to inspire and empower leadership for a sustainable future began, very much by connecting youth to nature and to the knowledge, people, and resources to make a difference. So SOI does this first and foremost by offering experiential education in the greatest classroom in the world, nature itself. And our ship-based and land-based expeditions bring together young people from all over the world, as well as educators, Indigenous knowledge holders, scientists, and artists, and we bring them to the Arctic, Antarctic, and places in between, including the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River. Experiential, oh, it's not. Okay, not to worry. Slide 4. So yeah, so experiential learning in awe-inspiring places has led many of our alumni to work in fields that contribute to a more socially and environmentally just society. About 90% of the youth that we've worked with credit their SOI experience with their decision to later act on causes that they care about. So over 23 years, we've of course grown and expanded to many other types of programs, and one of these programs that I wanted to talk about today is called Blue Futures Pathways. Change, please. Launched as a pilot in 2020 with funding from Canada's Ocean Supercluster, the National Science, Engineering and Research Council, and MITAX, Blue Futures Pathways is a Canada-wide initiative that supports young people aged 14 to 35 in pursuing education and careers within the sustainable blue economy. Now, many of you may be saying, what is the sustainable blue economy? Please change. And what does it have to do with why we're here today? Well, this is a very comprehensive definition which draws from definitions by the World Wildlife Fund for Nature and the World Bank. But in a nutshell, the term sustainable blue economy refers to ocean and water-based economic activities that are environmentally sustainable, socially equitable, and financially viable. And for students on ice, all water is connected, so the sustainable blue economy must include not only the ocean, but also freshwater, wastewater, and our cryosphere, or our ice. Change, please. Blue Futures Pathways is a Canada-wide initiative so that non-coastal provinces can also play a role in shaping the sustainable blue economy. So we place a real amplified focus on underrepresented, remotely located, and BIPOC youth, so Black, Indigenous, people of color, as the landscape analysis that we ran showed that the sustainable blue economy really needs diversity. The workforce is aging, young people need to be prepared to take up the jobs that will be left vacant. Employers told us, yes, we are keen to recruit underrepresented folk, but we don't actually know how to reach them. And we all know that with the climate crisis, it's the communities that are most vulnerable, so the remote, the rural, the historically marginalized, that are going to be most affected. And so they're needed to be, we need to engage them in order to help shape Canada's sustainable blue economy. Next, please. So what support does Blue Futures Pathways provide? Well, we provide 5 key things. Firstly, we have curated educational learning resources around the sustainable blue economy. So the next slide shows an example of a freshwater learning module. You'll have to click again. Oops, yeah, it's supposed to run. Anyway, it's supposed to walk you through the learning module. And it has interactive quizzes, it has case studies. These are all free and open source and available online, and we have 7 of them in total, focused on a multitude of different sectors. Next slide, please. We also offer, secondly, personal development training, so both practical skills like resume writing, interview techniques, but also workshops that have been developed by experts on topics such as finding your voice, telling your story, or the keys to an inclusive workplace. The third key thing that we offer is mentorship. This is often built directly into the training and work placements that we offer youth, or the youth can access a myriad of Canada-wide mentors. We also have a very active and curated job board. I'm not sure if that's going to play either, but the slide was just walking you through the job board. And it's aimed very much at those early career professionals. And what's more, we also support the young person and their employer by funding internships, jobs, wage subsidies, and program-related costs. In fact, we actually funded some of the early career researchers here at the River Institute this past spring. So all of this information and more can be found on our website. It's known as the Portal for Opportunities, Resources and Talent, or the PORT for short. We do like our nautical terminology. So 3 years in to our program, how have we done so far? Well, here are some of the key results. We've created 8 interactive digital learning resources that have reached upwards of 5,000 youth. We've had 585 jobs on our job board on the port. We've supported 114 Indigenous youth and had over 50 partners engaged in the program. But of course, the stats only tell one part of the story. More important than the numbers is the actual impact that it's had on the young folk themselves and on the partners we've supported. So here are just a few of the freshwater examples of internship programs that we supported during phase 2. So the first one is Swim, Drink, Fish. They're just based up the road in the Great Lakes, but cover the whole of Canada. And our funding helped to support 13 interns involved in monitoring 22 collection sites. And they managed to collect a total of over 700 water samples to be quality tested. As I mentioned, we also supported professional development of 4 young researchers at the River Institute as part of the Great River Rapport project. In Quebec, we supported Mission, that's the next slide, we supported Mission 1,000 Tons, or Mission 1000 Tonnes, which was actually started by 2 Students on Ice alumni that met on an expedition on the St. Lawrence River in 2017. Their program focuses on keeping the St. Lawrence River clean with the aim of removing 1,000 tons of garbage. And a fun fact, they were initially called Mission 10 Tons, but they reached that target within 70 days. So then they called themselves Mission 100 Tons, and then they reached that target within a year, and now they're called Mission 1,000 Tons. Unfortunately, I'm sure that those numbers will keep rising just because of the amount of garbage in the river. So, you know, that's a pretty neat story, but one of the most moving freshwater projects we've supported has to be the training of 6 Indigenous river guides in the Yukon. And hopefully this video will play so that they can speak for themselves. If you click on the next slide, does it play? Not sure, there isn't another little slide to click. No, it's not loading. Okay, not to worry, I can send the link. But it was just the Indigenous youth talking about the experience of canoeing down the Yukon River. So, of course, it's not only youth that we support. We also support the employers. 100% of the employers and partners that we worked with said that they would partner with us again. So that's a pretty good testament to the strength of the project. And we've learnt, in the next slide please, we've learnt over these first 3 years what has worked really well. So being flexible, allowing multiple internship models. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's really important to meet people where they're at. Supporting not only the youth but also employers and educators. Using an interdisciplinary team in order to review our content creation, working with multiple partners, offering resources that are very niche to the sustainable blue economy, and also telling the story, using digital storytelling via the port, using social media, because all of the programs show how this could be a success. We'll skip to the next slide, actually. Of course, there's also areas for growth. So we're now entering phase 3. We're just currently waiting to hear back about funding and are also looking for further funding. But the intentions for this next phase is to really build on the successes of phase 2. We're partnering with the university to add in university accredited education, so starting with micro-credentials, but moving hopefully to an undergraduate and a graduate program, the first one of its kind on the sustainable blue economy. We want to continue using the ship as a platform for experiential learning. We did our first expedition this summer, a Blue Futures Pathways expedition, and it was highly successful. And we're looking to reach our potential internationally. We've actually been designated as an official action of the UN Decade for Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, which we're really proud of. So we intend to continue partnering with a host of partners and including freshwater partners like the River Institute. If you're keen to join us in inspiring the future stewards of our sustainable blue economy and including ensuring that our beautiful St. Lawrence River prevails through time, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you so much for listening.
And now we'll open it up for questions. Yes.
I was on the Polar Prince for leg 1, and it was a life-changing experience. And I think sometime at the end or somewhere into this conference, you need to insist on them playing River of Nations, that unbelievable video which stopped when the Polar Prince stopped right here in Cornwall. There's some wonderful footage there, and I think everybody from this area would love to see that.
Thank you. I'd love to see it. Jeff.
Yeah, great talks, and I really enjoyed it, and fantastic to be a partner with SOI and all that you're doing, and all the other partners that we've talked about. So I'm interested on data stream. So because this is, and I don't think I see Abe here. So this is sort of an Abe question, but we're also working with Michael Twiss on this. And that is working with Indigenous data and data sovereignty. Have you addressed that? Have you come across that? And how do you do it with data stream?
Thanks. That's a really important question. So I'll start by saying DataStream is an open access platform, so it's really for people who want to share data openly. So maybe sometimes it's not the best place to share data that's sensitive for some reason. But we do have a number of ways to address this. One is that when you're sharing data, as I mentioned, there's a lot of metadata that goes with it. So you can always provide context on anything that's relevant to how the data was collected, the land that it was collected on. There's also an option when you share data to include other types of documents like photos or anything that might be relevant to provide more context. Yeah, thanks. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Good morning. For the gentleman from OWA, 2025 is coming up very quickly, and a provincial mandate for organics recycling province-wide will kick in for almost all communities at that time. Have you been approached by private or municipal entities about providing carbon amendments for that composting process, and if so, how and where?
Yeah, short answer, no. Nothing formal. It has been bandied about, and discussions of that sort of change in the regulation and how we do that is a topic of conversation, but yeah, nothing formal at this time. And I could see where we'd want to be involved and at least be at the table to offer input and maybe provide some solutions. So thanks for the question. Nothing right now to really offer.
Any others? All right, well, thank you very much. And Emily, you want to say a few closing words?
So thank you to our speakers. If you want to go and take a seat. So we just have a few announcements, just so that everyone understands what's happening with the River Strategy Room that you've been hearing a lot about. So in this room, you're going to want to check it out because we have a really cool floor map that you can explore. We have some activities that relate to the river strategy where you can write your ideas about what you're concerned about on the river, what you're keen to collaborate on, and so on. And if you have literature about your organization that you want to share with others, you can leave it on a specific table. You'll see a little sign there too. There's Kathleen Vaughan's art exhibit that you can go and participate on as well, and some booths to explore. As well, there is that meeting tomorrow. So it's at 2 p.m. in this room,
And the goal is for everyone to begin collaborating on issues that pertain to the river. We're going to break out into little breakout groups based on themes and have some little discussions in smaller groups. So we hope you can join us. Everyone is welcome. No RSVP is necessary. Next, we're also excited to share some news about a gift we received from Desjardins. So we have what's called the Great River Reporters Changemaker Series, which was just granted some funds from Desjardins. So if I can welcome the colleagues from Desjardins to come up and say a few words.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Emily. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here today. I'm truly delighted to be here on behalf of Desjardins Ontario Credit Union. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mireille. I'm an account manager for the Desjardins Business Center here in Cornwall. So back in April, we launched our second Working Together on Local Projects campaign, in which we launched a call for applications with a goal of providing $500,000 from our Community Development Fund for meaningful projects in Ontario. So I'm thrilled to announce that the River Institute was selected to receive financial support for their Changemaker series. We wish to recognize the importance of the work being done at the River Institute by showing our support. We believe that if everyone plays their part in protecting our ecosystems, together we can make a significant difference. At Desjardins, some of our key investment priorities are environment, education, and investing in our youth. Therefore, supporting this project came as a very natural fit for us. Its impact will go much beyond the boundaries of the region and will inspire and develop future environmental leaders. Nous sommes très heureux de ce partenariat qui s'harmonise parfaitement avec les valeurs de Desjardins. Le travail que vous faites ici est d'une importance capitale pour notre communauté et pour notre environnement. Nous vous en remercions. In closing, I'd like to thank everyone who was and will continue to be involved in various initiatives with the River Institute. Your dedication makes all the difference. Keep up the good work. Our community needs you. Thank you. Merci.
And to provide some more context as to what the Changemaker series is, it is education materials for grades 7 to 12. And the idea is that students first learn about a changemaker and then put themselves in the shoes of the changemaker through a learning activity. If you're interested in learning more about these materials, you can visit the Great River Report website. You can pick up a card in the next room to access that link. Or you can come see me, and I have some copies here. We have some changemakers in the room today, actually. So next is actually going to be lunchtime. I'm sure everyone's favorite part of the day. And just so that you all know, you do not need a ticket to have lunch today. It is an open buffet, and you can help yourselves. And we'll see you at the next session at about 1 o'clock. Enjoy lunch, and I hope that you can go and check out the booths as well.
Hello? Hello, everyone. Just, we have about a little less than half an hour left to the presentations. Just, if you want, there's booths to go explore. There's a river strategy room over there. There's an interactive art exhibit. You can go and stitch with Kathleen and the Concordia students. So, see you in half an hour, less than half an hour.
Sure. Hi everyone, just to let everyone know, we'll be starting the next presentation in 5 minutes. Thank you.
to meet you. Thanks for the invitation.
Oh,
It's just amazing. I look at all the lineup of all the presentation for 3 days. It's just wow.
And they really, it's very diverse, eh?
Yes.
It's all
Yeah.
everyone is making a big tent for everyone
Yeah.
to,
Yeah.
that's the whole intention of our
It's just amazing.
symposium.
Yeah. I was honestly surprised to see the entire variety of all the subjects and the point of view. And wow, I'm impressed.
That's fun. That's fun. Yeah, it's just
So
fun.
thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you.
Whenever you guys are ready to start it off, just let us know. We're going to unmute you guys and change the camera.
So that's I'll just make sure I am pronouncing your name right. So Nathalie Lasselin? Yes. Right. So okay, folks. Is it on? Is it on? Test, test, test. All right, folks, we're going to get our afternoon program going, so if you could please take your seats. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed your meal. And also an opportunity, I think, to sort of connect and start chatting with people about all, I know for my part, I was like a lot of interesting ideas bubbled up this morning and so many different topics. So, but we're going to get going with our afternoon session, and we start off with our guest speaker. So we're very, very pleased to welcome Nathalie Lasselin. Nat is a filmmaker and underwater explorer, and she's explored all the way from the Arctic to China to here at the St. Lawrence River and our tremendous waters that we have here. Her quest is to put into perspective our complex relationships with this aquatic world and our living environments. So I think something we all share. She would like to tell us about her discoveries and shed some light on obscure and inaccessible worlds for most of us. So we're looking forward to that. She continues to work as a cinematographer on both fiction and documentaries and act as an expert in aquatic exploration. And she has been inducted into the Women Diver Hall of Fame. So she's a fellow of the Explorer Club and the Royal Geographic Society of Canada. And so I'd like to welcome Nat. Come take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm really, really honored to be amongst you. You are doing such a great work, such a great proof of love for that body of water. When you look at that water, I'm not sure what you see. For me, a diver, I could see a lot of things. What I would like to do with you in the next 35 minutes is just to take you on a journey, my personal journey, that I'm pretty sure will reflect on yours. So if you're ready, you don't need a mask. Not that one. That one. You don't need a tank. You don't need a regulator. You don't need to hold your breath. Maybe at some point you will, but we will go and we will plunge in that not blue water that is in the St. Lawrence River. So here we go. As a freelancer, I decided to take my life to do everything I could to document what was under the surface of the water. In fact, I must admit that I'm just a child. I just wanted to be the child until the end of my life, to go to places where so little number of people were able to go. I pushed my limits, I pushed the limits, I went in caves, in harsh environment, but not just for the sake of risk, no, not at all. To be able to take back some images, to share with people that will never have the chance to go there. But you know, I'm a city girl. Yeah, it doesn't look like it, but I do live in Montreal. And when you live somewhere, how much do you know how you are influenced by your environment? Even if I'm born in France, maybe you can hear the accent a little bit, But I do live in that city, which is like roughly 2 million of people in 500 kilometers, but is an island. We never think of that. We never think that we live on an island, except the morning when you listen to the news and you know that there is a big traffic jam in one of the 19 bridges or tunnel that allows us to reach the mainland. But the river, the St. Lawrence River, is for most of us the entry and what made Canada that country, because of all the economics, because of all the ships, because of all the goods that we can have access to, because of the way everything happened. So we look at that St. Lawrence River like, well, a body of water that is not really something we want to take advantage. Anyway, it's brownish, it's greenish. The only place we really enjoy it is when we go to the east side of Quebec, to the estuary, and then we can dream. We can dream of whales, of all those amazing marine life that is so, so gorgeous. But here in Cornwall, in Montreal, even in Quebec City, it's just like that body of water that we don't really, most of the people care for. But as a scuba diver, one thing I've learned is that it's the river who made the diver I am. If I want to explore it, I cannot be an open water just with a shorty 3 millimeters, because otherwise I will dive only a couple of weeks during the summertime. The river made me a technical diver. The river pushed me to understand him, pushed me to get interested into the past. And what can we learn from the past? Why is it that important to learn, to study, to look at the past? To look at how things were done, how at that time, the way things were done, people thought it was the best way they could do it, because it was all they knew. Despite that, sometimes there were big mistakes, big accidents, and all the shipwrecks tell us the stories. But at the same time, the stories of those wrecks are stories of hope, of all the immigrants who came here looking for a better life. 200 years ago, 100 years ago, even today, the same story. Different apparatus, different ships, but still the same story. In order to explore those shipwrecks, sometimes you have to put you in a position of risky situation. It's not because of the adrenaline that pushes. It's because we want to document those wrecks that lies at the bottom of the St. Lawrence Seaway. Thousands of them. Here we have shipwrecks that lies in 185 feet of water near Île Verte. The only moment you can dive on it is during a 20-minute period, somewhere after slack of the high tides. Just 20 minutes to go down, to sit, to capture whatever you can, to take back images and proof of who is that wreck, and then you can share it. I was the first of the 2 divers to dive that wreck for the first time. We took back images. That was the proof that that shipwreck was the city of Quebec, gave that information to the historian, and that story was shared through a TV show that is called Hunter's Wreck. But we're not really hunters. I mean, we're just trying to share the love we have with that environment. But the environment will decide for us. That environment will tell us if it allows us to go down. Those images are taken with a GoPro. When we dive in a team, we are always a team of 3, and we have kind of a law in between us. If one of us doesn't feel comfortable, if one of us calls the dive, we just go up. What happened that day, we were unable to understand what was the problem. We were going down on the line, unable to go down. And within a couple of seconds, we went from 20 feet to 60 feet. what was happening. In fact, what was happening, it's what is called an underwater waves. When you have two bodies of water with different temperature and salinity that confront each other, it can take you down to the depths of the St. Lawrence River. This is one of the things that is actually studied by Institut Maurice Lamontagne in Rimouski. But after all those amazing expeditions in China, in the Arctic, everywhere, each time when I come back to my hometown in Montreal, I fly over the St. Lawrence and I'm like, you know what? This is crazy. I don't know even what it's like, the St. Lawrence River in Montreal. I don't know it. How come we always go so far away? Because it's so sexy to go to all those places, and I don't even know what is going on in that river. So I said, you know what? I'm going to cross it. I'm going to go from one end of the town, of the city, to the other one, 70 kilometers. And I'm going to dive it. Crazy. All my friends, they were telling me, don't do it. What are you going to see? Nothing. There's nothing to see. Why do you want to do it? But I felt deep inside me I needed to do it. So I walk along the shore, just to see it from the shore, and then at some point I'll stop at the Lachine Rapids. I said, oh, Houston, we've got a problem. How can I cross those rapids? Jacques Cartier in 1535, he was stopped by those rapids, and he had the king of France with all, you know, those big budget to do it, you know. So who am I to be able to cross that rapids? And I had to think outside of the box, because none of my colleague divers did it. Nobody dove it. So who I'm going to talk to? Who I'm going to go to have some information? So I met that guy. He was the first one who accepted to help me in the project. All the others were like, no, no, if you dive those rapids, you're going to die. We don't want to be associated with you. No way. But he said, oh, you know what, you're crazy enough. And he was kind of a crazy guy as well, because we share the same passion for the river. And at some point he said, well, if we go alongside the South Shore, that's the way to go. And I said, okay, that's perfect. I've got my solution. It's great. But until you don't see the other side of a face, the other side of a dime, of a loonie, you don't see what it's like. So I put down the camera and I said, uh-oh, this is not how I'm going to do it. If I dive that place, I'm going to be crunched against the rocks. So even if from above it looks perfect, we always need to see the other side. We always need to question the other side just to be sure that maybe it's a go or no go. That day was just an amazing day for me. I was able to do some kayaking, which I never do, but it was the last time I do kayak with Michel. Michel was a passionate. He was kayaking 365 days a year. Unfortunately for him, he just died on a winter kayak day. That environment is unforgiving. But we don't want to be sad. Okay, so if we can't go it the smooth way, what will be the way to go? So I went with whitewater kayaks, less comfortable, just to see, okay, how can I cross that 4.8 kilometers? My dive is 70 kilometers. I've got just 4.8 kilometers of rapids to cross. How can I do that? Some part of it was possible, but as we were kayaking in those rapids, wasn't feeling that comfortable. We kind of find a path to go through, but there was still 30 meters I couldn't cross. No answer. The time was going, and it was nearly the day that I was going to do the big dive. And then I talked to a guy, 70 years old, and he told me, well, I know where you're going to be able to dive. Honestly, I didn't have any other option. I had to trust him. I had to trust that guy without any degree, without any university, without any college degree. But that guy, for the last 70 years, he was living near that river. Every single day, he was looking at that river. From his early age, he was boating on that river. So I followed his advice, And you know what? He found the path. Well, not exactly the good one, because the water each time took me on a different path. I couldn't control the water. I was just turning upside down in every direction possible, but it was possible to cross the rapids of Lachine. I was so happy because I knew that I will be able to do the big traverse. The 1st April 2018, I'm not kidding, it was the 1st April. I was just walking alongside the river and I was like, it can't be a seal. I know we did have a whale in Montreal, but I was like, it can't be a seal even if it's possible. So I just zoom in and was like, no, it's a piece of garbage. Another one. Another bag, black bag of garbage. And I went mad. A couple of days after, I was diving with a friend just to see how the river was in Montreal. And when I looked at how bad the condition of the shore was, I was really mad. That, in fact, was in 2017, and those footage are the first event that Mission 10 Tons did. I did to Jimmy, you know what? I know where we're going to pick up trash. I know exactly where we're going to find them. It was in Lachine, near the port, the small port. So since 2017, we're doing cleanups. We had more than 2,000 volunteers, most of them divers. We removed so far nearly 15 tons just in Montreal. And when we can, it was from the first day, we give what we can find that can be reused. And that young girl came to me and said, can I've got that skateboard? I said, you know what, I'm not sure it's gonna work. I said, I don't want it to work. I want to put it on my wall. I want to make art with it. It was one of the best gifts. Each time we're doing action, cleanup on the water, and we can talk with people, just enjoying a walk in the park, and we can share with them the state of the river, what the river needs from us, what we can do for the river. We're not changing the world. We're just putting another drop of hope on top of another drop of hope. Through education, sensibilization, and just telling the people, hey, you didn't know? Maybe we can share with you some knowledge. Maybe that knowledge is going to change at some point, but now you cannot say you don't know. When I show you the images of how bad the situation is, you cannot close your eyes anymore because you saw it, because now you know it. And it's amazing to see the number of people who just said, I'm going to give you a hand. Next time I'm going to come. And they do come. Oh, well, some of the people, they don't, but that's normal, eh? It's part of the civilization. We're not going to change everyone, just letting people know. But why is it that important in Montreal that we clean up the stuff? Because in Montreal, 80% of the population is drinking the water of the St. Lawrence River. 50% of the population of Quebec is drinking the water of the St. Lawrence River. And all our wasted water is going back to the river. But the question is, what is the most important? What you know or what you don't know? What you see or what you don't see? For me, when I see something, I can materialize it, so I can do something. But when I don't see it, but I've got an intuition that it's there, it's really hard to understand. I'm not a scientist, even if I work with a lot of researchers in different universities and different programs. There was something in the St. Lawrence River that I was really concerned about, the emerging contaminant. You know them all. And I was like, okay, what if I go from Rockville to Trois-Rivières, and then I'm gonna pick up some samples of sediment and water every 15 kilometers. Same condition, with a really rigorous protocol of depth, condition of the water, temperatures, and all that. And I'm going to bring all that to the researchers at Université de Montréal, chemical department, and see what they're going to find. Are they going to find the same thing that they're finding with the lampsilis when they're doing their research? And in Montreal, we did every 4 kilometers. In cities, every 4 kilometers. I'm sure most of you, you know all those names. You saw them more than enough. All those contaminants are in the water, are in the St. Lawrence River. What is interesting for the people who don't dive is that it's not because water is more clear that we have less of them. It's not because there's more particles, there's more sediments, that there's more turbidity, that it's worse. It has nothing to do. That sample might be better than the one before. But if you look at the water, it's like, it's clear, it's nice. No, it doesn't mean that. So we did all those samplings that have been added to the collection they already had. And even if what we find is 0.5 nanogram per liter, which is like a cube of sugar in the Olympic Stadium in Montreal, it looks like nothing, but what about the bioaccumulation of it? What do we know? How come we've got so many diseases, so many cancers, so many things that are going wrong? When I did the research, the number 13, I didn't do it on purpose, was my tap water, the one that I'm drinking every single day. And when I look at the result, sometimes it's not even better than the quality of water in the St. Lawrence River. Before 1984 in Montreal, we were not cleaning the wastewater. Now we're hoping to have ozonization, but for the latest news, bad news, it will not happen before maybe 2026, and it's going to cost a fortune. And we are working on that program since 15 years ago. So one day maybe we will be able to clean all the emerging contaminants, but what about if we put more emphasis on reducing them at the source by adjusting how we live? So, you know, you all know about the science, you're working, you're loving the St. Lawrence River, but most of the people, they have so many other things to do that they don't have time to think about the river, to take care of it, because they've got other struggle. So I wanted to do something. I wanted to be that single drop of water to go from west to east of Montreal and to do that amazing dive just to raise awareness. So it was in 2018. I started early the Friday with a team of 25 persons, 5 boats, tons of tanks, many people. And I was like, you know, I did a proof of concept, 6 hours to do 21 kilometers. So if I count like, well, 24 hours, should be okay, I should be able to do it. We did all the work. But the thing I didn't think about that day, the little element I didn't think about, was the weather. It was mid-September, at that specific day, 27 Celsius. Okay, nowadays, 6 years after, it's like mid-September, I know it's going to be warm. But 6 years, just 6 years ago, mid-September, no way. No way it's going to be 27 Celsius. It's impossible. It's unthinkable. But it's what happened. So if you are in mid-September, on a Friday, on the river, end of the season, what do you think? Every single people who has a boat, they're going to call the job and said, I'm sick today. I'm going to spend time on the river. So what do you think happened to me? I couldn't dive in the seaway. I had to go in the shallows because there was too many boats. And what is happening in the shallows? More and more in September. What is our challenge? The vegetation, the plants. It's insane. You are in 10 feet of water, 12 feet of water, and I was just loaning the moon, you know, like cutting grass with the propellers of my propulsion vehicles. So everything was just slowing down because I couldn't go fast. I couldn't just go forward because I was just cutting the plants. Fortunately for me, there was not the one that if you cut them, they're going to replant themselves, but kind of. So now I was like, if it was going to happen now, things will be done differently. So that specific day, what happened is that we were so late. Just a couple of hours after I started the dive, and we had, I was followed by a boat, communication, so they could tell me basically where to go, how to go, you know, in between the bridges and all. So we were really, really late. So at that specific moment, you just think about your friends and you're like, maybe they were right. Maybe I shouldn't have dreamed about that project. Maybe I will not see anything. But maybe it's not about what I'm going to see, but what I'm going to say. So I kept really focused about what I had to do at that specific moment, even if I was like the chief of the expedition. At that specific moment, I was just the diver. I was just like that single drop of water going from A to B. My team was really focused on what they had to do, taking other samplings, sediments, water, to just add to the knowledge of the university, and trying to go forward with the project, trying to document as much as we could, trying to be that minority of people who care about that St. Lawrence River and being noisy so the people that day will know about it. Just to show you how amazing it is, I don't know how many of you are scuba divers. Can you raise your hand? Those of you are scuba divers? I hope you're diving in the St. Lawrence River, because if you're just, you know, dreaming of the underwater world like the blue oceans, well, that's our blue oceans in Montreal. But luckily enough in Brockville, you know, the visibility is way better. It's not what it was in the 70s, in the 80s, even at the end of the 80s, with the zebra mussel and the other invasion species. Unfortunately, but fortunately for the divers, the clarity of water is way better, but it's changing again, and it's reversing back. But everything is happening so fast. So this is basically a day at the office. You're just trying to go forward, and your team, you know, it's not like the conversation when near the coffee machine, not at all. The conversation is just go right, go left, 10 degrees right, keep going, what is your speed? Yeah, you know, so I had a lot of time to think during that dive. I had a lot of time to ask myself, what is our relation to the river? What can we do for the river? What can we do with the nature? We are part of nature. We are not against the nature. We are not against the animal. We are all of us, no matter where we're from, no matter what we lived, no matter how rich or poor we are just single humans in that equation. So when I was diving, at some point I had to take a rest, you know, because it was quite kind of tiring. So that pushes me again to think outside of the box. What can I do to sleep underwater? And at that time people were telling me, well, you know, the people who did big expedition, we cannot sleep underwater. I said, well, there must be an answer. There must be a solution somewhere. And the solution was like in hypnotherapy. So basically, I was doing hypnosis. And hypnosis, what it is just an altered conscious of your mind. It's not something kind of esoteric or anything like that. It's just like you're changing how your brain reacts to what you can hear in your surrounding and how you can switch off part of your brain. So basically I could take a break for 20 minutes, and after 20 minutes it could be the equivalent of a 4 hours nap. It's not the same, but you are regenerating your energy, back on track. So I was up, good to go, but when you work with your team, when they spend the entire day at the surface, even if you're just 15 feet below or 10 feet below, we don't see at all the same thing. We don't live at all the same history, the same story. For them, it was just a nightmare because we couldn't go fast. We couldn't go ahead. We were just late and late and late. And the big worries was that I will not be able to cross the rapids of Lachine before nighttime. And if I can't do that, There's no way they will let me cross the rapids at night time. What was funny in a sense is that that project was a personal project. It was me as an explorer, as an underwater explorer, to go and do that 70 kilometers in a single dive. But without my team, I couldn't do anything. Without my team, I was nothing. So I had to compromise. I had to listen to them. I had to accept the weakness and the strengths of every single person to finally be able to say, we're doing this together. So after a first day, even if we started the day at 4:30, it was past midnight, it was still the same team that was following me, and I had to get out of the water. So we could see that as a failure, because we're like, okay, it's not working, so go home and you'll try another time. But what if the most important thing was not to do a single dive, but just to go from point A to point B, just to do the journey, no matter how the journey is going to be? What if it was more important than the dive itself? The following morning, I was near that bridge, one of the oldest in Montreal, around 1860, the Victoria Bridge. And it was kind of the most scary part to do. I had to go under 8 bridges above 2 tunnels, and there was a bridge that was building at that time, the new Champlain Bridge. That morning, I didn't felt like going back in the water. I was like, you know what? It's not worth it. It's not what I want to do. It's not how I wanted to do it. But the minute I hit the water, the minute I knew that I was going to the rapids, I was really happy. I was happy because I knew that the river was going to take care of me. The river was going to control the dive. The river was going to push me. And I was just happy to be part of it. So at that specific moment, it was a rough time, and I've been bitten by the river in every single way you can think, hit against rocks, but everything was fine. I just let it go. I just went with the flow. After that crossing of the rapids, I had another problem. Most of the people were telling me, you know what, the building of the Champlain Bridge, they're not going to let you go underneath. Are you crazy? It's a multi-million project, 72 pillars, a big one. They are late. They cannot be too late because it's going to cost them a fortune. And do you really think they're going to let you go underneath it? Funny enough, when I did the test dive and the day I dove, it's just my buoy you can see underneath, my buoy going in between the pillars. I told them, this is the pillars in which I can dive it. The other ones, they are too dangerous. I cannot go there. And they said, you know what? We're going to send you a boat, a safety boat, to make sure you will be able to go underneath the bridge. Nothing's going to be in your way, and you're not going to be in our way. So the dream of a single person, a meaningless dream of a single person against a province big project, 2 completely different agendas, there are sometimes a way to have them work together. Maybe for a couple of seconds, couple of minutes, but maybe for a longer time. Just how we try to work and connect together. And once again, compromise. Sometimes we don't like to compromise, but sometimes we don't have choice to compromise. When I kept going, I was like, oh, well, it's going to be a piece of cake. Now I'm at that point that I know that I've got like 21 kilometers left. I did it last year as the proof of concept. In 6 hours, I'm going to be home. You know, we're going to pop the bottle of champagne, and it's like, wow, it's done. But never happened that way, right? There's always that little detail, that little tricky things that, you know, is going to stop you. I was at Cartier Bridge, and once again, a really, really sunny day. And despite all the equipment we had, many, many DPVs, things were going really right. Each time I'm doing a project, I'm always asking myself why I really want to do that project, why it matters the most. When I was in that water, in that brownish water, I never thought that one day I will be in school books in Quebec, that kids 10 years old will have to study Nathalie and ask themselves why she did that. Amongst everything I did, I think this is the best gift I had. To be able to be in a school book, to be someone that doesn't have any PhD or things like that, but just has her heart to put to something that is good for the community, and see the kids just being curious about, what if one day I'm going to become a biologist or a diver or whatever, and I do something that is meaningful for me and for the society and the community. We kept going. The day was long. It took me, of course, more than 6 hours to finish that dive. In fact, it took me 30 hours in the water. I was supposed to arrive the Saturday morning at 10 a.m. I arrived at 10 p.m. For so many reasons, I could not go in a straight line, except at that moment. That was kind of an illumination moment that everything was going right, finally. I was really tired. I had everything in my mind that was really in conflict and obscure. And it's funny to see once again how the environment has an impact on you. At some point, my team asked me if I wanted to eat. I didn't want to eat anymore. I just wanted to get it done, to finish the dive, to be home. And at the same time, it was funny because I didn't want to go out of the water. I didn't want that relationship with the river to go to an end. I wanted to stay there. But it's impossible. But you know, it's like a kid that wants to go to the feet of the rainbow. But it was impossible. But so I had to continue. And what happened at some point, I had some syndrome, which is called Charles Bonnet. The Charles Bonnet syndrome is a really weird one. If you have a loss of your vision, loss of eye, you're going to start to have hallucination. So because I was in that river with no contrast, just brownish, greenish water, no black and white, no information, my eyesight had that loss of information, that loss of vision, and I started to have completely hallucination. But I wasn't really stressed because I said, okay, that might be something like it. I didn't know the name at that time, but those hallucinations lasted for another 24 hours after the dive. But let me make things of something. When we nourish the environment in which we are, and the way we nourish that environment, it will have a big impact of how our brain is going to react, how our friends, our family, our surroundings and environment is going to react. After the 2 days in the St. Lawrence River, finally, I got home. I was really sad. I didn't do the dive I wanted to do. But what I want at that time is something way bigger than me, something I couldn't expect. Because what was my project became our project. The project of a team of 25 persons, the project of so many partners in so many countries. And every time we're doing a single action, bad or good, we know that we will have impact of so many people, on so many living things on the planet, close to us and really far from us. So no matter if sometimes we ask ourselves, is it really worth it? It will always be worth it, because the moment you can touch the heart of one single person, no matter if that person has a voice or no matter if that person is strong or weak, every time you're touching the heart of a person, you're helping the environment, you're helping the world, and you're just helping the humankind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nathalie. That was fantastic. Such an exciting and interesting journey on the St. Lawrence River, and for sharing that with us. We have time for a few questions. We'll try and get the lights up, and so we have. So any time, any questions for Nathalie? Okay, over here.
So I had the chance to be on the Lampsillis last year and to pass the area of Montreal where there's the outtake and there's all of the waste. So during your dive, did you go through that area? And if so, what were the logistics around that?
Yeah, so for those of you who doesn't know, so Montreal, it's the way we are taking care of the wastewater. Basically, all the wastewater go to the east of the city. There's a capacity of 2.6 millions of liters per day, and on a rainy day, it can go up to 7 millions of liters. Meaning that on every rainy day, and we are really bad in Quebec, there's untreated waters that goes into the river. Of course, it's not the first flow of that water, so it should be the more clean water that goes in the river. But in the east side of Montreal, what we call the panache, and you can have some effect of that panache nearly near Trois-Rivières. When you think about it, it's insane. When we did a documentary for Télé-Québec, and we sent the drone, and you can actually see it. So when I did the dive, my first thing was I wanted to wear a full face mask, didn't want to have my skin touch the water. I knew in some places, like near the rapids of Lachine, where there's the intake of the water from Montreal, it's pretty clean. But the east part, no way I was going to remove my equipment. For some reason, I had to cross the panache. And even if you go boating near the panache, you're going to smell it. But what is really, really funny is that sometimes you see people on the Sea-Doo, and they are on a beach, and they swim there, and I'm like, they can't smell it? And I even talked with some fishermen. They were fishing there, and I said, and I asked them, are you going to eat the fish? Oh, it's not what they say, it's not that bad. I'm like, yes, it's that bad, but, no, maybe I will not eat it, but maybe I will. Okay, but there's some information on the internet, and you can know if it's good to eat the fish from that place or no. So, and in that specific area, as you know, there is a feminization of the tiny fish, of the small fish. So the impact of the emerging contaminant, it's huge. It's there. We cannot deny it. The problem is to prove which one is the worst one. The scientists, they don't have the answers. So for us, it was really to be able to cross that as fast as we can. And in my team, one of my safety diver might have taken a sip, and it was thick for 5 days after the dive. But other than that, nothing more. But it was enough.
Yeah. That's a great question. Something that occurred to me is that Montreal plume, the sewage discharge plume. It's pretty famous in the science literature for exactly like you say. So we maybe time for one question, and I see Dale, who I know has interest in scuba diving particularly, so I'll let you ask that, and then afterwards we'll have to take a break. Go ahead, Dale.
Could you just speak briefly to the equipment you use, whether it involved rebreathers or just for the audience? Thanks.
I will try to make it as short as possible as an answer. So we had 2 rebreather, AP diving rebreather. we had to change the PPO2 to 0.5 in order not to be intoxicated by the long exposition to oxygen. So basically just to not have irritation in the lungs. The only part in which I was on scuba diving was for the rapids of La Chienne, because if there for some reason I was getting hit, the loop was getting hit on the rocks and open it, there wasn't any options to send a diver to help me. We used 6 DPVs and we had a lot of problems with the DPVs, and we had bailouts of oxygen tank, air tank on top of that. And as redundancy, we had 5 head of CCR just in case something happened. And just for the story, the thing that we didn't quite have a backup and we needed it, I used the P valve and there's a screw on the dry suit and I lost the screw. You know, those tiny little details. So basically we could find one, but amongst all the equipment, communication, full face mask, both direction communication wireless, which is really bad in shallow depth. And I had GPS on top of my buoy, so they could know exactly where I was at all time. So basically, this is the entire equipment. And all the food was liquid food for the entire dive.
Yeah, I imagine the logistics were incredible, and that was a great shot showing you taking that liquid food and just keeping your energy up. Must have been incredible. So I think we can, I'm sure you'll stick around for a little bit to answer more questions, and I'd like to just ask everyone, let's just join me in thanking Nathalie for a great talk.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a break now, and then we'll come back in about 10 minutes for the next session. Thank you.
Hello? We're going to get started with our next session, so if everyone can take a seat, we'll get going. All right, so our next session is Freshwater Ecosystem Challenges, Connecting Resource Use to Ecosystem Health. So first up, we have Jordan Balson from Queen's University, and her talk is entitled Assessing the Potential of Cinorhabditis elegans in the Bioremediation of Microcystis aeruginisa. Please welcome Jordan.
That's not mine. Oh, we did the same one, darn. So my name's Jordan, and I'm a PhD candidate at Queen's University. And today I'm going to be presenting my master's research, which was assessing the potential of Cinorhabditis elegans in the bioremediation of Microcystis aeruginosa, or blue-green algae, or cyanobacteria. Lovely, thank you. So cyanobacteria, also known as blue-green algae, are photosynthetic prokaryotes that can produce dangerous cyanotoxins. So these cyanotoxins cause a lot of damage through the disruption of food webs, dominating freshwater ecosystems so other species can't thrive, and can cause liver failure in humans and death in animals. There was an example a few years ago of a bunch of elephants that died suddenly, and it ended up being cyanotoxins that killed them. So they can have a significant impact. CHAB, or cyanobacterial harmful algal blooms, are increasing in prominence around the world due to eutrophication, increasing temperature, and increasing carbon dioxide levels as well. So microcystins are a specific cyanotoxin. It's a cyclic hepatopeptide hepatotoxin, meaning it targets livers, and a mild neurotoxin. It's also a strong tumor promoter and can target the liver, kidneys, GI tract, and colon. So if animals eat this, for instance, you'll see a liver damage in dogs. And when you hear about dogs dying after going in bodies of water, this is often the case. Microcystins are produced by several different genera of cyanobacteria, including Microcystis, which is the genera I'm going to focus on. So bioremediation of CHAB, cyanobacterial harmful algal blooms, with snails, specifically Viviparous georgianus, the banded mystery snail, has been shown to be somewhat effective. So we have been implementing this in Canada on the Rideau Canal system, and it's also been implemented, well, experimented on in the with Tongxi University on the Yangtze River in China. So what Viviparous georgianus does is it filter feeds on the surface of the water on floating shallow mesocosms, and it can then either ingest cyanobacteria that's in the harmful algal blooms on the surface, and when it ingests it, it will then put it into a pseudofeces, which it will then either re-ingest or disregard. So there's two options. The cyanobacterial cells can be removed from the harmful algal bloom by ingestion or by translocation to the benthos. So the translocation is a partial solution because it prevents them from entering their damaging toxic colonial phase. But it's an incomplete solution because they can be liberated by currents and then they can rejoin the bloom. So it's only a temporary solution. So what we were looking for, what we're looking for is a candidate that will bioremediate and ingest and hopefully detoxify the pseudofeces containing the Microcystis aeruginosa and its cyanotoxins. So our first candidate is Cinorhabditis elegans. We used it because it's a ubiquitous model organism, It's unlikely to be affected by hepatotoxins because it doesn't have the protein phosphatases that are targeted, nor a liver. It's also a bacteriivore known to eat rotting plant matter, so that's another reason why we considered it. Cyanobacteria has been found in C. elegans microbiome, suggesting that they can ingest and tolerate it in nature. And as well, C. elegans have detoxification pathways, such as the phase 2 detoxification pathway. So studies suggest that the phase 2 detoxification pathway, alongside oxidative stress response, might be the reason why other species, like tilapia, are extremely tolerant of microcystin. So this pathway is thought to possibly be involved in microcystin detoxification. So overall, we're asking, what is the ability of Caenorhabditis elegans and other nematodes to bioremediate Microcystis aeruginosa, and its toxins in combination with Viviparous georgianus? So we hypothesize that C. elegans and other aquatic nematodes are viable organisms for bioremediating these chabs in combination with Viviparous georgianus as a two-tiered bioremediation system, and that nematodes will be able to ingest, digest, and detoxify Microcystis aeruginosa contained within the snail pseudofeces. So first we looked at fat accumulation. Our objective here was to determine whether or not C. elegans were able to ingest, digest, and metabolize the Microcystis aeruginosa. So looking at this, you can see we did oil red O staining, and you can see the fat globs. So the bright splotches along the torso of the worm is the fat fluorescing. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to quantify this yet due to fluorescent quenching, because the cyanobacteria autofluoresces, since it has chlorophyll. It cancels out the fluorescence of the stain, and we actually get a lower number when we try to quantify it, which is incorrect, but that's fluorescence quenching. So we haven't been able to quantify this yet to see if there is a significant difference in the amount of fat accumulated, but we do know that they're both able to accumulate fat and therefore metabolize their diet and live off of a diet of toxic Microcystis aeruginosa. Next, trying to go back. Okay, next we looked at our longevity assay. So for this, we're trying to see if a diet of whole or lice toxic Microcystis aeruginosa compared to their typical diet of E. coli affects their longevity and their overall health. So as you can see here, we did a step line graph showing the C. elegans decline over the time frame. And as you can see, most of the diets are overlapped except for the whole toxic M. aeruginosa. That one appears to be skewed to the left. So overall, this shows that in the 3 overlapping diets, there was not a significant difference between their impacts on longevity and overall health of C. elegans. But the ones on a diet of whole toxic Microcystis aeruginosa were shifted to the left. So this suggests that it might have a negative impact on their longevity and overall health. And this could correspond to mucilage theory. So mucilage is a polysaccharide secretion, which plays a protectant role against cellular damage and predation. So it's thought that perhaps this mucilage produced by whole intact cells is what caused this difference. However, C. elegans stop laying eggs around days 10 to 14, so this decreased longevity wouldn't likely affect their biological fitness, but we'd still have to do more tests to confirm that conclusively. Next, we looked at Dower, which is their response to environmental stressors. So we wanted to see if diet alongside heat, if that would induce a more significant stress response. And we found that there was no significant difference in their Dower stress response. So diet did not impact their environmental stress response. Next, we looked at thrashing, which we looked at thrashing. Oh my goodness. I am struggling. Oh, pardon me. All right. So we looked at thrashing. So for thrashing, we took the worms and we put them on liquid, and we counted how often they thrashed in a 1-minute period, and we were able to get their thrash per minute rates on different food sources. So there was a significant difference between whole OP50 E. coli and lysed OP50 E. coli, indicating that there was increased mobility and general health on whole E. coli compared to lice, but there was no significant difference based off of the toxic Microcystis aeruginosa. So this impact is likely due to food size, just having a selective, different nutrient quotas. And then we looked at pharyngeal pumping. So pharyngeal pumping is C. elegans' feeding response. So we wanted to see if their diet impacted their feeding behavior. We found there was no highly significant difference here. Our Tucky test indicated no highly significant difference, even though our ANOVAs indicated there might be. So food source did not affect pharyngeal pumping or their feeding behavior. And finally, we looked at SKN1 GFP fluorescence. So SKN1 is a central regulatory protein to the phase 2 detoxification pathway I mentioned earlier. So it's one of the regulatory proteins involved in that. So here we wanted to see if the diet would induce a stress response. So we looked at whole toxic Microcystis aeruginosa, whole E. coli, and whole E. coli with sodium azide exposure, which paralyzes them and causes the stress response. So as you can see, in our negative control and our treatment, the whole toxic Microcystis aeruginosa did not have a significantly different fluorescence, but the positive control did. So this shows that there wasn't a significantly different stress response induced between the two diets. So overall, we were able to conclude that C. elegans are able to ingest, digest, and metabolize M. aeruginosa. We found that their longevity might be impacted, but we have to do more studies to fully quantify this. We found that their dower was not impacted, nor was their pharyngeal pumping impacted. Their thrashing was not impacted by a diet of whole toxic Microcystis aeruginosa, just lysing might affect their diet. And for the SKN1, we found that it did not induce a significantly different stress response than their typical E. coli diet. And finally, in other studies, we found that C. elegans populations could survive off of a diet of pseudofeces and feces from Viviparus georgianus, reared on a diet of toxic M. aeruginosa. So we found that the C. elegans were actually able to survive on the diet of pseudofeces. So overall, the significance, freshwater blooms cost more than $4 billion annually in the US alone, and cyanobacteria have evolved under anoxic conditions, so they're very pervasive and well adapted to high exposure to UV, temperature, solar radiation, and both scarce and abundant nutrient levels. So they are ready for any climate catastrophes that are coming our way. So we need to be prepared. So as a result, a 2-tier bioremediation system using Viviparus georgianus and a nematode that can digest and detoxify M. aeruginosa has the potential to prevent these cells from reaching their disruptive colonial phase, where they can cause the most damage as chabs on the surface. So overall, by finding an efficacious method for this, we want to proactively and cost-effectively have a method for controlling these chabs before they become a problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan. And yeah, as we said earlier, we're going to take questions at the end of each session. So any questions that you have, please write them down and save them for the end. All right, so next up we have Mark Gloutney from Ducks Unlimited Canada, and his talk is entitled Nutrient Retention of Newly Restored Wetlands Receiving Agricultural Runoff. Please welcome Mark.
Maybe I'll try it here. Yeah, so a great privilege to be here today. I'm a newbie. It's my first time at this conference, so I'm enjoying it so far. So I'm the National Director of Science, Education, and Planning with Ducks Unlimited. So I talk about science and education all the time, but I think it's been 15 years since I gave a science talk. So you're in for a different ride here. So my staff also hear me talk all the time about, could you do that presentation without a PowerPoint? So they took great pride and great privilege in preparing a bunch of slides with graphs and everything in it here for you. So we'll see how I do with this. So this was some work that we were doing, just trying to look at how some of the work that we do as Ducks Unlimited Canada, restoring small wetlands in southern Ontario, and how does it help with addressing challenges around nutrient and phosphorus loading. So maybe just advance it. So Lake Erie, we know, has had a long history of some significant water quality challenges. You see at the picture at the bottom, there's that famous picture of algal blooms from space, so kind of a nice segue from getting set up earlier. And, you know, the governments are all responding, saying, you know, setting goals and programs to try and reduce phosphorus loading in the lake and trying a whole bunch of different solutions, you know, setting goals of 40% reductions by 2025. You know, we're not going to get there. Part of the challenge on the landscape is it's changed a lot since European settlement. We've lost 85% of the wetlands in southern Ontario. That translates to 1.5 million hectares of wetlands that we've lost over that period of time. So that has an impact on the environment and on water quality. And we think that restoring wetlands and small wetlands on this landscape is part of the solution to controlling point source pollution. But we haven't quantified the actual impact of these things as a mechanism of removing phosphorus. So that's what the intent of this study is. Next. So here you can just see southern Ontario. The red is bad. 85% of the wetlands are gone in those areas. In fact, when you get right down into that corner, you know, there's places where there are essentially no wetlands left. You know, there's 6 of them in the county and they know them all by name. That's not a good situation to be in. Lots of challenges around water quality in those watercourses as a result. Next. So the objectives are to measure the nutrient loading. The mass of nutrients retained in the wetlands after we've restored them. So it's a pretty simple thing. You measure the inflow, you measure the outflow nutrients, and the mass retained is simply the difference between the two. We looked at sort of total phosphorus. We looked at soluble reactive phosphorus and nitrogen as part of the study. And it was a 2-year study. And we started in September, and we ran until October. Next. Yeah, okay. So here's where the wetlands were in that southern Ontario landscape. We've got hundreds of wetlands that we've done in this landscape, but we picked those 8 for a number of different reasons. And you can see the boundary of the Lake Erie watershed in Canada there. Next. So here's some characterization of the basins themselves. They're ranged in the age since restoration from 2 to 7 years, I guess 2 to 6 years. So we would have restored one, and then 2 years later we would have done the study on it, for example. They range in size from about 0.2 of a hectare to 0.8 of a hectare, so not super big. And then they had catchment areas that range from basically 2 hectares to about 64 hectares. And sort of a clump of small catchment basins, and some with bigger catchment basins. Next. This is what they look like. The intent of this program is really to find solutions on farm, right? We're trying to find things that work within normal agronomic practices on farm. You can't go in and say, okay, that piece of ground where you're making your living and it's a viable part of your farming operation, we want you to do something else with that. This is more, there's the corner of your field where the agronomics are less favorable or not favorable at all. It's too wet to farm, it's too low to farm. There's no money actually in it, in cultivating that piece of ground. So the intent of this program is to go in and do something else with that and work with the landowners and say, here's an alternative. The alternative, when we first sold this, was all about biodiversity, waterfowl, and those kind of benefits. We're increasingly talking about this is a way on farm to help improve the water quality leaving farm. So this study, the intent of this study is to help demonstrate that. So this is what they all look like, kind of like this, these kind of corners of the farm, you know, and again, it's quite small. Next. So, not only do you have to do the restoration, you have to build the relationship with the landowner and sign the agreements, and then because it was on ground that we had agreed with, that we had done the work on, it was easy to get access to do the science. So we looked at inflows. We monitored inflows. What did we do? With velocity flow sensors, and here you can see them up close. And then we calibrated them with the handheld sensors on a weekly basis, and had data points every 15 minutes. Next. All these wetlands had, or many of them had, a defined outlet, but they didn't all, or the water levels sometimes dropped below where the water wasn't actually leaving the basin. So in those cases, we had water level indicators or monitors within the basins themselves. We had bathymetry that looked at the contours and the shape of the basin, so that we could relate then the water level to the volume of the basin, and then we're able to calculate inflows with that technology. Next. So we collected water samples, and it was pretty simple when you had a tile drain or you had a creek that was coming into it, but we had many situations where the water was flowing over land. So we had these setups here where we captured water flowing over the land and captured the water sample that way, took the water sample, sent them off to the lab, and they looked at phosphorus and nitrogen amounts. Yeah, next. So we sampled periodically through the fall, winter, and summer, and we were more frequent in our sampling in the spring. Thought we'd have a lot more water movement and sort of more, it was more important to sort of capture many of those nutrients in a more detailed fashion during sort of spring freshet. So more intensive sampling in May and March to May. And then we basically interpolated the results from that, with nutrient loads, concentrations being simply the concentration times the inflow. So next. So we had 2 different years, and it was good to get 2 different years. We had different precipitation patterns and different precipitation amounts. Second year was much drier, certainly through the winter and into the early summer. You can see there the overall difference in precipitation between the 2 years as well. Next. So here you can just see what that meant in terms of inflows. So you see the lines on the right-hand side of the graph are the ones with the biggest catchment. Not surprisingly, they've got the bigger inflows. Then you can see consistently the first year was much wetter and much bigger inflows into those wetlands than the second year. Next. So what did we find? So looking at total phosphorus and the ability of those wetlands to retain total phosphorus, overall they retained about 12 kilograms per hectare per year. That was the overall mean. And we had 7 of 8 that were consistently sinks of phosphorus. 1 sort of flipped between years. The one that acted as a source, it had really high phosphorus in the sediment, so it had a bunch of legacy phosphorus. It was kind of a gully situation, and we think that just because of its history, that it probably accumulated a lot more phosphorus over time than the other basins did before we restored them. So we think that's a artifact of sort of legacy phosphorus. Next. Looking at soluble reactive phosphorus, again, the important one that drives all these different ecological responses that we don't like. About 4.8 kilograms per hectare per year of removal, and the same sort of result. 7 of the 8 wetlands acted as a sink throughout the entire in this study. Next. And then looking at nitrogen. Again, all of them except for one had, did a good job of retaining nitrogen, about 261 kilograms per hectare per year. One of them flipped in 1 year, and we think that was there was a bunch of just the way that catchment was and what was happening on the uplands. There were some big storm events that drove a whole bunch of nitrates into that basin, I think accounting for that. So a much higher loading, we think, in that year because of a couple of local storm events. Next. So this graph isn't too surprising. You know, the bigger the area that you have, the more phosphorus comes into the basin. It's not sort of a big surprise, but you know, you see a pretty strong linear relationship there. Next. And if we look at retention, you know, the more phosphorus that was coming in, the better the wetlands did in terms of retaining and retaining the wetlands. We did, if you go next, we did have that one outlier. That was the one that we thought had the legacy phosphorus. So we ran it again without that one. Next. And you can see it's a much more positive slope in that relationship. Next. So what did we find? Well, about 12 kilograms per hectare per year. Compares, you know, comparably to what was found with some constructed wetlands in Illinois that ranged from 4 to 29 kilograms per hectare per year. You know, Land did a bunch of literature review looking at synthesizing all the information in the literature. Came out with a median, of 6.3. So, you know, we're within the range. So maybe a bit higher than overall. And, you know, when you compare it to this phosphorus assimilation capacity modeling that says, you know, in North America, having a value of 10 seems to mean that your wetlands are functioning well. So, you know, our wetlands seem to be in good health when they're absorbing that amount of phosphorus. So next. So what did we find? You know, what are some of the conclusions? Storm events and land use in the uplands are important drivers. I guess the one piece I did forget to mention was when we put these in, it was important that they were sitting in the corner of the fields, but that the fields were actively farmed fields that surrounded them. So they were soybeans, corn, hay, as part of their normal rotation. So the upland itself had a bit of an impact. And that across a range of weather conditions, you know, wetlands are generally a sink and are helping remove phosphorus from the environment. So next. So we're a habitat conservation company and we do wetland restoration. We've done about 6.6 million acres of conservation across Canada. About 3.3 million acres of those acres have been restored. In the Lake Erie watershed, there's 1,400 projects, about 12,000 hectares of habitat that we've restored. And we've been around for 85 years, and a bunch of this has been driven on the backs of waterfowl and the need for biodiversity. That's what's been funding it. And we've got there's about 600 of these small basins in that area, so about 3 to 350 hectares of these small basins. So I think the message here is, you know, as we've been learning about these other water quality benefits of wetlands, it's allowed us to have more meaningful and deep discussions with landowners, with agriculture, with government, with other funding partners about here's a solution that can work, and it can work on the working landscape as a solution to help farms, you know, live more compatibly and be more sustainable from a water perspective. So I think part of the future and what we're seeing more and more is that we're building broader partnerships with more folks to make things happen. So with that, I'd be happy to wrap it up.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mark. All right. So up next, we've got Larissa Holman of Ottawa Riverkeeper. And her talk is entitled An Approach to the Threat of Forever Chemicals, Taking Action on Per- and Polyfluoroalkyl Substances. Welcome, Larissa.
Hi there. I'm just going to make this a little bit higher. Since she just pronounced PFAS for me, I will herein refer to it as PFAS and not say the chemical name ever again. I find it incredibly hard to pronounce. So my name's Larissa Holman. I work at Ottawa Riverkeeper as the Director of Science and Policy. Ottawa Riverkeeper is a charity. We're a non-governmental organization that works to promote and protect the Ottawa River. I'm not even going to touch the clicker. I'm just going to say next slide. Yeah. So next slide, please. The Ottawa River watershed is twice the size of New Brunswick. It's a large watershed. It is also, I believe, described as formidable Ottawa River earlier today. I'd just like to thank Tony David for saying that. It's also the largest tributary to the St. Lawrence River. So while we are a tributary to the St. Lawrence River, we are a significant contributor to this river system and the health of this river system. We're also a pretty awesome watershed on our own. Next slide, please. As we flow right past the Capitol buildings, the Parliament buildings in Ottawa, we are a capital river. So there's lots of decision makers who come to Ottawa, who hang out next to the Ottawa River, and we really like to try and promote the importance of this river and all watersheds to our government officials. Next slide, please. The Ottawa River is also a major source of drinking water, not only to people who live within the Ottawa River watershed, but to the city of Montreal. So over 2 million people get their drinking water from the Ottawa River watershed. Next slide, please. It's an incredible river for biodiversity. There's more than 85 fish species who live in this watershed. Multiple bird species migrate through it or live there permanently. We have incredible fauna and flora, and really awesome mussels, including one of the healthiest communities of hickory nuts, which is an endangered mussel species in Canada. Next slide, please. I'm doing all of the promotion up front. Don't worry, I'll get to the stuff about PFAS in a minute. So, it's also an incredible place to spend time next to. You can fish the Ottawa River, there's amazing whitewater rapids, and swim. And so with considering all of the things that the Ottawa River and its tributaries offers to the environment and to those of us who live close to it, it is an incredible important resource to protect. Next slide, please. Which brings us to PFAS. So PFAS is an emerging chemical of concern. It is, it's found in a number of different products. It's ubiquitous throughout the environment and various different products. It is considered to be a toxic chemical and has a number of different impacts on the environment and the species that live there. There's more than, as you can see, 4,000 different chemicals that make up PFAS, and it is commonly found in soils as well as in freshwater environments. These are considered forever chemicals because they do not break down over time, and they do bioaccumulate within living organisms. Next slide, please. You guys have all seen a watershed model before. I just really wanted to remind folks that when we talk about PFAS, we often hear about it being used on land and in urban environments. Fire retardants is one of the major examples used for PFAS. These places are, it's retained in the soil, and so through the watershed model, as everyone here knows, when it rains or when there's industrial outputs, those head to our freshwater environments. Those contaminants make their way into the groundwater. This is how PFAS became a topic of interest to those of us working at Ottawa Riverkeeper, and one of the reasons why we stepped in to address it when it became an issue that was relevant for our advocacy campaign. Next slide, please. So not only does PFAS have an impact on human health, it has an impact on human health, on animal and fish health as well. It can cause a number of different issues for fish species and other aquatic organisms to survive, including reduced immune response and a reduction in its ability to reproduce. These are the same issues that we see in human health, including increased risks to cancers. All sorts of terrible things can happen to people who are overexposed to PFAS. Next slide, please. And so why am I, as someone who works at Ottawa Riverkeeper, who is working primarily in the Ottawa River watershed and curious to understand the health of this watershed, talking to you about this today? One of the reasons is because this past summer, the Canadian government reached out to the different people throughout Canada asking for feedback on their risk assessment for PFAS. They had a risk management plan, and they were asking people, what do you think about this? this was the first time that we knew that PFAS was an issue. We knew that it was something of concern, but this was the first time that we could take an action to actually address it. And so we looked at their plan and provided feedback to both the Ministry of Health and Environment and Climate Change Canada. So these are the main points that we made. Mostly it was the fact that we wanted PFAS listed as a group of chemicals and not individual chemicals, so that if they set a threshold limit, it would be for all the chemicals at the same time. Remember, there's over 4,000 different kinds. We want to make sure that they're protected in one fell swoop, not over and over and over again. PFAS is not well understood in our environment, so tracking where it is and coming up with solutions to how to mitigate it was another thing that we wanted to have the Canadian government put money towards. And lastly, we wanted to align with other jurisdictions. The US has put forward a roadmap for PFAS. They did that a few years ago, and they recently looked at comments for the next steps in terms of how to future considerations on how to classify these chemicals. So we have examples right next to us where we have shared plans for protecting waters. We should look to places where there are stronger rules in place and consider those as well as coming up with our own. Next slide, please. I just want to point out one additional consideration. So PFAS is a chemical of concern. It's an emerging contaminant of concern. It's something that we've learned about recently. It's been around for a long time, and it's suddenly making its way into the headlines. There are going to be other chemicals of concern or contaminants of concern that come up, and what Ottawa Riverkeeper has done over and over again is advocate for a precautionary approach when it comes to these types of issues. We don't know what the impacts can be until they've been well studied, but it takes time to study them, and these, in the meantime, they are having an impact on our environment. And so by approaching a more precautionary approach, by looking at threshold limits not from one spot in one place, but the consideration of the impact on the entire watershed and our, like these fabulous environments that we all work on, we can take a more decisive action for protection. That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Larissa. All right, now we have our final presentation for this session from Acacia Frempong-Manso from Carleton University. And her talk is entitled, Investigating the Influence of Habitat Structures on Bluegill Fish Behavior. Welcome, Acacia.
Perfect. I'm going to attempt to use this clicker, and hopefully it will work. If it doesn't, I apologize in advance. So I am a second-year PhD student at Carleton University, and today I'm going to be sharing you the overview of my project as well as some preliminary data from my first data chapter. So before I get into my project, I just wanted to thank the research team as well as the funding sources for this project, as it wouldn't be possible without them. So humans are constantly changing the world around us, from the construction of towering skyscrapers to the intricate work of our roads, as well as factories that churn out all the products that we need, and the transportation systems that connect us throughout the world. Our hand in humanity is continuously at work, and we are molding the planet to our needs and our desires. With the growth of cities and the creation of new communities and the expansion of the existing ones, these actions are changing the face of the landscape at a rapid pace. So manufacturing companies are continuing to produce the goods and materials that we need to sustain our way of life, but they're also potentially emitting pollutants into the air and the water. And with our extensive transportation networks that we rely on to transport people and goods, they are also leading to deforestation, habitat fragmentation, and pollution. So while these actions have undoubtedly brought about progress and advancement in our communities, they have also led to dramatic modifications of our current landscape. And beyond that's visible of these activities, these can result in shifts in ecosystems, loss of biodiversities, and alterations in habitats. Researchers around the globe are now directing their efforts towards a comprehensive reevaluation of the materials that we use in construction. This reevaluation is driven by an increasing awareness of the profound environmental consequences of our choices. Notable studies by experts in the field have significantly contributed to our understanding of these concerns and bringing these issues to the forefront. It's crucial to note that these issues are not to a specific region, but they transcend across geographic boundaries. They're not confined, but they resonate worldwide. And this is an environmental impact that we need to address collectively. Concrete is a material that holds a unique position in our world of construction. It's often perceived as permanent, and it plays an indispensable role in shaping the world as we know it today. The scope of its application is extensive, with far-reaching implications in our infrastructure and our development. Furthermore, concrete plays an critical role in our erosion control methods that we use. It fortifies our coastal lines and our shorelines, and it protects our coastal communities, natural habitats, marine and freshwater ecosystems. However, the extensive use of concrete comes at a notable cost. In response to the pressing need for environmental sustainability, construction industry is undergoing a profound transformation, and it's no longer just about what we construct, but about how we build it as well. While it's often ideal to keep shorelines natural, this is not always the case. Natural shorelines provide habitat for wildlife, and they offer us vital ecosystem services, but there are challenges in solely relying on natural shorelines. Natural shorelines are vulnerable to erosion, and in some areas, a natural shoreline is just not suitable. An example of that would be coastal regions with high erosion rates, and these tend to be in areas such as urban or where there's lots of infrastructure development. So what can we do to fortify these environments? So as we try and navigate the relationship between construction and the environment, it's becoming increasingly apparent that researchers and construction professionals need to have a shared responsibility in addressing the environmental consequences of our actions. And now the challenge is finding innovative ways to enhance the design and implementation of retaining walls. This includes measures that not only safeguard human infrastructure, but also positively contribute to biodiversity and conservation and the functionality of our ecosystems. So how does my PhD work fit into this? So I'm interested broadly at assessing and testing shoreline erosion control methods, and specifically how they can function better for for freshwater ecosystems. And for this first data chapter that I'm sharing the results with you today, I was really interested in understanding aspects of vertical wall habitat complexity, and the research question I was specifically interested in was, does size impact the preference of habitat complexity for a species model? And in my case, I used bluegill fish. So where did this study take place? This study took place at Queen's Biological Research Station on a Pineau lake, and one of the reasons for this is because bluegill are in abundance on a Pineau lake, and it made it a great place to run an in-person lab study. So what exactly did my treatments look like? So I had 5 distinct shoreline armoring treatments, and they were composed of a meter by meter plywood panel with 6-inch diameter bamboo in different assortments. So they started off with my control was supposed to mimic just a plain retaining wall, and they grew up in habitat complexity. So I wanted to play with different levels and placing bamboo in vertical, horizontal orientations, as well as stacking them upon each other, and see whether or not size influenced the proportion of time that bluegill species would spend near these treatments. So I have a quick video that I'm gonna play while I talk. So the bluegill were placed in a raceway arena. On one end, they had a control, and on the other end, they were presented with the treatment. I placed them in a modified minnow trap. Which essentially, they sat in there for 10 minutes to acclimatize to the environment. I released the trap, and they were given time to explore. And I was really interested in the proportion of time they spent either near the treatment, the control, or neither. And all of this was captured using cameras, and the responses were then recorded and watched later. So what exactly did we find? I found the interaction between size and treatment had a significant effect on the proportion of time spent near treatment panels. So this interaction suggests that there is indeed an influence of habitat treatment on bluegill behavior, and it varies based on the size of the fish. So specifically, I found that small bluegill tend to spend more time near the most complex treatment, which in this case was treatment number 4 that offered the most habitat. But for medium and large bluegill, they spent more time near 2 treatments, and the difference was quite small. And the only difference between these 2 treatments was depth relief, and that's something that I'll talk about more in my future kind of work. So what exactly are the implications of this finding, and how does this, how will this influence my research moving forward? So based off of these findings, I was able to enhance our understanding of shoreline erosion control methods and how adding habitat complexity to things such as retaining walls can benefit the proportion of time a species will be willing to spend near that treatment. And this ultimately can help contribute to our overall understanding of how we can add sustainable environmental practices and incorporate them in things that are already present but maybe lacking some considerations from a habitat complexity standpoint. So what will my future research look like? So the following summer, I deployed the same study, but instead in the bottom left corner, I used concrete panels. I wanted to know what that would look like and whether or not species would respond the same way in which they responded to the bamboo panels. And I also did a multi-species study because I wanted to know how do different species interact with these panels and whether or not there were elements that were better for some species but not for the other. I'm still in the process of analyzing that data, but from the preliminary results, each species uses a panel in a different way, which is quite surprising. So what is the next step for me? The next step is deploying this in a field setting where fish have the option to pass by these panels and they are not forced in a raceway arena. We're also really interested in seeing what happens when they're deployed in nature. Do zebra mussels overtake this habitat, and will that impact its ability in being used for fish species? We also live in Canada, and for majority of the year it is cold, so there is the issue of permafrost and the durability and the longevity of these walls. We wanted to know what happened if we leave them for 4 months. What happens? Is the entire retaining wall going to be present? Is parts going to fall off based off of the design, and how will that influence us? And secondly, the main focus of my PhD is looking at what is the benefit of this for canal systems such as the Rideau Canal. These are areas in which we want to increase biodiversity and we want to bring more fish back once the canal is when it's either drained or when it's refilled up again, and we want to see, can this influence and keep more fishes in the canal system? And lastly, I was really interested in the human dimension sides of this. Many people are congregating along waterfronts, and many people here and around Ontario and Canada have waterfront properties. And I wanted to know whether or not this is something that waterfront property owners would be interested in if they were given the option. If they have to have a retaining wall, but it doesn't necessarily offer opportunities for biodiversity gains, if they were given the option, would this be something they consider to put on their properties? And what kinds of things would influence them either agreeing to having this on their property or not agreeing to having this on their property? And lastly, I just want to sum up that the work that I'm doing for my PhD is contributing to research and making habitats that can incorporate natural elements, but using materials that are already aggressively used in retaining walls. And by enhancing our erosion control designs, we can enhance biodiversity and hopefully create a place where we can armor our shorelines, but also consider biodiversity in that. And I just wanted to say thank you for listening to my talk.
All right, so now we're going to take some questions from the audience. So, who has a question? Yes.
I'd like to address Mr. Gloutney from Ducks Unlimited. In your wetlands that you were working with down in southwestern Ontario, were there any of them that were connected to programs with the ALICE program, or farms with the ALICE program?
Yeah, none of those specific projects were connected with ALICE, but we have a number of projects in the Southwest where we work together on farm, and in many instances when we work collaborative like that, we are doing the wetland restoration within the context of ALICE. Yeah.
All right, anyone else?
I had a question of Jordan. Jordan, I was just wondering, when did algae blooms become a problem?
They've been a problem. Well, cyanobacteria are the oldest species in the world, so they've been here since the dawn of time. So it's gone through flares where they're the dominant species and then they're not, and then other things can prosper. I'm not sure when we started noticing most recently that harmful algal blooms are coming up again, but I know it's increasing. I'm not going to give a date for when they start to arrive, but as we've been seeing pollution increase, eutrophication increase, it's just been increasing more and more. So it's definitely been a pressing issue for the past few decades.
And what does that word eutrophication mean?
It's when the water has it's nutrient loaded. So it's full of nutrients, so it can affect the water and cause species like cyanobacteria to prosper.
Hi, my question addressed to Larissa. Yeah, I work with contaminants, so your presentation is most interesting for me. It's a little surprise for me that Canada has recently raised the awareness of the PFAS, because I worked with PFAS like 10 years before when I worked on my master's degree in France, shortly a side project. And I know that in US, for example, in Dartmouth recently, they just switched their Superfund toxic program from heavy metal to PFAS. My question is that at Riverkeeper, do you have any specific project for the PFAS? I just checked your website. There is nothing inside of PFAS. So I'm most interested in to know where are you going to do some cooperation with researchers from university? Are you going to collect data? Is there any work with government department for jurisdiction, etc.?
Yeah, so you're not alone in being surprised that Canada has just introduced this as a topic to look into further. It is a known issue, and it's an issue of concern. This past summer was the first time that the Canadian government asked for feedback on their risk management plan. And so the government of Canada has been looking into PFAS contaminations and PFOA and exploring what that could look like, but we're specifically looking how to classify this toxic substance, and whether it needed to be classified as a group or not, and then taking steps after that to address it. So it's a very slow process, and we know that other jurisdictions have moved faster. Ottawa Riverkeeper, we're doing a study on watershed health and assessment and monitoring. We're looking into different issues within the watershed, but specifically on PFAS, that would be something that we would need to seek a specific funding stream for. One of the reasons why we pointed to increased monitoring and understanding of where PFAS are present is because it's not well understood beyond a certain scope. And so there is some understanding of where it is, there's some understanding of where it's coming from, but doing a very big analysis of what the overall ongoing present is, there's still a lot of unknowns in there. So that's one of the other reasons why we asked for increased monitoring and sampling, is to better understand that. So I hope that answers your question. We don't have a plan to do a study directly on PFAS. We are going to keep an eye on what the Canadian government is doing on it and trying to influence that decision making as much as possible.
Great, thank you, Larissa. Any other questions?
question for Acacia, so works out that everyone else got a question. Super interesting work about the technical side of the retaining walls. It'll be great to see how it works out in the field. But I'm curious about the human dimensions work that you mentioned. Just like, do you see a specific direction going there, or like what exactly will you be looking at? Kind of like, is it more implementation? Like, are landowners on the shorelines willing to put those types of retaining walls or something else? But yeah, thank you and great job, everyone.
No, thanks for the great question. So for the human dimension side, it will be more about what knowledge exists about retaining walls. Is there a cost limit that you're willing to implement that? Do you perceive it as being something that you think is natural or beautiful, in the sense that, like, if you have to armor your shoreline, if these were the options that you were given and we didn't let you know cost, is this kind of something that you're interested in? And we're kind of targeting people on Big Rideau Lake, and we're going to get a good understanding of, is this something people are interested in? Is there a need? Because there are programs like Love Your Lake. They do offer shoreline assessments, but they kind of just give you a report card and tell you what can be done. But if you have an armored shoreline, they themselves don't actually give you a solution for dealing with that armored shoreline. So this is just kind of to gauge and understand, is there an actual need for this for people who have armored shorelines? If that answers your question.
Thanks, Acacia. Okay, yep.
Sorry to make you run all the way back here. My question's also for Acacia. First of all, very, very cool stuff. I thought it was really interesting when you talked about the potential for zebra mussels on these structures and sort of biofouling. And I was wondering, following that line, what you thought about the potential of like these 3D structures that you're making to act as habitat for other organisms, including zebra mussels. Is that a negative? Is that, could that be a positive? They provide a food source for certain fish as well, right? So I'm just curious, I guess, on your thoughts.
Yes, so I get asked that question a lot. I meet with Parks Canada often, and they often ask me about the diversity of these walls, and the opportunities are endless. They're curious about turtles and whether or not they could climb on them, they could bask on them, and I think there's been talk about invertebrates and algae that grow on it. I am one person, and I can only do so much in a PhD, and these are probably sub-theses within itself, but I have colleagues in my lab that are also building off of my work, and I think ultimately these can act as habitat for a lot of species, and I think it will just be the design that changes. So if you're looking to do a generalist kind of habitat wall that could offer habitat to multiple animals, or if you're looking for something very specific like a bass, for example. But I think the application of it overall is it can expand lots of different species, and I think it could be something that's really cool in areas that we're trying to bring back species to.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. So that's going to close off our question period for now. So that's the end of this session. We've got about a 15-minute break. If you do have any other questions, of course, go and find our speakers and ask them yourselves. And yeah, thanks.
All right, we'll be starting the next session in 2 minutes, please. All right, welcome back, everyone. My name is Matt Windle. I'm a research scientist with the River Institute, and I'll be chairing our next session. So our next session is called Fishing for Knowledge, Population Dynamics, Ecology, and Habitats of Fish and Freshwater Systems. And I invite our first speakers to come up. It's a dual presentation by Mike Yuille and Yves Paradis. Welcome.
Morning, everyone, or afternoon. Holy. Oh, is there only giving everything away? So, off the hop, if this fades out, I apologize in advance. We have a lot of animations, so there might be a lot of nexts, but hopefully this works for you. Okay, well, first off, it's great to physically be at a presentation. It's been a while. Especially something like this, to have everyone as enthusiastic and passionate about the St. Lawrence River in the same room to be able to talk about things is good to see. Right off the hop, we're talking about collaboration. That's a big theme throughout this presentation. And one of the things that I want people to think about as we're going through these slides is what you can talk to us about in these breaks. We're here today and tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of information provided, and we're hoping to generate some conversations amongst the group here. So keep that in mind as we're working through. What we're talking about today is agency collaboration throughout the St. Lawrence River. Oh, 2 things, there we go. And I think we can all agree that fish don't see borders. They're moving all over the place. And so in shared waters, locations like Lake St. Francis, where we have that Ontario-Quebec border, it's a challenge in assessing the lake fish community when agencies aren't necessarily coordinated. And so in 2020, I think everyone can remember 2020, everything that was going on there. If we were to take a lot of those negatives away and put a positive spin on it, it forced a lot of agencies that are sort of slow moving to come into technology and accept the fact that the virtual world exists. And as a result of that, it facilitated a lot of conversations in a much more easy way. We weren't worried about traveling across borders and figuring things out. We could have a lot of conversations. So in this time period, Ontario and Quebec were able to have a lot of conversations around shared interests in these resources. We found that we had a lot of similar ideas. And so through this collaboration process, we're seeing a lot of these similarities. And in 2020, I think, when we presented last time, 2021, it was in anticipation of an upcoming coordinated netting effort. So that happened in 2022. We're here now in 2023 to review what we found. So just as an overview, this is Lake St. Francis, and the red dots are corresponding to where Ontario sets their nets. Typically in a year, there's around 36 nets. It's been reduced more recently, but 36 nets. Quebec has upwards of 72 nets. Collectively, that is the assessment that's happening, but it wasn't always coordinated. Now, the different agencies have different questions, but generally we're collecting the same information. We're trying to monitor the status of the population. All I wanted, there's a lot of numbers on here. The main thing to focus on was some of the differences between our gears. So Ontario did not have 1-inch mesh in their gill nets. We had 3.5-inch mesh, which Quebec did not. So there were some differences in the gill nets. Quebec also sets 2 nets, where Ontario only sets 1. So there were some slight differences. We acknowledged that up front during these conversations. So in 2022, when we went out to Net Lake St. Francis, Ontario, to maintain their long-term data series, continued to set their traditional nets, but we also manufactured, well, we didn't specifically, but we ordered and had built nets that met the Quebec specifications as well. So we were able to evaluate and compare the gears. Right, so this is the 2022 data, very high level. All this is showing is the proportion, the fish community that we sampled, both between Ontario and Quebec in those netting years. This is the traditional Ontario nets and traditional Quebec nets. And the point of this slide is just to show that despite those differences, we're still collecting information on the same fish community. It's represented in roughly the same proportions, and we're getting consistent results. Oh, too many slides. So as I mentioned, in these conversations, we saw that we had a lot of similar thoughts, ideas, and questions about what was happening in Lake St. Francis. And we were hoping this coordinated effort would start shedding the light on the entirety of the fish community instead of just portions and trying to connect the dots between them. As a group, while we acknowledge that there's fish community information, we needed to narrow down some of the questions that we had, and it really focused on key recreational species. Yellow perch being a big recreational species in Lake St. Francis, northern pike, smallmouth bass, walleye, and largemouth bass. So for this next portion, my colleague Yves is going to dive a little bit deeper into northern pike. The clicker seems to be working for now.
Thanks, Mike. So for this presentation, we decided to focus on northern pike because we think that there is an issue in Lake St. Francis about the status of this species, but also at a more larger scale in the St. Lawrence River. So if we zoom in the Lake St. Francis, just to see what is the trend right now. So we are having here a graph with the Ontario data set, with the Quebec data set, and it's basically the same trend that we are having. So there's a collapse of the northern pike population in this lake, and it seems to have a first break in the early 2000s, and another important decline around 2008 and 2010. And since then, since the last 10 years, we are having historically low level of abundance in Lake St. Francis for the northern pike. And it's, as I mentioned, the same trend in both data sets. So we're curious about this result, and we were wondering if it was the same situation in the other section of the St. Lawrence River. But if we go a little bit deeper into this, the first data set that we were looking for, the Lake St. Francis, that's the same Ontario data set, but now we are splitting the data into 2 size classes, the large and the smaller northern pike. And what we can see is, it seems that we are looking at a recruitment failure at in Lake St. Francis. And this is the Ontario data set, but we are having the same trend in terms of recruitment failure also in the Quebec data set. So we're super curious about it, and it seems that something's going wrong in the Lake St. Francis, and we were curious about what's the status of northern pike. We also had a look at the spatial distribution of the northern pike in Lake St. Francis, and we chose 2004, 2014, and 2022 because both agencies were netting the Lake St. Francis at this during these years. So what you're having here is a bubble plot map where we can see the sampling station, the location of the sampling stations, and also the abundance of northern pike in the Quebec data set in blue and in the Ontario data set in red. And you can see the decrease in terms of abundance, but also in terms of frequency of occurrence in our sampling stations. And it happens super fast over an 18-year period. So if we zoom out a little bit just to see what's the trend of the Northern Pike in the different sections of the St. Lawrence River. So we did this graph using the Ontario data set, but also the New York data set to have a better perspective of the trend of Northern Pike in the upper St. Lawrence River in the different sections. And we have in red, the number in red, the percentage in red is the amount of decline from the historical abundance to the more recent surveys. And as you can see, there's a major decline for Northern Pike populations all along the upper St. Lawrence River. And we choose to go a little bit more deeper just to see if this trend is also occurring in the lower part of the St. Lawrence River. And so we compile the data, and it's the same, basically the same trend since the early 2000s. There's a decrease all over the St. Lawrence system and there's a collapse of the Northern Pike populations. And there's some sections here in the lower St. Lawrence where the abundance seems to be good. The graph is not collapsing, but if you look closely to the y-axis, you'll see that these abundance are super, super low in these sections of the river. So we are at historically low level of abundance all over the St. Lawrence system. So I'll hand it over to Mike for the conclusion of the talk.
Okay. Right. So from what Yves has seen or shown you guys, you can see that over the past 40 years, we've seen a decline in Northern Pike. It's been more pronounced more recently in that sort of 2000 period. But ultimately, throughout the St. Lawrence, we're seeing historic lows in abundance of the species. So I'm sure most of you are asking, how we got here? Ultimately, it's complex, and that's why we're here. We want to generate some of these discussions. We suspect recruitment failure as part of it, maybe due to some habitat loss. I think there were some discussions around eutrophication, but also productivity. The reality is productivity and the amount of phosphorus or the productivity level that is there has declined through time. We're seeing declines in phosphorus. So if you imagine your food web, we're starting to etch away at the bottom of that pyramid. And so as that is shrinking, the capacity for the river to support fish biomass is also shrinking. Having said that, not all of the species in the river are responding the same way that Northern Pike are. So that is a contributing factor, not the main factor that's happening there. So we need to look at a variety of components that are contributing to this. We also have, I see Muskies Canada in the back. We had contributions from anglers, lots of interested parties giving us some of the information that we just don't see. As you saw, we don't catch many pike in our assessment programs anymore, but anglers get their hands on quite a few fish, and they've pointed out lesions that are coming up on pike, and they're asking questions around what's happening there. So there are some pathological pieces that are still getting worked out as well. I'm sure there's some expertise in the room that may be able to speak to that a little bit more than I am willing to. But the point is there are a lot of factors all contributing to this, and we're looking to sort this out. So this is a summary for Northern Pike. The summary overall is, as I mentioned, Ontario has a long-term data set. It goes back through to the mid-'80s, so 40 years, hurts to say out loud. 40 years, getting older. 40 years. New York also has a data series. Collectively, we set the same types of nets, the same gear. It's a standardized process, and so as a result of that relationship, we have that extent of essentially the upper St. Lawrence River netted in a consistent way. Since 2020, in the collaboration with Quebec, collectively the group now has a 500-kilometer stretch of fish community data available to be worked up, and we're starting that process now. So the value around a data series like that is insurmountable. There's a lot of information that's there. We can track fish community shifts throughout the St. Lawrence River, but some of the challenges that we're having are the mechanisms that are driving those shifts. Each agency has their mandate and their jurisdiction. There's some constraints there, but what we do see are these common trends, and understanding those mechanisms is where we're hoping to look for some partnerships and collaborations that can provide that information. Thank you. So, as I mentioned, we're hoping to generate some discussions, maybe not exactly right now, but in the question period or during the breaks to sort of tease some of this apart. As I mentioned again, this is one of several species that we're interested in, and we do assess the fish community as a whole. So there are lots of pieces to this. Hopefully in future presentations we can shed some more light on it. But we focused on northern pike today, and looking forward to speaking with you guys hopefully in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike and Yves. Really interesting presentation, and really nice to see that collaboration in the works as well. And just as a reminder, we'll save our questions till after all the 3 presentations, and we'll open that up for the audience to ask questions of all the presenters. So our next presenter is Jamie Madden from Carleton University. I'll invite Jamie up here. And Jamie's title is Comparing the Effectiveness and Consequences of Various Barotrauma Mitigation Techniques on Freshwater Game Fish Using Biologgers. Welcome, Jamie.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Jamie Madden. I'm a second-year master's student at Carleton University, and I work with Dr. Steve Cook and Dr. Andy Danilchuk. So I'll be talking about 2 studies that I did looking at barotrauma mitigation techniques on 2 freshwater fish. So I just want to briefly thank my co-authors and our funders who are all super helpful in getting these projects done. Okay. So just to talk briefly about the biology of barotrauma. So there's 2 types of swim bladders in fish. Physostomus fish have a pneumatic duct that connects their swim bladder to their esophagus. So they're able to fill their swim bladder by gulping, and they empty it by burping. And then on the other hand, Physoclistus fish don't have the pneumatic duct, so they add gas by diffusion and remove it by resorption. So this takes a lot more time, and for this reason, it's Physoclistus fish that we often see getting barotrauma. So what is barotrauma? It's just the injuries and trauma that occur from a quick change in barometric pressure. So we see this in angling when you bring a fish up from really deep water quickly, and they get different symptoms, and we see this in the St. Lawrence. It's definitely deep enough. So they can have positive buoyancy, bulging eyes, organ protrusion. On the inside, they could hemorrhage and get hematomas. So because this happens often enough, there's different mitigation techniques that anglers use to repressurize fish if they want to release fish with barotrauma. So on one hand, there's descending devices, and these bring fish back down to depth, usually with weights. And then on the other hand, there's venting tools. So this is just manually using a needle to release gas from the swim bladder so that they're not so positively buoyant and they could swim down by themselves. So many jurisdictions actually require a descending device on every boat in places where barotrauma is likely. So for example, that's the case in a lot of saltwater jurisdictions like the Gulf of Mexico, but we really don't see regulations like that in freshwater. It's a lot lesser known and talked about and studied in freshwater, but it does happen. So the question that I'm going to be talking about today and that I asked was that how well do different barotrauma relief techniques actually work on freshwater fish? So we use biologgers to answer that question. Biologgers go around the body of a fish. So if you see on the bottom picture there, we placed it ventrally on that bass. It measures pressure, depth, temperature, and acceleration in 3 axes. So we stick that on a Velcro strap and put it around the fish. We then release the fish from the boat, and it is attached to a line with the bail open, so the fish can swim freely for about 10 minutes. We gather data. And after that, we just give the line a sharp tug. The Velcro comes right off the fish, and we can retrieve our data, and the fish can, go on living its life. So I said we looked at 2 fish. The first one was walleye. The question we wanted to ask was, how does the depth usage and movement of walleye change after having their barotrauma relieved in 3 different ways with 3 different mitigation methods? So the first one I mentioned was the swim bladder venting, also called fizzing. The second is a weighted device descent, so we used 2. We had a Fish Saver Pro, which is just a simple weighted hook, and then we had a sequelizer, which was a bit more complex, pressure release clamp, also with a weight. And third, we had a weighted crate, which is used a lot in saltwater. It's pretty rudimentary. You just put the fish down in the crate. So the first thing we found was that there was a lot of variability within the effectiveness of their relief techniques. So the graphs that you're looking at here are, each different color is a different fish, and it's their depth over 10 minutes, so going down in the water column. And we could see that not all the fish stayed down. So when I talk about effectiveness, I'm just talking about, was their positive buoyancy eliminated? Were they able to get down to depth and stay at depth, not float back up? So for the hook and the crate treatment, about 13% of the fish rose back up, which isn't ideal. As an angler, they would probably miss these fish floating up. They'd get lost in the, in the choppy water, and these fish would probably, not have a good result if their barotrauma wasn't helped. Similarly, the sequelizer had only 50% of fish successful and 50% floating up. Control, which was not treating their barotrauma at all, none of these fish were able to swim back down. And venting had the best success. So this is, kind of obvious. We're emptying their swim bladder. If any of the fish rose, that would be my fault. I vented them wrong. So that makes sense. The next thing we saw that was a big surprise was that actually out of all the fish that went down to depth and stayed at depth, so they didn't float back up, about half of them lost orientation on the bottom. So this is a symptom of barotrauma. And we could see here that, again, this is highly associated with the relief technique. We could see that the crate treatment has the highest proportion of fish that were upside down on the bottom, while the venting treatment had the least. So we wanted to look closer at the venting treatment because we were surprised that on both sides of this kind of coin, the venting was the best option that we saw. So we wanted to look a little bit closer because it is more of a controversial technique. So we built off this study to do the next one, which was on smallmouth bass. So what we wanted to see was look at the depth usage of healthy smallmouth bass after being fizzed or vented. So these fish did not have barotrauma, and what we wanted to know was, does fizzing the fish negatively affect their ability to control their buoyancy, to fill and empty their swim bladder? So we did 2 things here. The first was a full swim bladder vent on these fish. So we inserted the needle, we let all the air out that wanted to get out, and that was the full vented fish. Oh yeah, I forgot that. Oops. Sorry. Oh, there it is. Okay, I hope it was worth it. And then the second one was just a swim bladder puncture. So we just went in and went out, and we didn't release any air out of the swim bladder just to see what the effect of that wound is, of just the small hole in their swim bladder. So what we found was that when released over deep water, more than half of the smallmouth bass are sinking down after being fizzed. So this really wasn't a result that we expected. The fully vented fish, 57% of them sunk down, and just the punctured fish, 61% of them sunk down. So this is a really large proportion of fish, and we did this over a habitat that was not suitable for smallmouth bass. So this was over 180 feet of water. So we knew that if these fish sunk down, it was not their choice, it was because they could not control their buoyancy. Here is just an example of what these depth graphs look like for fish that sunk and fish that didn't sink in both treatments. So you can see for the fully fizzed and for the punctured treatments, they react kind of similarly. Around 10 meters, they kind of go down and then they start to free fall down to the bottom. And then the fish that didn't sink acted pretty similarly to the controls. So they stayed up high in the water column, they just went up and down, typical searching behavior after being released. So the obvious question here is, what is the difference between the sinkers and the swimmers? Why are 60% of fish sinking, and why are the other ones swimming? Like, what is the difference? This is very preliminary results. I actually finished this study like last month, the fieldwork. So we don't have the answer for that yet, but I'm hoping with a super thorough analysis we'll be able to figure it out, or it may just be individual variation. So next we can look at the maximum depth that these fish went to. So here, when we're releasing the fish in deep water, we could see that the fizz and the punctured fish on average reach much deeper depths to a maximum depth than the controls do, which is what we just saw. But when we compare that to releasing the same fish in shallow water, we can see that these fish behave a lot more similarly to the controls. So they all pretty much go down to the bottom in shallow water, which is typical behavior after a stressful event. The fish, get released, go straight down to the bottom and hang out. So when released in shallow water, the fizz fish reach similar depths to the controls. Fast forward 10 minutes later, we can look at where they are at that point. So at the deep water, we can see that the fully fizzed and the punctured fish pretty much stay at the bottom. Once they get down that deep that they don't belong there, they're really, unlikely to get back out of there. And in the shallow water, here is where we see the difference between the punctured fish and the fully fizzed fish. So the fully fizzed fish are staying down at the bottom. It's about 10 meters or 30 feet. But the punctured fish and the controls are rising in the water column. So after that initial kind of like going down right to the bottom, they come back up, they're recovered, they're swimming around higher up in the water column. So this is a little bit what we expected to see between the punctured and the fizzed fish. And and what this tells us is that perhaps in the deep treatment, the punctured fish are swimming down and getting affected by the pressure of the deep water. And that would be the difference in why they're sinking in deep water, but able to, rise in the water column in the shallow water. So just to speak briefly to the implications, as I said, this is preliminary results, but we can take some conclusions from it. But to start, it's clear that more research is really desperately needed in freshwater barotrauma mitigation. I think my research brings up more questions than it does answers, honestly. So for example, it'd be really good to look at how species-specific are the reactions and what are the best practices for each species that need their barotrauma to be mitigated. For this research, because fizzing is often seen as the best way to mitigate barotrauma, especially in bass tournaments when fish are held in a live well for a really long amount of time, I think it's really important that if fish are fizzed, they must be released over a suitable habitat and a suitable depth, because if not, it's more than likely that they're going to sink down, and if it's really unsuitable, then they might die at that depth. And finally, the next steps, we'd like to look at the effect of time on swim bladder puncture healing. It's possible that holding a fish in a live well all day after fizzing them is going to help that puncture wound heal, and they may be able to regulate their depth a little bit more. So that's all for me. Thank you for having me, and if anyone wants to chat after, that'd be really good.
Thank you, Jamie. That was really nice applied research. I know that's a concern for a lot of people with all the smallmouth bass tournaments in particular on the St. Lawrence River. So you might have some questions about that after as well. Our last speaker for this session is Stafford Maracle from Queen's University, and Stafford's title is Environmental DNA Metabarcoding as an Asset in the Accurate Assessment of Fish Populations in a Diverse Fluvial Landscape.
Sego Seguego, Roderagwats Jungets, Miracle de Waxanazare, Gandagan, and Idawagedon. I'm Stafford Maracle. I'm from Tananaga. PhD candidate at Queen's University under Dr. Stephen Lauheed. I'm just going to share my first chapter, which I did in partnership with the fins team. So if you don't know much about fins, go check them out over there. And this is a comparative study looking at eDNA metabarcoding and seine netting along the St. Lawrence River, seeing if eDNA metabarcoding is going to find more species and if there's going to be can see impacts with between different habitats within those along the St. Lawrence River. So freshwater ecosystems and fish populations are under extreme pressure due to climate change, habitat destruction, disturbance, overexploitation. Despite us still relying on them for our economic needs, a functioning food web for food, subsistence fishing, recreational fishing, cultural and spiritual needs as well. So currently we assess fish populations through live capture surveys using seine netting, electrofishing, trawl netting, which tend to be invasive, harmful to the species, time-consuming, and a bit more expensive than the method that I'm going to share here shortly. So why do we need a new way of assessing? We're still seeing an increased number of invasive species, a gap in monitoring rare and elusive species, inconsistent baseline on these community data. So we're looking at data from post impacted ecosystems till now. So that's looking more at, like, my future chapters looking down through sediment cores to see changes in fish populations. So if you are interested in that, please talk to me after, but I'm just gonna focus on the contemporary eDNA for this talk. We also are seeing a gap or a miscommunication or lack of communication between monitoring and communities. So we're not engaging with communities after we find data on these populations that are actually with the communities that are actually impacted by these species. Again, which I won't talk about too much in this talk, but I'm incorporating Indigenous knowledge also into my research. So if you're interested in looking at that as well, please talk to me about that too. What I will be focusing on is aquatic environmental DNA. Environmental DNA is free-floating, fragmented DNA that's left behind from individuals as they live and breathe in their environment, from exfoliates, urine, feces, blood, or whole dead organisms. We can collect a couple liters of water, filter this, and extract the DNA from every species that was possibly in that environment, but only for a short period of time. eDNA usually persists in the environment for a couple hours to up to a few weeks, where it eventually degrades, is consumed by other organisms, or eventually settles into the sediment. So eDNA metabarcoding takes advantage of the hypervariable nature of DNA or between species. We use mitochondrial DNA because it's that much more variable between species, has a higher mutation rate, using the cytochrome oxidase 1 gene and the 12S gene. Metabarcoding uses two conserved regions within these genomes that is found across all the species, so it's the same across every fish species that we're looking for. Between these two markers is hypervariable, so it's different between all the species. So if we can capture those two very conserved regions, sequence it using bioinformatics, we can pull it apart which species is associated with each barcode. So in this study, I look at two main hypotheses. Does eDNA metabarcoding show a higher diversity or a higher species richness than seine netting? And does eDNA metabarcoding show differences in human impact between different habitats? So in 2021, we collected water samples from, I believe, 67 sites along the upper St. Lawrence, focusing on littoral wetland sites. Within these sites, after sequencing using the environmental DNA metabarcoding, we found 10 million individual reads, so that's 10 million sequences associated with, I believe, 467 fish species. 68 fish species, sorry. After filtering, that was down to only 1 million species, individual sequences. Comparing this to the seine netting that we collected alongside it, which only found 42 species. So we did find an increase in richness at each habitat. Once we started control for the amount of sequences that we were finding with eDNA as compared to the live catch, that difference is a little bit less, but we still see a higher number of species with eDNA. On top of this, we found an increase in number of rare species at risk and invasive species. So we found 10 species at risk using environmental DNA as compared to the 3 that we found with seine netting. And for invasive species, we found 5 with eDNA metabarcoding and 3 again with seine netting. One species in particular that was of interest with this was the invasive tench, which was known to be in the river, but not only up to, I believe, Lake St. Francis when we were collecting the data, but then in the environmental DNA data, we found it up into the Brockville corridor. Because of the dynamics of the river, we know that the eDNA couldn't get further upriver than where it was captured. It could come from further upstream. So our finding it in Brockville means that that's at least how far it was, but it could be further due to like river pulling it further downstream. The impact of humans on different ecosystems or different habitats was assessed as well. So we looked at, can we see a difference in fish richness between habitats that had an impacted riparian zone, somewhat impacted riparian zone, so some of it was natural, some of it was agricultural land or people's lawns, others were like as wetland or forests. And we found that environmental DNA could actually found more species in habitats that had a natural riparian zone as compared to those that were maintained. The seine netting found no difference across these, so there wasn't a difference between natural and maintained riparian zones. And this was likely due to eDNA finding elusive species and rare species that the seine netting couldn't pick up. We also looked at the difference between wetlands and non-wetlands in the community structure and found that eDNA could see a difference between the fish populations in wetlands versus non-wetlands. This is also likely due to eDNA picking up benthic species and offshore species that, again, seine netting couldn't pick up due to the depth of the net. So we did find an increase in species richness with eDNA as compared to seine netting. That doesn't mean that seine netting is no good and we shouldn't use it. It's just pointing out that eDNA can build on our knowledge that seine netting is giving us. But we're just seeing how many species are there. We don't know what state they're in, so it's still good to do live catch surveys. Just we don't have to do it at an extensive scale as we are right now. eDNA found a higher number of rare, invasive, and elusive species, so that's pretty cool. And we were able to pull apart different human impacts on the fish community that was not able to be seen with the live catch surveys. And with that, I would like to say thank you.
Thanks, Stafford. That's a really great collaboration between Queen's University and the River Institute. They're happy to move in lots of new exciting directions. So now we have our question period for all of our speakers, and I just invite them up to the stage if they want to join me here. And we'll open that up to the audience here. So if you just want to put up your hand if you have a question for one of the speakers, and I'll run over the microphone to you. It's on. Oh, there we go. Any questions? Yes, Mark.
My question's for Stafford. I'm wondering with the eDNA, can you distinguish any differences within, say, the walleye gene? Can you depict the different, say, gene pools within that species?
Like the differences between like different variants within the
variants,
walleye?
you know, so that diversity is why we have our healthy fish populations, but can you identify that with the eDNA, the different mixings of the gene pools?
Not necessarily. With the metabarcoding, I definitely can't, because that's looking at such a broad array of different species. If you look specifically at walleye, there could be sections of the gene that you could target that are different between variants within the walleye. In that case, you could definitely pull that apart. I haven't actually seen anybody do it, so I don't know if it's a super reliable method or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Oh, here you go, Robin.
This is also for Stafford, Robin Paul. The first question really is, can you, let's see, when you're doing a comparison between seine netting and water sampling, was that done at the same time of year?
Yeah, it was actually done at the same time at each site. So
in the same sites?
Yeah, we would actually collect the water and then immediately go out and collect the seine netting.
Right. So what is the best time of year for eDNA sampling, in your opinion?
It would depend on what you're looking for. Because if you're looking for, say, like the spawning, then obviously you would want to be looking at in the spring during the spawning season. But this fish population is going to change throughout the year, so you could even do it at different points throughout the year to see that change. It really just depends on the question you're looking for.
But if you're looking for other species like amphibians, for example, would that be a particular time of year?
I don't actually know. If you ask Beaudoin, he might have a better answer for you than I do. He's over there. He works on amphibians, so.
Okay, well perhaps I can pass the microphone over.
Not to put him on the spot, though.
So currently, because like a traditional survey method on amphibians normally applied on the summer times, so that's why they make the calling. That's be easier for validate that. So at early beginning or validation part of this eDNA survey, we want to just like a Stafford did with the fish survey, so we can use the traditional one as a backup or validation data, suggest accuracy of our method. But ultimately, we want to try if we can just capture the amphibian eDNA signal in the winter time when they're marshland or frozen, but however, the DNA are preserved and intact underneath in the mud. And then we'll broaden our survey time window and also have more like a seasonal variation. Perhaps we can capture that. But that's our goal. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Beaudoin. Any other? Oh, we got a question here for Phil.
Thanks, Matt. Question for Jamie. Regarding that fizzing technique, is that something that sports fishermen in general could use, or is it as a technique to help with the barotrauma, or is it something that is not applicable in a general wide scale?
In general, It's mostly used for bass tournaments and bass fishing, just because these fish are held in a live well all day. So the other methods I talked about, which was the descending, which is another way to help barotrauma, it won't really work for these bass because they're held all day, and their barotrauma is just getting worse and worse when they're held at the surface. So yes, for fish that you are holding and where descending isn't an option, fizzing unfortunately is the best option, even though, you know, it's a little bit controversial and you're sticking a needle into a fish. Not everybody loves that, but it really does help if you do it right and if you release them in the right spot.
All right, thank you. Alex, here you go.
It kind of tacks onto the top of that. I know you tested fully deflating the swim bladder, but being someone who's used this technique, typically you don't go until that swim bladder is fully deflated. You stop at that midpoint. So I'm just curious to any input on that.
Yeah, that's definitely right. So we didn't have fish that had barotrauma. So we couldn't like fizz the fish until they were no longer positively buoyant, because they were never positively buoyant. So that was just the threshold that we were able to use to say, okay, this is a way that we could make it the same for all the fish. And that's the exact reason that we had that other treatment where it was just the puncture. So these fish, you know, they're not losing any air out of their swim bladder, but they are having that wound. So that's why we added that treatment to kind of cover whether we were over fizzing those fish. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, Jeff has a question.
So I imagine this conversation would probably happen anyway, but I might as well include everyone in it. So I've got to ask about the Northern Pike, and I think John's in the room, so I think that's partly a reason why I think we'd want to maybe get some input there. But one of the things that we talked about the river rapport and the Northern Pike, and some of the research was done, a lot of it which borrowed and some of the data and some of the rationale was because of John's work in the Thousand Islands. But one of the things that when we were doing the river report, we're looking at different sections of the river and seeing this trend that you guys now observed. And unfortunately, I don't know if you noticed that, Yves, but when you're talking about the lower St. Lawrence, the slide didn't forward. But we did see it then later on, you flip through it and it did show the same sort of impact. But you know, one of it, and this is now where I'm a little fuzzy, is now I know there's a lot of the work that was done was also relating to Plan 2014 and the rationale that the coastal wetlands had become monocultures, and that was poor habitat for Northern Pike in the Thousand Islands area, and there's also these depth structural kind of issues that were occurring. But is all of that relevant as you go into the Lake St. Francis and the lower St. Lawrence River? All those same sort of mechanisms that I think were reported out in John's work in the Thousand Islands, are all those mechanisms still relevant in those sections of the river? So.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's the same principle, and there's lots of debate about the water level and water regulation during the spawning season. And I have a colleague who specializes on this kind of questions, but there's no such a regulation of flow in a variation of flow in Lake St. Francis. So that's why we were curious about, okay, in some sections of the St. Lawrence River where we have lots of water level fluctuation, we can maybe have an hypothesis about the water management plan, or something's going wrong with that. But in other sections, we are seeing the same decline, and there's a complete water regulation like in Lake St. Francis. So it was quite puzzling about what is the real mechanism behind this this collapse, but all the hypotheses are on the table, and yeah, it's a puzzle, yeah.
All right, thanks, Yves. Any other questions? Yes, right here.
My question is from Mike. In your presentation, you made reference to something called recruitment failure. I wasn't clear on what that is. Oh, I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, Thank you for the question. Absolutely. So recruitment failure is essentially small fish aren't growing. They're not coming into the fishery. They're not coming into the population. So it may be that, like I said, we have lots of information that we can't necessarily present yet. We just didn't have the time. But what we have been seeing is, specifically with Lake St. Francis, we are catching adults. They're in good condition. In fact, they're in better condition now than they had been historically. So it's possible that they may be reproducing, but their young aren't making it. And so they're not showing up in our index. So we are seeing adults, but we're just not seeing any babies or small juvenile fish. And so the lack of recruitment means those small fish aren't coming into our nets and aren't coming into the population. And so with no small fish, you're slowly losing your big fish. And that's what we're seeing. No problem.
Any other questions? Robin? Yes. And how are we doing for time? We're good? Okay.
This is a follow-up to, the thing you just discussed. Are there any relationships being established between toxins in the river and egg development and spawning? And because we hear about these toxins, these forever toxins, which is in the river. They're increasing in amounts, perhaps, and when you see a drop in a fish population or any population like this, it immediately raises red flags about whether or not the reproductive cycle is being affected by toxins. Has that ever been considered?
I mean, I will have to say yes, but I'm also maybe going to phone a friend in a second, but it's hard to know on the surface, because as I was talking about recruitment failure, there's multiple things. There could be successful spawning and the young aren't surviving, but it also could be that the fish are spawning and it's not successful. So there's a couple different things that could be factored in there. In terms of toxins, Yves, do you have anything to say to that? Because otherwise, if there are any expertise in the audience, I would phone a friend around toxins. I'm not too sure off the top of my head where that falls. I would have to assume it's out there in the literature. I just don't have that accessible at the moment.
All right, I think we'll have to pause it there for questions, but I invite, if there's any other further questions, just approach our speakers afterwards, and I'm sure they'll be happy to answer them. Thank you to our speakers for sharing all this information with us today. It's really appreciated. So, yep, thank you.
also just had a seltzer, and I'm gonna like.
What if I'm never good? What if I'm terrified? It's great. Show vulnerability, get everyone's attention. Woo. All right, sorry. Am I good? Oh, perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking around for our last session of the day about the really exciting topic of mud, which was not sarcastic, actually. I'm very excited about it. My name is Isaac Armstrong. I am a PhD candidate at Queen's University. I'm one of your co-chairs for the session, along with my colleague, Catherine Moyer, who is seated over there, and Will Wave. Thank you. So we both work with mud and the things in mud. And I am in the really fun position right now of getting to introduce myself as your first speaker. So, I should look at the pointer. And I will do my best to use this, and we'll see how that goes. All right. So, I am talking about bugs and mud, and specifically bugs that live in mud, and more specifically using didn't realize that, sorry, I'd have to like look to the side to see it there. But more specifically, using the remains of these invertebrate in the sediment to learn about the outcomes of remedial action plans, and specifically in the Cornwall waterfront sediment. Now, this presentation is sort of a summary of a project that's been ongoing for 3 or 4 years, so I am, for brevity, gonna cut some of the background information. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume everyone in this room has heard of Cornwall, Ontario before? Yes. Awesome. And as many of you know, the Cornwall waterfront played host to a high amount of industrial activity, mainly 3 point source polluters, including Domtar, a pulp and paper mill, ICI, a chlor-alkali plant, and Courtodes, a rayon and textile manufacturer, which discharged high amounts of contaminants into the waterfront. This included contaminants such as the neurotoxic mercury, other heavy metals such as zinc, copper, and lead, as well as organic effluent and coarse particulate organic matter. Now, instead of dispersing in the water as one might hope, these contaminants instead settled into the sediment where they became available to benthic organisms and as such were able to biomagnify and enter the food web. Now, there were industrial regulations that were implemented over the 1970s onward. Point source polluters closed, the last one closing in 2006, and a sediment strategy was enacted in order to try to remediate this sediment. So the sediment strategy used is one of monitored natural recovery, which relies on natural physical, chemical, and geological processes to isolate the contaminants in the sediment so they're no longer bioavailable. So within monitored natural recovery, the sequestration of these contaminants is done through allowing sediment to deposit naturally on top, uncontaminated sediment, which creates a natural cap, as well as enacting policy and monitoring to make sure that disturbance, like physical disturbance to the sediment, is being limited. However, contaminants can be resuspended and re-enter the food web through processes such as bioturbation by the organisms that live in the sediment, through physical mixing, whether that's construction along the waterfront or recreational usage, as well as under certain redox conditions. As well, despite these industrial improvements and despite the use of monitored natural recovery, contaminant concentrations remain elevated in the sediment, in many cases above provincial effect levels, and in many cases above the provincial severe effect level, which is the level that we would expect to see harmful or adverse effects to the biota within the waterfront. Alongside this, there's also concern over modern-day mercury inputs from point, non-point, local, and legacy sources into the waterfront, which I believe we'll hear more about in the next presentation. So, with these contaminant concentrations remaining elevated, this asks the question, well, has monitored natural recovery reduced the ecological risk of contamination? And as much as I wish I could stand up here and give you guys like a yes or no on kind of is monitored natural recovery, effective? Did it work? That's a very broad topic. That's not something that one study can answer. I'm trying to be a little bit more specific in terms of, did monitored natural recovery reduce the ecological risk of contaminants to benthic invertebrates within the waterfront sediment, which is still a little bit vague and broad. So to be even more specific, we want to see how historic industrial pollution and these contaminants have affected benthic invertebrates over time within the waterfront and also spatially within the waterfront. And in terms of how we do this is when we get to the really fun bit about bugs and mud. So I'm going to start with the bugs, pictured here on what I think is the left, but I don't know my lefts and rights, but it's the one that looks like a bug and not like mud. The ecological indicator that I'm interested in are chironomids. These are the aquatic larvae of non-biting midges. They live in the sediment and their head capsules are made of chitin, so when they die or they molt, these head capsules will preserve for tens to hundreds to even thousands of years. They can be isolated from the sediment, and based on morphological characteristics, they can be identified to a genus level and in many cases to a species level. And these different taxa have known ecological preferences and also known pollution tolerances. And then where the mud comes in, sediments. So sediments accumulate naturally in a system over time where newer sediment is overlying older sediment. And these sediments are accumulating all these different biological, chemical, or physical inputs into the system, presenting a chronological archive. So we can take a core, we can chop it up into different slices, and then in each of these slices, we can look at what chironomid taxa were there and different diversity metrics, and we can compare that to a stressor, like the concentration of a contaminant of interest, and see how these change over time from the bottom of the core, the oldest sediment, to the top of the core, which is the newest sediment. And so doing a full down core for areas, so many areas spread out across the waterfront, would be a lot of work. So what we can actually do for a more spatial assessment is just look at this top layer of sediment, the surface sediment, and the metals and the chironomids in that, and do a host of these, a suite of these across the waterfront to see how we're looking at this distribution in the modern day. Which is objective one of this research, which was characterizing the response of chironomids to metals across the Cornwall waterfront. The Cornwall waterfront is very spatially heterogeneous. There's 3 main depositional zones. They received pollution from different sources, different point source polluters. They're also morphologically, physically, ecologically distinct. So we wanted to see how some of that variation and the variation in types of pollution received was affecting these chironomids. So for this first bit of research, I looked at 25 surface sediment samples spread across the different waterfront zones as well as upstream reference sites. First thing that we did was looked at the distribution of metal concentrations within these samples. And what you can see here is that all of our industrial metals, our mercury, our methyl mercury, zinc, copper, and lead, they co-varied. So for example, sites with high zinc were also more likely to have high copper and high lead. Therefore, we're interpreting this as representing an industrial signal, and we can see within this variation that this industrial signal is concentrated in specific areas where we're having higher concentrations of mercury within zone 1, which was receiving our effluent from our pulp and paper mill and the chloralkali plant, and high concentrations of zinc, copper, and lead within zone 2, which was a textile manufacturer. And for brevity, I'm skipping some of the details here, but you'll have to take my word on this one, is that further analyses showed that it was zinc concentrations which were significant in determining how chironomids were distributed across the waterfront, so which taxa were found where. Wanted to look at this in a bit more detail and found that 4 taxa had statistically significant relationships to the zinc concentration in the sediments. Now, I think that these are very cute. I think that these photos kind of look like Renaissance paintings in a way. I would unironically frame these and put it on my wall, especially the one for polypetalum. But from, I guess, a scientific perspective, 2 of these taxa had positive relationships with the zinc concentration in the sediment. These tend to be pollution-tolerant generalist taxa. And 2 of them had negative concentrations, or negative relationships with the zinc concentration in the sediment, so likely metal-sensitive taxa. It's a little bit hard to distinguish. Obviously, the zinc concentration in the sediment, it's not randomly distributed. It is reflecting a little bit of a spatial signal, and so there's some interplay between, are these taxa here or not found here because they're metal sensitive? Is it a legacy of the pollution experienced in this area, or a mixture of both? And in order to try to get a better idea of this sort of legacy of pollution, we took 2 cores from our most impacted areas. So that is Zone 1, again, our pulp and paper mill, our organic effluent mercury inputs, and then Zone 2, which was zinc, copper, lead, and also mercury, to see how chironomids changed over time. So the first thing I'm going to show you is the metal profiles from these sites. So this is from Zone 2. And again, you're looking at change from the bottom of the core, so industrial activity, 1963 and before, changing till modern. What you will see is high metal concentrations, historic zinc concentrations of up to 4,000 micrograms per gram, which is over 4 times the provincial severe effect level, and mercury concentrations of up to 20 micrograms per gram, which is 10 times the provincial severe effect level, which is pretty bad, I guess, unless you're a big fan of mercury. And now Zone 1 saw historic mercury concentrations of up to 80 micrograms per gram, which is 40 times the provincial severe effect level, and much higher than what we're finding in the modern day sediment. I hope, unless the presentation after me has some really horrific results to share. And now you might be asking, well, Isaac, how did the chironomids respond to this? And then I would say, well, that's a very insightful question. Let me show you. And I'm going to start with Zone 2, and I'm going to be displaying a stratigraphy, which is a way to show sediment core data. So you'll see depth and depth of the core and time, year on the y-axis, and other variables, including a bunch of chironomid taxa as columns on the x-axis. And so in Zone 2, when contaminant concentrations were elevated, there were no chironomids. So all of these variables on the what I think is the left-hand side here, these are all chironomid taxa. The bars are showing their relative abundance. So what proportion of the assemblage do they make up? The gray area, they're not there. It's not because I was lazy and didn't want to count them. It's because there weren't any there to count. So pollution is bad, maybe a shock to some of you. Now, that said, as contaminant concentrations decline, chironomids increased in abundance. We started seeing chironomids back. We could characterize which species were there and how they changed. We saw a general increase in pollution-sensitive species, or taxa, including one of the ones we identified earlier from those modern-day samples, and a decrease in pollution-tolerant taxa. And at the top of the Zone 2 core, what we saw was a change in the community structure to reflect more macrophytes and warmer water. So species that preferred more macrophyte habitat and were associated with higher temperatures became more prevalent. So interpreting this as a bit of a climate signal in terms of what's currently driving chironomids in the waterfront. Okay, and now I'm going to show you the results from Zone 1, so mercury up to 80 micrograms per gram. Big surprise, same thing, no chironomids, all dead, really sad. That's very flippant of me to say, but it's pretty heavy. Same signal, we have high levels of mercury, high organic content. This industrial era, we have no chironomids. Now, because the chironomids are absent from both sites during this level, these high levels of pollution, it's hard to kind of disentangle the mechanism. Was it heavy metals? Was it changes to the substrate from this organic matter? Was it depletion of oxygen? There's a variety of things that could go into it and potentially all do and interact with each other. However, in this zone, when chironomids return, a lot of these species and taxa that we see are associated with eutrophic conditions. They are associated with lower oxygen. They're associated with high nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen. So it seems evident that it is the organic content within this area that is controlling the structure of the population here. And then at the top of the core, modern day, same sort of signal as Zone 2, which suggests that currently the community is being driven by climatic factors or physical habitat factors. All right, in conclusion, historic industrial activity, high contaminants, pretty much functionally extirpated chironomid assemblages. Pollution is bad. All right, chironomids display ecological recovery through time. This was shown through an increase in like the overall abundance, so the number of head capsules we saw in the sediment, as well as the increase in the relative abundance of different pollution-sensitive taxa and the decrease of pollution-tolerant taxa. And from this ecological recovery, one could conclude that, you know, perhaps monitored natural recovery has been effective in reducing the ecological risk on chironomids. That would have been a great thing for me to write on this slide, but you live and learn. And the link from that is essentially that this study is an example of how we can use these sediment core bioindicators, both sort of temporally in a sediment core and also spatially, and, you know, incorporate both to strengthen our research and use this to assess the efficacy of remedial action. Thank you so much for your time. Obviously, we'll do a question session. My email is there. If you want to read more, have some papers. And obviously, thank you to my co-supervisors and to my colleagues and my funders. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Isaac. As with all the other sessions, we are just going to go straight into the next talk, and we'll save our questions for the end. So Isaac gave us a nice little introduction into the Cornwall sediment strategy and a brief look at changes through time. We're going to get into a bit more of the nitty-gritty of it and what the current situation is on the Cornwall waterfront with a crew of presenters whom many of you are probably very familiar with already. So I'd like to invite Georgia Bock, Courtney Holden, and Matthew Windle up.
All right, so thank you for staying for the last talk of the day. I know it's getting late, so we'll try to be quick and just go through this information that we have here. So as Catherine said, I'm Georgia Bock, and I'm going to be presenting on the Cornwall sediment strategy along with Dr. Courtney Holden and Matt Windle. Okay, so past industrial, I don't have to talk too much about this because Isaac did such a great job describing the past industry in Cornwall. So as you know, the St. Lawrence River was designated an area of concern due to past industry in the Cornwall area. And that's, he's already outlined what a lot of those industry players were. So I don't really have to go through that, but it's a chloroalkali plant, a pulp and paper mill, and a rayon mill. And some of those players were in place for over 100 years, so it's a long legacy, long pollution. And then there was a remedial action plan developed to address some of this, and the Cornwall sediment strategy came from that. Okay, as Isaac had already said, there's 3 zones in the that were highlighted for contaminated sediment in the area, and these are pretty much where the past industry discharged into. And the mercury for concern in the area of concern and in these industries is mercury, so the contaminant of concern is mercury. And it's really a concern when it becomes methyl mercury because it can come up the food chain. Oops. It can come up the food chain. Sorry about that. So Isaac also had described what this is. So the sediment strategy is essentially just in 2005, a bunch of different players got together and decided, what are we going to do with this contaminated sediment? And so the plan that everyone came up with was just to leave this sediment in place and to allow for natural non-contaminated sediment to deposit over time over top this contaminated sediment and active as a protective layer. So there's two key points to this strategy. One is administrative controls, so to make sure that there's going to be regulations for shoreline building, and so you can't really, you need to get some permits before you go and disturb any of the sediment there. It's to prevent disturbing the contaminated sediment, and yep. And then the other thing is also to have some long-term monitoring. So every 5 years, the plan is to monitor and see what this contaminated sediment is doing, whether this plan is working, or whether it is actually becoming available to the fish and or other the environment around it. All right, so this is going to be what the rest of the talk is about, is the monitoring. In 2017, there was a strategy put in place for different monitoring, and there's a bunch of different components that are in place with different goals. There's surface sediment, invertebrates, young of the year and forage fish, and catch basin sediment, which are studied and are monitored regularly. And so there's different players that will monitor this. So the River Institute does some of this monitoring, mainly the monitoring that is closer to the shore, and then different agencies like Environment Canada, Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, so Ontario, do other sorts of monitoring. And we just did a recent set of monitoring in 2002, and so that's what we're gonna talk about, is some of the River Institute monitoring results from 2002, so last year. So I will pass it now on to Matt to talk about the sediment results.
Thanks, Georgia. Just gonna adjust that. There we go. All right, so yeah, I'm here to talk about the monitoring that's been ongoing for. There we go. Monitoring that's been ongoing for sediments in the nearshore zones of these contaminated zones along the Cornwall waterfront. And I was involved in 2018 with the initial collection of sediments in these nearshore zones to establish the baseline conditions. So starting from scratch, what is the mercury like in the top 2 centimeters of these sediments? And then subsequent monitoring would occur on 5-year cycles just to see if there's trends. And hopefully we see decreases in trends over time, which would indicate that this monitored natural recovery is working with this clean sediment being deposited. A caveat is that the deposition of new clean material in nearshore zones is very slow. So they're high energy, there's lots of waves. Sediment doesn't have a lot of chance to usually deposit in really thick amounts in these nearshore areas compared to offshore, where it can kind of settle a little more easily. So the main objective with this is just to compare the concentrations of total mercury and methyl mercury, which is a bioavailable form of mercury, to look at that over time and then compare that to upstream reference sites. So an area upstream in the St. Lawrence River that did not experience these effluent discharges from industry over decades and decades, and to see if we can start to see a trend towards that type of reference sediment concentration over time. And Isaac showed this as well. There's distributed along the Cornwall waterfront, there's these contamination zones, and within each one we designed a random stratified sampling design where we had a certain number of sites distributed across each one of these zones. And statistically, that makes sense to do it that way, so you can calculate things without bias. And so you can see the stats there per zone. There's the number of sites there. And we also had 30 upstream reference areas as well. So that top panel there, you can see those green dots. Those are the reference areas. And then downstream of the Moses Saunders Dam, you have the contaminated zones, which is expanded and highlighted in that bottom panel there. And there was some limitations to sampling in nearshore zones. If you've ever been boating or even standing in nearshore zones, there's lots of rocks. Sediment isn't always available. There's also lots of macrophytes, so it can be challenging to try to to grab the sediment in those zones. But the main point I want to put across is that these are established sites that will be revisited every 5 years. So we're going to the same sites on 5-year cycles. The way it works, you can see in that photo there, that's a sediment core. So it's just essentially a weighted tube that's lowered to the bottom of the river, and sediment is gathered in that tube and brought back to the surface. And then we section off extrude the top 2 centimeters for analysis. And at each site, we're grabbing multiple samples of sediment as well. And those are combined, and then they were sent to Ottawa University for analysis. And we had some additional types of analyses done on the sediment as well to characterize the amount of carbon in it and the size of the particles of sediment also, because that can influence how much mercury is in the sample. Oops. Okay, so the results I'm going to present now are just comparing the 2018 baseline to the sampling that was done in 2022 last year. We visited the same sites again, looking at the same top 2 centimeters. Did we see a change? So that's what you're looking at in this graph here. 2018 is in the blue and 2022 is in the green. And the different zones are displayed along that bottom axis there. So zone 1 and zone 2, as Isaac was showing, are more heavily contaminated than the other areas. And then we have also the upstream reference area. You can see the levels of total mercury here displayed on this. And you can see that upstream reference areas are well below the lowest effect level that would have ecological impacts. And then we also have a reference line at 2 micrograms per gram for the severe effect level. So we don't want to go above that, where we start to see severe effects on benthic invertebrates and fish in the ecosystem. So you can see zone 1 and zone 2, part of zone 2 had concentrations in 2018 that were above that severe effect level on average. So we're averaging all the concentrations across all the sites that were collected. The nice thing is in 2022, we saw a significant decrease in those 2 zones. So 5 years later, we seem to be accumulating enough clean sediment where there's a significant decrease in that total mercury concentration. So that's good news. We also looked at methyl mercury. So this is the form of mercury that bioaccumulates and biomagnifies in the ecosystem. And unfortunately, we didn't see any change, no significant change at all in any of the zones that were tested, including the upstream reference area. So something different's happening there, where we're decreasing the total mercury, which is a good thing, but the methyl mercury story is a little different. So methyl mercury, it's part of a cycle where total mercury can be transformed into methyl mercury by various factors like sunlight and water quality conditions and the amount of oxygen. So those conditions seem to be unchanged over time. We're still generating the same amount of methyl mercury from the existing pool of total mercury at these sites. So that will translate nicely and transition nicely to the fish results that I'll pass it off to Courtney to talk about next.
Great, so thanks, Matt. I'll move this back down. So the long-term monitoring plan for the fish is similar to the sediment in that the objective is just to reduce the exposure of methyl mercury to young of the year or forage fish in these exposed contaminated sites relative to upstream kind of cleaner reference sites. And for this work, we use young of the year, which are fish that are born the same year that the sampling takes place. And the reason why we're targeting kind of younger fish is that they're going to have a smaller home range. And so they're going to be more representative of kind of localized methyl mercury in their tissues. And so this differs a little bit from studies that are done for human consumption of fish that are more focused on sport fish, the bigger fish, more the typical fish that people will be angling. And so, this goes back to the question of kind of what is the baseline for this section of the river. And so this is probably something that's going to come up a couple of times at the symposium the next couple of days. And it's this question of what's pristine, what are we trying to remediate back to? What was the point when the river was considered clean and uncontaminated? And it's difficult to set these kind of targets, especially for fish populations that experience these fluctuations. And so the recommendation is to compare mercury in fish from these contaminated zones to upstream reference sites within the context of the same year. And so this is in lieu of setting these baseline targets. And so instead of saying, you know, in 2017, the levels were here, and then we want to see this nice kind of linear decrease from that point, this is recognizing that there's going to be these fluctuations in populations in relation to environmental factors, things like water levels and water temperature, and that these reference sites are also going to change. And so these are fish populations. The sites that we've chosen are kind of upstream of the dam, and so they're subject to water level fluctuations. And there's mercury that's going to be deposited from the atmosphere and from the watershed, and so it's not necessarily going to be sort of this the same as when we monitor the sediments. And so the sampling design, I think this is the fourth time that you've seen this map in this presentation. But basically, it's the 3 contaminated zones, and then the reference sites that were used for the fish were 3 of the islands on the parkway near Long Sault. And at each site, we collected 25 young of the year yellow perch, 25 young of the year round goby, and then 10 adult yellow perch to do some longer term comparisons. And so what I'm going to describe today is going to be focused on the yellow perch results, just to simplify things. But we return to the same sites as 2017, and so this monitoring takes place every 5 years, and so the most recent monitoring was in 2022. And the collections took place in September and October, and so we were trying to catch those young of the year, but we wanted to catch them at the end of their growing season, so give them a chance to sort of accumulate all of the mercury within the context of 1 year, and then capture them before they enter their first winter. And so they were caught using seine nets and gill nets. And the young of the year were small, so they had to be analyzed as whole body composites and grouped as 5 fish. And they were analyzed for total mercury and methyl mercury. And then we also captured juvenile yellow perch, so in the size category 13 to 18 centimeters. And they were just the dorsal muscle was analyzed, and that was just for total mercury. And so these are some of the results in the context of just 2022. And so the gray bars are the upstream reference sites. So these are the sites that are above the dam. And then the blue bars are the fish that were sampled from 3 contaminated zones. And there's kind of some subzones within each of those. And basically what we're seeing are that zones 2 and zones 3 are comparable to the reference sites in 2022. But we are seeing these sort of hotspots where the mercury is higher in fish tissues in zone 1, so 1B and 1C. And then if we keep those reference sites in there and make these comparisons with the last set of sampling in 2017, what we're seeing is that the methyl mercury kind of decreases, or thanks Zach, stays the same at all of the sites except for zone 1. Where we're seeing a significant increase. And then it's also interesting to note here that, so Woodlands Island, which is on kind of the furthest right, is also showing a significant difference between 2017 and 2022. It's a decrease, but it's just kind of demonstrating that those reference sites are also fluctuating. And then to kind of look at the broader picture, we use those juvenile perch mussel samples to go back a little further in time. And so the framework for the Cornwall sediment strategy young of the year sampling only starts in 2017. And so we wanted to kind of confirm these results that we're seeing with this zone 1 as a hotspot and go back a little further in time. And so we drew some data sets from a PhD thesis, 2004, and then some River Institute data sampled from the same zones. And what we're seeing kind of confirms the same picture, in that zones 2 and zones 3 are fluctuating a little bit, but remaining relatively stable over time. But zone 1 and kind of the last 3 sampling events is showing these increases.
So just to summarize, we are seeing a decline in total mercury in the sediments, which is a really nice trend to observe in the more contaminated areas from 2018 to 2022. However, the total amount of mercury in the sediments is still significantly higher than these upstream reference sites. And we're not seeing a change in methyl mercury, unfortunately, in the last 5 years. In terms of the fish, we have fairly good results in terms of showing the mercury and concentrations in fish comparable to reference sites in 3 of the zones. So there is some evidence that CSS is working at some sites, which is great. Zone 1 continues to be an issue, both for mercury and for fish. So we see that there's a need for continued monitoring and research, particularly in some of these zones that have these persistent higher levels in sediments and fish. So thank you. I just want to thank all the River Institute crews too that gathered all this data in 2018 and 2022. It's done in late fall under very challenging conditions. So it's very cold out usually when they're doing it. So thank you to everybody, as well as previous researchers and our collaborators as well. So thank you.
Thank you, guys, for that great talk. It's I've been showing like the same results from 2018, like the metal concentrations for a long time. So it's really great to see that mercury like is declining. I don't know, it's encouraging, and for providing that perspective. So now we're going into the Q&A period. So my colleague Kathleen Vaughan will be running around with a microphone, and we will be up here to answer questions. Thank you.
Great presentation, everybody. I'll leave it open to who wants to answer this or take a crack at it, but are you going to start chasing the mercury up Brookdale to see where it's coming from? I assume that Zone 1 is being impacted by closed industrial sites up Brookdale Avenue.
So there is ongoing monitoring. Another aspect of the CSS is ongoing monitoring of catch basins. So areas that collect runoff from the landscape in Cornwall, including Brookdale. So we do have some results from 2017, and then we just completed sampling for that this year as well to compare trends over time. So that'll speak to the mercury that's coming off the landscape, at least from some of these sites, that's being funneled into stormwater septors where we go in, we take the cover off the manhole, we sample the sediment there, and then we send it off. And those collection areas are distributed across the city of Cornwall, so we kind of have a spatial understanding of where the hotspots might be for that happening. And 2017 did show the highest levels of mercury coming off out of the storm scepters was the Brookdale site, but it was still fairly low. So we're hoping that we'll see a decrease this year, 5 years later as well. But it's largely dependent too on rain events, and it's a little more dynamic than the river sediments. Hope that answered your question.
Thanks for a very interesting presentation. I'm intrigued about grain size, and Matt did say something about this. I didn't quite get what you were driving at, but does grain size determine mercury retention, release? And if there is any such relationship, do you ever express data with respect to grain size at the time of sampling?
That's a good follow-up question. So grain size does impact the concentration of mercury, where mercury is more strongly associated with smaller particulate sizes. And you think of, larger grain size like sand and things and gravel, it's just not going to be attached or as strongly associated with it. So that's why it's important to consider it, so that when you're comparing really fine silty sediments to really sandy sediments, you're taking into account that the silty sediments should have higher mercury just based on the type of particle size. So we do normalize our results based on grain size as well. For this presentation, the assumption was that the samples are taken at the exact same site, so they would have the same characteristics in terms of the sediment particles at those sites. So it's I didn't go into it too much, but it's a paired t-test analysis. So we're only comparing each site to each other over 5 years. But Yes, we do take into account the particle size as well.
Sorry, I just wanted to add a follow-up to that question as well, because it is a great question and something we've considered. And I wanted to, I guess, clarify that the analysis that I performed with the metals and the metal concentrations I displayed in my presentation were standardized to grain size of the sediments, which was data that was measured in the surface sediment samples and data that I went and measured myself for the sediment cores. And sort of broader on that topic, it's something that I had looked at as a different facet of my research and sort of looked at these trends in the surface sediments and down core and compared what's the value if we don't normalize it, what's the value if we normalize it to grain size, and what's the value if we calculate an enrichment factor based on standardizing to a conservative metal. And essentially all of these three different methods did show the same overall trend and distribution.
Any other questions?
Hi. I'm just wondering, every once in a while you see in the newspaper a new property company coming into town or some other developer, and they've always got these huge ideas for the St. Lawrence River, how they're going to build beaches down in the deposition zones, or they're going to put an over-the-water pavilion for tourists or whatever. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that, and how or what mechanisms are in place now with Environment Canada, if you know, that would deter that from happening.
Hi, Mark. So there is a CSS committee, and when there is some sort of development that that is occurring in that area, then they're encouraged to go to the Raisin Region Conservation Authority, and there's this administrative controls process that they're encouraged to go through, and then so they'd have to do a permit application, and that is reviewed by the CSS committee, which is a kind of party to a bunch of different organizations. So I think it's like maybe seven or so, Jeff, yeah. So I think there's DFO, there's Environment Canada, and MECP, and the RCA. It's just, there's different organizations that would cover different aspects, and it's just that all of them would look at it in that way. I'm not sure if anyone else has anything to add.
Any last minute questions?
Yeah, do we have time for another question? I wasn't sure if I was getting the warning. Okay, yeah. Any last minute questions?
It's not so much a question as a comment. I've been aware of these issues since the 80s, you know, and I was involved with the start of the Akwesasne Environmental Task Force back in the day. And at that time, our concern was on the other side of Gloutney, or Cornwall Island. Our concern was with Reynolds, Metal, Alcoa, and General Motors, and the amount of toxicity that they brought to our community, not only in the water, but on the land and in the air. So I wasn't really involved with what was happening on this side. But I guess my comment is, I know over time, or even in the beginning, the thinking of the people on the ground was, instead of capping, dredging was the more effective in the long run and more permanent. Because here we are 40 years later and it's still there. You know, so capping as a long-term solution doesn't seem to be working on either side of Gloutney. And the other part of that, my comment, is those polluting industries on Domtar, Cordals, ICI, Alcoa, General Motors, Reynolds, they're not even there anymore, you know? So, like, they just sailed out. And I know that some of them went bankrupt, I think. Yay. But you know, like, who shares this responsibility? I mean, we continue with this whole notion of capping and capping and capping and capping, but yet with your own studies, you can see that that's not really viable in the long term. And in our tradition, we look ahead to 7 generations. So in 1 generation, not much has changed. So I just worry about the long term, you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we're going to wrap it up here. If we could just give another round of applause to our last session of presenters. Okay, so this concludes day 1 of the symposium. Thank you all for joining us, and especially thank you for sticking around. I know it's a long day. We do have the fundraiser dinner tonight. I hope to see many of you there. And if not, we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8:45 for Dr. John Farrell's plenary talk. So thank you.